Yummers. 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 Yummers.
This is where the fun begins. Hello. Oh, I was dead for a second, and I'm alive now. Or is it some sort of like I'm a wraith poltergeist sort of ghost situation? Because frankly, I don't know the state of my corporeal being half the time. And no, that's not because I'm a blackout drunk. That is simply because I disassociate. Hi, I'm Arrow. Welcome to stream. Okay, y'all are still out. You know what? All right. I'll wait. No. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, I will say, I cannot look at 621 the same after all of the comments and jokes about E621 and like a special site. Anytime I see 621, I think it's the other one. And I didn't used to think that because I've never frequented that site. Still don't. And yet my community is so strongly enmeshed. They have such strong ties with the furry community, I assume, that it's like brain rot. It just affects you. You did not just tell me it's never too late to start looking at that site. Thank you, I'm practicing. Listen, we stan aim practice here. Now, if some of the other chatters happen to be in the firing range, and some of them happen to be dedicated targets, that's not my problem. I've never been banned by y'all. I am the have, y'all are the have not. And this is my means of giving you a feeling of superiority over your fellow man, over your fellow chatter, despite the fact that this is effectively an oppressive regime. No, you can also purge yourself with Purge the Week. We call that a ricochet. If you purge the week and then you get banned, we call that a ricochet. If you purge the week and no one gets banned, then it is a miss. And if you purge the week and you get a hit, then that's called the bare minimum. You have something extremely important. Ooh. Celador on time. How have you not been shot? Hydra. It's called skill. Listen, the whims of Purge the Week are based off of weakness. It's not luck. It's not random. And it has nothing to do with if you're a moderator or not. It is entirely based on how weak you are. Sorry, had to cough. Authoritarian stream, honey. This is an authoritarian streamer. I hope you know. My affection and attention is entirely based off of the correlation between your survival and your KD ratio. I will only give you any degree of positivity in this community if you have a positive KD ratio, and the higher that ratio is, like, the better you're treated. This is a meritocracy, but the meritocracy is based off of random chance. I shouldn't have said that. Magdump. Luna, make sure to shoot back. That's how you prove to them that you aren't a pushover. Okay, Wumpus, if you come in here and you say that you're no bottom, purge the week. That sounds like something a bottom would do. All I'm gonna say. I'm not making any accusations. All I'm saying is that a bottom would feel the need to declare they're not a bottom before purging the week. Yeah, how do you think Maddie became the mod? No, Tape. Tape. My chat has already unionized on my Discord server. How many of you don't know the story of the union? Because unironically, like, I was in a position where, like, my position of authority, like, weakened because I was, like, had tech issues. So immediately my chat unionized. My Discord community unionized. And that's why to this day, the AeroCord, our Discord server, is referred to as the union. And if you are a member of the union, you are on the Discord server. As a Weeble Wobble? Okay, Yuzu. I have no such thing. Union first, second, or third? I definitely think we're more second com. I think of all of the options, my community is definitely second com union. What is it, Celador? Okay, wait, Celador, that's actually so cool. Wait. I was gonna be all like, if it's not good enough, I'm gonna ban you. This is amazing. Can I? How can I show this to you outside of just like streaming Discord for a second? I don't think I can. Oh well. My gun's empty. Okay, so Luna, I don't know if you're following. If you follow, that will give you 300 channel points, which will give you 300 bans, and then you can just unfollow. I don't mind. I think following someone just to ban their community members and then unfollowing is a very funny thing to do. I do have animated emote slots. I just need to make them smaller. Hey, Cosmic. Well, I'm happy for you to come on in. I'm glad this is your first stream. I'm glad it's not Tuesday's stream. Although, oh gosh. Well, no, so I feel like Maddie would be first, Harrison, because Maddie's doing war crimes. You could probably open the GIF in 10 or download it and then put it up on... Oh, yeah. I could. All right, Eric, how'd the 360 go? I saw 3 shots. Did you take 3 shots? Yes, welcome to the stream, everyone. If you don't know, we have a 1-point channel redeem that you can ban a random chatter. It's only for like 15 seconds, but the longer you stay in the chat, the more risk you're in, but the more bullets you get. So it's kind of like a win-lose situation. But you're the one who talked about wanting to dip your toes into 3. See, Cosmic, now you have like 300 bullets that you can fire if you want to purge the week. They shot me. Yeah, we do that here. Listen, my YouTube stream is for the cowards who aren't willing to get shot. They're scared little babies who, oh no, bullets hurt. My mortal coil is bleeding and draining the life from my eyes. Oh no. Amateurs. Here is where you stay if you want to get shot, if you want to cannibalize yourself, if you want to say yummers on repeat, despite the fact it's like a really intense scene in a game or whatever, and yell at me when I'm not doing Armored Core right. That's what we do here. Oh, so anyone who doesn't know how to shoot, if you click on the little like AW symbol, the words written underneath the send a message in the chat, you can click on Purge the Weak for 1 channel point, and then click Redeem. If you redeem that, it will ban 1 random chatter. Maybe it's you, in which case, don't be weak. Seriously. You shot yourself doesn't mean you're not going to kill it. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, remember, headshots one shot. No, that's the thing. I think that maybe we need to like balance change this, because like headshots one-shotting is kind of oppressive. Like the meta really shifted. See, Luna, you got a hang of it. But yes, listen, you live in fear, you're gonna die in fear. You better live brave so you die brave. That's my only advice. Instead of everyone shooting each other, can we all turn into soup? Okay, that would also be really funny. An alternate one you can do is becoming soup.
Yummers.
You need a soundtrack recommendations for Lancer. It's basically space western. You're making the bad guys IPSN. Ooh. Well, if anyone has any recommendations, I know someone posted something in the Discord, which was like sci-fi ambiance that they were like, you should use this for Lancer. Okay, is this where I talk about how?
Yummers.
Okay. I'm really embarrassed, so I'm not gonna show it. I'm not gonna show it yet, but how would y'all feel if I said I was actively working on a fully original, fully self-contained third-party adventure module for Lancer? Because at present, my plan was to make a little self-contained Lancer adventure for like LL0, and then I've spent the last couple nights just like grinding out for like 4 to 6 hours at a time, and I'm currently at like 7k words, 20 pages, and I'm like halfway through. Can you turn your gun? Yeah, you can fire wherever. I don't really mind. Fire guns in celebration. So yeah, I might share. See, I don't want to share the teaser for it yet because I'm not done with it. So I don't want to like have the teaser change, because like over the course of the adventure, I have this little like cheat sheet, because the way I've formatted it is basically is MS Paint live. Okay. So the way I've formatted it is basically the core premise of it. I can describe the core premise is the characters are all on an IPSN. Oh, they're all on an IPSN character, IPSN carrier. So like the Lancers are all in here, and they just basically before the game starts, they said, hey, get us from point A to point B, and we will protect you if you do. And the captain was like, Pog, I love Lancers. Great. However, as IPSN characters are wont to do, they get attacked by pirates. So the long and short of the adventure, the kind of like the 2-sentence summary is you board passage on an IPSN carrier when pirates attack. You believe at first they're after the cargo, but soon it becomes apparent that they're actually here to kidnap one of the bridge crew. And that's like the long and short of it. And I initially intended this to be like a 1-2 session thing. I have it listed as like a 2 or 3 session thing based off of how much your party likes role playing. It might be like a 3, 4, even 5 session adventure. Just because I added stuff for you to do before the actual fight with the pirates. I added stuff to do between and during the multiple stages with the like ways of like, oh, we're fighting off to defend cargo. Oh wait, we gotta go protect the bridge crew member. You didn't find the word bank? Oh. So if you're talking about like the words written to like Purge the Week, it's right beneath chat where there's that little symbol, the gray and yellow one of like the AW. I will say, I am a writer. So I did consider having my channel points be called bullets, but I felt like that would be kind of bad. And also I'm a writer, so words written. But yes, so this is an adventure that I'm currently working on. I'm like halfway done, 2/3 done. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been a lot. It's certainly been effort, I will say, but it's been good effort. It's been enjoyable. And my plan is to, on Patreon, release it. And release a free teaser on Patreon as well. So if you are the sort of person who's like, hey, that sounds really interesting, I want to play a game that Arrow made. If someone's subscribed on my Patreon, they're probably also on my Discord. So you could just be like, hey, does anyone want to run Arrow's like adventure? And we can see how bad I am, because this is actually my first adventure that I'm writing. Like, yes, I've run plenty before, but this is my first that I'm like writing in such a way that other people could run it properly. See, blowing up Rubicon is not good. However, have you considered if the coral didn't want to get burned, why is it so flammable? Checkmate, Ari. Fires of Rubicon adventure in Lancer. Lancer's such a great lore. You wish it was more roleplay focused. See, that's the thing. A lot of people complain and say it's a negative that Lancer basically only has rules for mech combat. Outside of mech combat, you have triggers, which are like skills. You have difficult, risky, heroic for difficulty modifiers. That's about it. Like outside of, and then also you have like specific pilot stats, which are very similar to mech stats, but different. So the thing about this, Lancer didn't put like 70% of its time into mech combat and then like 30% of its time into non-mech combat. Lancer put 99% of its time into mech combat, and then it realized that there was more, like there's a backside to the homework assignment, like right before handing it in. So they just scribbled in 1%. I think this is fine for most people that want to play Lancer. Most people that want to play Lancer just want to play a big mech that fights other big mechs. Personally, I'm more roleplay oriented. I am more narrative focused. I want something more like that 70-30 split. And honestly, personally, I would want something, I mean, I would say more like aligned with D&D, because D&D kind of has that like, I would say D&D is like 80 to 85% combat oriented, and then like 20 to 15% non-combat oriented. Because most spells and abilities and features from your class and whatever deal with combat, but there are some non-combat spells. There are some... Also, we're past the point of where we were having like a firefight and now we're actually having proper discussion. Just real quick reminder on etiquette. We don't really spam Purge the Week here, and if you do, you'll probably get timed out. But if I am AFK, like if I go to a pause menu and I step away from my keyboard, or if someone raids us, those are two great opportunities to like spam Purge the Week. It's all fun, it's all good. But generally, when we're actually like chatting, when we're actually in a conversation, don't spam it or else you're going to get timed out. The paradoxical gun thing, yeah. So I would say I kind of want it to be more in line with like...
Be gone, fuck!
Well, so Luna, just give it a minute. I'm sure you can do that during the next pause screen, because generally every hour on the hour we have an ad break, so I just pause. Oh no, those latency abusers in ranked. Oh, speaking of ranked, I'm Diamond 3.
Be gone, fuck!
I'm Diamond 3 in Marvel Rivals. And I'm very proud of this. I went into this game hoping I would get Gold 3, and last season I made it to like Platinum 3, and now I'm Diamond 3, which is way higher than I ever thought possible because I don't consider myself like good at games. I consider myself like passable at like strategy games, but like FPS, hero shooters, that kind of stuff, never really considered myself very good at it. But now I'm at the point where like I think it was Platinum in like Magic the Gathering Arena. I hit Diamond in Marvel Rivals. I'm at the point where like I'm demonstrably, with like analytics to back it up, better than most players in some games. Which is so crazy to me. Like, no, I'm not top 1%. No, I'm not top 500. But I am better than most. I'm in like the 80th percentile of these games, which, as someone who grew up struggling to play games, as someone who, I don't know if I've mentioned this Arrow lore before. I'm the youngest in my generation, in my family. So as someone who always played against older siblings who had played these games for longer and were better at them, it is so vindicating to be able to like be like, haha, I'm good. My hubris is being stoked. Nope, my soul is not ready for harvest. Does Rivals also have hard stuck gold epidemic? I think Rivals has a hard stuck plat epidemic. Because the ranks in Rivals are bronze, silver, gold, plat, which is broadly considered like the middle. Then diamond, then I think it's GM, then eternity, and then within larger eternity, you can be top 500. Is that right? Or did I like miss master? Is it like diamond, then master, then grandmaster? So basically like platinum's like in the middle. So I think most people agree that there's like a hard stuck in gold or plat. I argue that the hardest one to get out of was silver. Because the way Marvel Rivals does matchmaking and ranked placement is everyone starts at bronze at the start of the season. It doesn't matter if you were top 500. It doesn't matter if you were silver. You start at bronze next season. It is a full reset. Everyone's back at the bottom. So for the first like week after a reset, you're playing ranked games in bronze with people who like are playing the game for the first time, and also people who were top 500. So it's crazy. But then very quickly that kind of rushes out, that you lose that because all of the top 500 players just kind of like sail back up to at the very least eternity, if not also top 500. And then all the people who suck like stay down there, or people who are learning are still learning. But silver is where there's enough good people. You're out of the range of where people are like learning the game. You really only get to silver if you play enough games to have some degree of experience with the game. This is where everyone is just off doing their own thing. And if you have bad teammates, it's very hard to solo carry silver. If you have good teammates, the enemy team will stand no chance, because teamwork is very rare in silver, meaning if you have any degree of coordination, you're going to crush the enemy team. And no one wants to coordinate in silver because everyone thinks that I'm actually like diamond ranked. I don't deserve to be in silver. I deserve to be way past it. So they have an ego that they want to get out of silver quickly. So that's like a crab pot mentality that keeps everyone stuck in silver. Like, maybe it's just because this is kind of closer to my skill level, but like I struggled with the inflection point between gold and plat for a bit. Like I was oscillating. Like I would win a game, I would get in plat, and then I'd lose a game and go back to gold, and then I'd win a game and go back to plat and lose a game and go back to gold, and then I'd win 2 games and I'm like, I'm solidly into plat, and then I'd lose 3 games and I'm back in gold. Like, yes, I was like oscillating back and forth there. I wouldn't say I was stuck though. That was just kind of where my skill was at the time. And then I kind of like trudged my way through plat because I haven't been playing much recently. And then I eventually got to diamond. And now I'm kind of like doing the same thing with Diamond, where I'm kind of oscillating on the lower and higher end of Diamond 3. Because it's Diamond 3, 2, 1, and then Grandmaster, and then Grandmaster 3, 2, 1, and then Eternity. Thoughts about all the new skins? I'm a little bit with random, in that I think most of them are just like, ooh, you know, a lot of them are, let me show off cleavage, let me show off booty, let me show off thigh, like, you know, I'm personally never one that like, I buy a bunch of skins. I'm not super big on cosmetics. I'm not someone who goes out of my way to like I have not spent a single real dollar on this game. But I realized I had like in-game currency. So I bought like a Venom skin, for instance, and I've earned multiple other character skins. And I also, and like, I'm of two minds when it comes to like the bait, so to speak, the G bait. Some of it is comic accurate, and some of it is silly. So for instance, like the Venom twerking emote, the emote where Venom like gets hearts in their eyes and starts throwing it back. That one's silly. I love that. Not because it's like G-bait or whatever, but because it's a meme. And because so many people are making jokes about how caked up Venom was, that they're just leaned into it. I like that. Similarly, I think it's what's Invisible Woman's skin? Is it Invisible Woman Marvel Rivals Malice? Like the Malice skin, looking at this, you think, oh, okay, so this is literally just exposure for the sake of being exposed. However, if you look at what she actually looked like, funny enough, they actually put her in more clothing than the initial comic counterpart. So it's the sort of thing where like, with this, like, it kind of just makes me question mark, but also it's a translation from the comics. And this is a comic oriented game. I think that they should do more comic accurate or MCU accurate or movie accurate costumes. And then they also say like, hey, this is like, it shows up in Fantastic Four 1961. So it's the sort of deal where like, do I agree with this? Do I think this is the right call? No. However, do I think it's an interesting way of interpreting an actual real comic reference? Yes. And I think that there is value to that. I think that you shouldn't just like throw your hands up in the air and be like, oh, they're doing this again, when it is translating actual comics. Now, do I still think it accomplishes the same goal? Do I think it's G-bait for the sake of G-bait? Yes. But I don't think that that is like the devs being degenerates. I think that is like comics being degenerate. And like a lot of people love comics for that. No, it wasn't the 80s. That was the 60s. Her first introduction was in 1961. I just had it on screen, actually. I can just look it up. It was 1961 Fantastic Four 280. So this wasn't even the 80s. This was the 60s. And maybe she had like another run in the 80s, but like she was introduced in the 60s. Just because it's translation does not mean it avoids. See, that's the thing. I'm not saying that it avoids them. All I'm saying is that it has a reason. And how much you care about the reason judges how much your mileage may vary. I personally think that the benefits of being comic accurate and or having legitimate references to previous material in most cases outweighs the kind of weirdness. Because I'm not gonna lie, like when I was first hearing about the game, I heard like the memes about how like all of the male heroes have like super cool kits and all of the female characters just have massive booties and they shoot lasers out of their hands. Which is not entirely inaccurate. Comic accurate is only as good as the comic source. Adaptation creates room for growth. No, I agree with that. And that's why, like, the Malice skin, for instance, they changed how she looked a bit. They kept the core of it, but they changed how she looked a bit. But that's also where it's like, I don't know. I think you can use it being a translation of comics as a means, but you have to ask, what is that end? And I think that the end is G-bait. I think that the end is trying to get all of the people who are going to like... I think they wanted an Overwatch treatment. I think they wanted the idea of the game's NSFW reputation is going to outlive the game on purpose because that generates constant attention, and there's going to be people who either discover the game or step away from the game but then see NSFW material and then come back to the game because of that. And I think that was intentional. It would be my guess. Because if you look at the roster, particularly the starting roster, every single character in the roster was either well-known. So this is like your Iron Man and your Captain America and your Thor and also your Spider-Man and your Venom. Or they were an attractive lady. Psylocke, Luna Snow, Magic. These are all characters who a lot of the fan base finds very attractive, but also who just did not have the level of popularity as any of these other characters. And there are... I actually can't think of a single other character who had this kind of like same level of obscurity that is not an attractive character, except for the third category, Jeff. And the reason he's his own category is because he's a mascot. From the get-go, the game went to make him cute. They went to make him the front runner. They went to make him the one that the community loves. And funny enough, this kind of worked, but also one of the well-known characters became very popular as well, Venom. Venom became a huge meme. I think because like the 19 inches of Venom, I think because of the like super caked up model, like whatever. So they have a bunch of attractive random female characters that were drawn from comics that are all comic accurate, but nonetheless are all, the only obscure characters they drew upon were like attractive female characters. They had a mascot, and now they have, in addition to their well-known characters, they have a meme character. They have a character they give all the memes to. That's why they keep giving Venom more skins, more emotes, more stuff, because the community latches onto that. Psylocke was big in the 90s. I mean, no, and again, when I say that they're not well known, I'm not saying that like no one knows about them. I'm saying they have not been relevant in the primary comic sphere in over like 15 years. For instance, like Squirrel Girl is someone who I did not include in that list because she's had so much. Squirrel Girl has always really been like a fun fact. I've seen her like as a trivia piece of comics most of the time, because like, oh, who's the most powerful superhero? Did you know it's actually Squirrel Girl because she beat Thanos and Ultron and all these characters? Like, Squirrel Girl was a meme. Squirrel Girl was a joke. So they added her to the game because she had that kind of like notoriety, right? But there are other characters who just haven't gotten the same treatment, which is sad. I did not know that. I would not be surprised. Jeff falls under mascot or hellspawn. Okay, for whatever, I don't know why I do this. I have taken to calling so my roommate I got playing Marvel Rivals, but they don't have a PC that can handle it, so they just play on my PC. So a lot of the times, if you ever see me on Discord and I'm playing Marvel Rivals, there's like a 70-30 chance it's me playing versus it's just my roommate playing. And I have taken to calling him Joof. And now anytime I talk about Joof, I just say, listen, he's cute, but he's a war criminal. And he must be taken before an international jury and tried. Joof. I don't know why. I just started calling him Joof. And now every time I talk about him, I call him Joof. And then people look at me like, what? And then I'm like, ah. Do people come back to games because of that? I don't know. I'm just guessing because, like, I feel as though it, like, particularly for a free-to-play game, you need a constant influx of players. It's not that you need a consistent amount of players, which you do for a live service game. You need at least a certain bar of number of players. But for a free-to-play game, you need new players entering the game consistently to maximize people that are going to spend money. Oftentimes, gacha games, loot box games, Overwatch 1, whatever it was, these are all games that rely on big spenders. So the business model of these sorts of games is we need to maximize new people coming into our game so that we can maximize how many big spenders are here, and then we need to keep the big spenders playing by giving them more stuff to spend money on. So I don't know if that translates to like NSFW stuff. My guess would be if you want to know more about this, look at Overwatch. Did this help it or hinder it? I don't know. I can't claim to be super knowledgeable on that, but you feel like you should mention you're not huge on Marvel Rivals, not because of the bait, but it's just not the kind of game you enjoy. That's fair. Gotta go write D&D notes. Enjoy. Listen, I bought a character with a twerk emote because I thought it was funny. And it is very funny. If I'm ever in a game where I don't... So I was in a game last night. And we were struggling. And we were like losing pretty bad. And then one of our characters just goes AFK. And we're like, okay, that sucks. This was ranked, by the way. And then at the start of the next match, this character starts moving again. But they say, nah, I'm done. And just spends the entire match in spawn, just kind of like looking around and like shooting the ceiling so they don't go AFK, which we hate them. But because of that, it's a 5v6. We're getting thrashed. And eventually my entire team just swaps DPS and just tries to like kill them from spawn. And so I go Venom. And I just leap into their backline and I just start twerking. Because at this point, it had already been decided that like we're not playing this game seriously. We have someone who's just like throwing the match. We are already losing because the other team is like defeating us. So I just run back and I start twerking behind their backline. You need a name for a Lancer location. It's a big asteroid that got hollowed out and added life support systems. And now it's a trading station for like 20,000 people. Name it Kessel. And if any players are like, oh, like Star Wars? You'll be like, what's Star Wars? And then they're like, no, you know about Star Wars. And then you're like, is that like lore? Is that like a supplement for Lancer? Doing that emotional damage with a twerk. No, it wasn't emotional damage. It was a sign of peace. You have no idea how many times I've been in a game and like the enemy Venom shows up and starts twerking and I just don't attack them. Wanna know why? Because if you're coming up to me and you're twerking at me aggressively, I don't take that as a sign of aggression. I take that as a sign of friendship. If any of you meet me in the street, if any of you see me out in the wild, if you just start aggressively twerking at me, I will take this as a shibboleth to indicate you are, in fact, one of the chosen. That's so dumb. Also, hi Coyd and Yuzu and Eric and Maddie and Celador and Wolk, and Hydra who just left, and Wumpus, and Random, and Neko, who I don't know if you're still here. All of you and all of the lurkers and everyone who's gonna come later. I didn't say hi yet. Hello. See, listen. Crouch spam in Minecraft is one of like the best inventions in gaming. Why? Literally just because hi C4 or S4, I suppose. Yeah, if you're in my chat, even as a lurker, see, I like to say that a lot of chats are lurker friendly. I like to specify that we are lurker unfriendly. Explicitly because by lurking, you are opening yourself up to getting shot. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. You accidentally turn on sticky keys. See, that's the thing. Crouch spam is one of the best things because it indicates nothing. However, if you have a situation where two people are here, and they're like on a ledge, right? And then they're over here, and there's a single thing here. And this person, like, so we have X and Y. And if Y looks at X, then looks over here, and just starts spamming, like, crouch, X gets it. I don't need to explain to you that Y is about to attempt this jump. And similarly, if X is over here and Y approaches them and Y has a sword and X just starts like crouch spamming, Y understands that X is pleading for their life and may or may not respond positively. It's such a minimalist means of communication. It is, imagine an entire communication system derived off of a single gesture. Entirely contextual. Oh, they got rid of sword blocking? Hey, a dead. All fun and games until X then digs a block down and turns an observer nuke. Oh my gosh. Although oh, is that what shields are for? Because I'm not gonna lie, the last time I played Minecraft, there were not shields, and that kind of age checks me. But don't worry about it. I was gonna say a thing. I completely forgot. Yeah, I have not played Minecraft in years. I kind of want to, but at the same time, I'm also just like, I don't want to buy the game. I don't care about the game. If I get it, I won't have much fun playing it by myself, and I don't have anyone I want to play with. How's retirement? I wish. I am of working age. I'm feeding the machine, so to speak. Saying hi to a teammate as you run past each other, polite double crouch. Yep. It's mid. Hey, you feed the machine. Sorry. Poor man's poison. Honestly, I learned about poor man's poison from like a meme I saw, like a meme or like a AMV edit of an animation for like Hell's Coming With Me. And then I was like, what is this song? It's actually so hype. And then I looked them up and then I listened to it. And then I started listening to more of their discography. And I was just like, they are so pog. What the heck? Who's Rorston? So Rory, or Rorston VT, is another streamer who... Today's Saturday. Is he live? Nope. He is not presently live. So Rorson VT is another streamer who's a friend of mine, and we hate him here, and you should execute him on site. He thinks himself suave. Sometimes he needs to be banished. You did not just say Rory is cool. Mods, take dead skin. I hope you weren't, like, needing your skin too much dead. He also knows stuff about rocks. Well, he is also a real-life archaeologist, so... No, it's super cool when you know folks that are actually knowledgeable on stuff. Because, like, I know, like, an archaeologist, I know an entomologist, I know a marine, I know a marine biologist, which, okay, fun fact. Years ago, back when Flash was still a thing, I took, like, a quiz, which was like, hey, what Percy Jackson god would be your godly parent? And it was stupid. I'm not gonna lie. It was dumb. It was like, instead of using the Greek pantheon, it was using like half-bloods from Percy Jackson who would be your parent, not their godly parent that would give them powers. But the reason I will like remember this for so long is because one of the questions is like, what do you want to be when you grow up? Or like, what is your dream job kind of deal? And one of the options was a marine biologist. And my first thought when I saw that was, wow, I didn't know Marines had biologists. Wow, I didn't know that there are people who spend their entire life studying Marines. I mean, I guess there's a lot of them. And then I took the quiz multiple times to like see what the different answers were, and choosing marine biologist obviously gave me Percy, who is the son of Poseidon. And I was just like, huh, weird. I wonder why. Marines do need to be studied. True. I took more of those kind of quizzes than I'd like to admit. Okay, that's the thing, right? Like, there's no shame in taking the quizzes for fun. Much like a horoscope, it can just be interesting to engage with. It can be fun to do. It's if you start making decisions with that being the entirety of your rationale, that's when I start being like, oh no, baby, what is you doing? You know? Which Power Ranger are you? Take this quirky quiz. Oh my gosh. Which Power Ranger are you? Take this quirky quiz. Okay, fun fact. I have not watched Inside. Literally all I know is Welcome to the Internet. It has been like years at this point, and every single time I hear a reference to Inside, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll watch that at some point. Marine biologist? Is that a JoJo's reference? No. It's good. I've heard it's good. Well, no, so I found Inside because of that song too. I just never watched it because as I used to watch Bo Burnham, and then it kind of stopped at some point. Like I watched him like on YouTube, like pre YouTube special. And then I watched him like through his first pre Netflix special. And then I watched him through that like Netflix special. And then sometime later, I ended up not watching him anymore, just because I was focused on other stuff, and like I was with like new friends, and new friends were like talking about like John Mulaney, so I was watching him. But I never really like watched comics. I also have never read comics really, but I never really watched like stand-up comics. And I know that Bo Burnham has kind of shifted his mentality more towards like longer form like specials, which tend to be more like theatric than comedic. But I don't know. I just haven't really kept up with it. You once took a Dare type quiz with friends and an allegation to deny the Sundere allegations. You no longer take quizzes with friends watching. Listen, you ain't friends until you've taken the BDSM test together. I have had multiple friend groups who are just like, hey, do you want to take this quiz together? You went to knock the water over? My friend group has a K-pop Demon Hunters profile pic, and I'm so... Okay, so K-pop Demon Hunters is something that I want to watch, not because I know anything about it, but purely because I've just heard a couple good things about it, and it seems silly. Wait, what do you mean? Listen, y'all seem to have had an inverse reaction to what I can only assume is K-pop Demon Hunters. If you're not comfortable with K-pop, I'm sorry. I'm not a K-pop stan. I don't listen to K-pop, but we don't discriminate here. So if you're gonna discriminate against K-pop, get out. Okay, so... Okay, wait, you can't say that you're corrupted by sin. You wanna know who's corrupted by sin? My YouTube page. Wanna know why? Because once I released the short on Thursday, once I released the hot tub short, I got a burst of followers. Like, I got more followers from that short than I normally do from uploading stream highlights, which, why do you think that they were following? Yuzu, I know. Bye-bye. Enjoy One Piece. All right. Well, One Piece is gone. Bye, everyone. It was a pleasure streaming for you. Like, bye, Luna. Bye, Yuzu. Bye, Koid. Bye, Eric. Yes, chat in a bikini made folks go feral. Which I will say, like, how do people feel about chat in a bikini? It's still there. I have not put away the hot tub. It is simply a matter of I am not dressed for the occasion anymore. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, on Tuesday, it was my 1-year anniversary of being an affiliate. And also we hit 500 followers like a day prior. So Chad's been asking me for a hot tub stream for a while. So I streamed for 6.5 hours in the hot tubs and pools category like this. I was just in the hot tub and pools category, just yapping my normal self. But this is what you had to look at for like 6 hours. No, I don't think you understand how pruning works. I was at the top. Yeah, I mean, I was like in the number 2 spot of the category, yeah. So, strictly speaking, oh gosh, wouldn't it be so funny? I think if I spend all of my yapping streams in the hot tubs and pools category, I could probably become like top 10% of hot tubs and pools category easy, right? No, you had a different... No, I had a different mod. I had a different outfit. I'm not putting it back on right now, but I had one. Neko, what are you implying by that? I don't understand your joke. Could you, like, explain this to the chat, please? What you mean by that? Sorry? Can you please be explicit in what you're implying with this? Hey, is it still the hot tub stream? No, I was just demonstrating what the hot tub stream was. Which, speaking of, we have a couple things to get through. We have Guilty Pleasures. We have Armored Core 6. And we have tons of yapping. But this is like endless, so this one doesn't really count because there will always be more yap. I spent a lot of time on the floor under a I don't think that's how that works. No, Neko. Y'all are thirsty? Yes, they are dangerous. Like, safety. Folks are wild. And I was not expecting that, I must say. It's actually so slick, you get visibility at the front pages of pools. Well, I mean... so I was in like the number 1 to like number 2 spot of like the pools category, right? So theoretically, if I do this more, I could more consistently be at that top level, and I could be like in the top 10 hot tubs and pools streamers, despite the fact I'm a TTRPG channel. And that would be so funny to me. All right, bye, Maddie. Listen, ASL is important. Is a Kane what if question welcome? Yeah, of course. I tend to yap for... Generally, it used to be like multiple hours, and then I would stream for like multiple hours. Now I tend to yap for, I don't know, closer to like 1 hour, and then I just yap as I game. So I might swap on over to... I might swap over AC6. However, I do have guilty pleasures to get through. So after this ad break, because we have an ad break coming in 3 minutes, you're regretting being here? Well, leave. Like, I can shoot you if you'd like. So, who here does not know about guilty pleasures? What do I think of a virtue level under heaven member would be like a Pokemon trainer, because where they bind multiple sins, or more of a weapon of mass destruction binder? I would say a under heaven virtue would be like a kaiju mancer.
Gone, sucks!
The virtues in Kane are like Cat 6, Cat 7. So I'm thinking it would be a binder who has a single Cat 6, Cat 7 sin under their control. Maybe Cat 5, Cat 6, because Kane, the source book, says there has never been a Cat 7 sin recorded. Yeah, so I think instead of being like a Pokemon trainer where it's quantity over quality, I think it would be... Well, actually, I think it's a bit of a false question, because what's to say there aren't multiple virtues? Why can't Under Heaven have one Pokemon trainer who they specialize in controlling like a swarm of sins? They have one who's like a Kaiju Mancer who has one massive like Cat 6 sin under their command. And then there's like a specialist who they very much have a specific sin that has some like world altering effect, like how in, I think it's the Flux Blasphemy, the Time Blasphemy, Kane references having a sin called the Spindle under their control in containment, which lets them alter space-time. So it goes to reason that Under Heaven, their virtue class exorcist would have a similar, like, allows them to alter space-time, allows them to alter reality, allows them to alter mental cognition on a wide scale kind of deal. So they have one that's just a massive sin, one that's a ton of sins, and then one that's a really like unique, like fundamentally changes how Under Heaven interacts with the world style sin. Castle in the Arm of Cain, dedicated to extermination of sins. What happens if players are placed under Temerity instead, where they're supposed to study sins? I mean, I don't think that Temerity has any exorcists, because the 4 orgs are Castle, there's Temerity, oh gosh, there's Seer, and I can't remember the 4th. I can't remember which one is like the leader. Well, that's odd. I just booted up Deltarune and now you just can't turn off your headphones at all. Interesting. Yeah, so it is on a scale like earthquakes. The difference between a Cat 1 versus a Cat 2 is proportionately the same as the difference between Cat 2 and Cat 3. So it's not like 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 10, 100. Right? That'd be a good way to throw players who are experienced with being in Kain into situations they don't know how to function. Yeah, and you could make it as simple as you are normal exorcists working for Castle, but this one mission you're conscripted by Temerity for a special op kind of deal. Orders of Magneto Tube. We do love Magneto. Sipping my water. Make sure to stretch. I don't know what this ad is. I'm sorry. I'm currently waiting for another 60 seconds on anyone who is a subscriber. So if you have specific subscriber only questions, feel free to ask, because I will laugh at all of the non-subs. No, not the ever. Things like needing a sin captured alive, locating someone with a sin seed that's on the edge of blooming, or to take Class D personnel into a manifest zone. Honestly, Cynic, you're kind of winning me over with this. I think having an entire branch, or even like an entire facility, betray Kain is a bit much, right? Welcome back, everyone. So we're currently talking about Kain, a TTRPG by Tom Bloom, same guy that made Lancer, which is basically like a shonen manga. The way I describe it is, imagine you're Chainsaw Man, but you work for the SCP Foundation. And we're currently talking about how can you make it interesting? How can you have one branch that's focused more on like investigation and studying and research, as opposed to the branch that you normally work for, which is the military branch? I think an entire branch betraying Kain is unrealistic. I think even an entire facility betraying Kain is unrealistic, so explicitly because the fewer Under Heaven members there are, the scarier they are. Under Heaven is a group of binders, which is exorcists, people with psychic power that like bind sins to them, and their minions, so like mercenaries, cultists, like people who are aspiring to become exorcists themselves, and they hate humans. So they should be rare and or discriminatory in who they allow to work with them. Because otherwise, they're just like, otherwise they lose their personality, right? The core bit of Under Heaven is this sense of exorcists are not human, good. We don't want to be human. We want to evolve to the next stage of evolution, which is becoming, fusing with, and controlling sin. And if they suddenly are like, they have the amount of personnel to take over secretly and do like a Hydra style or to invade and take over like an entire branch of Kain, like all of Castle, or even just an entire facility, that kind of takes that away, because these people who are like hyper ultra exorcist supremacists just managed to not just hide the fact that they're exorcists, but also worked with like 50 plus minimum humans that they hate for an extended period of time, just without real much issue. I think it gives them more personality if that's considered beneath them. Personally, I think that is more characterful if they would never do that. However, a Hydra style infiltration from like Winter Soldier, where it's in a facility, let's say, you have like 5 members of the top organization, like 20 managers, overseers, and then like 50 grunts. Of these top 5, like 4 are compromised, and of these here, like 9 are compromised. And then maybe you have like some like 3 grunts just to help, or like 3 to 6 grunts. So the idea being is that overwhelmingly, it's an inverse pyramid of how much influence the infiltrators have on the organization. But because the traditional structure of the hierarchy is a normal pyramid, the fact that they got so much up here trickles down. They actually don't deal much with the day-to-day. They deal with the organizational, like institutional. And then you could even do that with an entire branch and say like of Castle, the top brass, like 80% of them are compromised. And of like the high level middle managers, again, like 60% of them are compromised. But most exorcists aren't. Most exorcists handlers aren't. And then you get a very interesting situation where when the reveal happens, you have the loyalists who are all on the bottom fighting against a less numerous but more powerful upper threat. No offense, but this isn't what I came here for. Then leave. Like, I don't take offense to that, but we do yap here. So if you're just here for AC6, then I encourage you to check back in like an hour. But I chat about what I want. So if you don't want this, then I encourage you to leave and find a different space. I will be here later. You meant branches in a small part of the local area? Oh, I got it. Yeah, so branches in like a facility, like a region of like I don't know, New York or like the Upper West Side kind of deal. I do like the idea though. You said finding an Imago hideout. Because like this is something where there's a mission and it goes bad and an Imago forms, right? This team has to deal with the Imago and the Sin. So I think it would be interesting of if a session of Cain being put forward. Thank you for the sub, Double Skull. If a session of Cain put forward, if a hunt is you as the team are reinforcements being brought in to support, and you have to decide, okay, this team was fighting against an ogre, and one of their exorcists had sin overflow, is now turning into an Imago. Based off our reports, we assume they're going to turn into a toad. Which are you dealing with? Like the team has to deal with one of them. You're going to deal with the other. The team is currently not in a position to make an informed decision. It's your call. What do you want to go after? And then you let the players choose. Are we going after this Imago that might turn into a toad? Or are we going after the ogre that is like already half defeated, but was powerful enough to inflict sin overflow? You need to go for a bit? Enjoy. Are you crazy for thinking that the concept of exorcising sins in Cain kind of reminds you of JJK's curse exorcism? I'm unfamiliar with JJK, so I can't really comment. Remember how a bind can fuse with their sin? What if a high cap binder used that trait on others? So Koid brings up a lord or an idol. I would say that's more an idol, because that turns their followers into cultists. A lord has guards, which are themselves like manifestations of the kingdom. The normal people are just kind of like, if you manifest a lord, which again, if anyone doesn't know about Cain, if anyone is confused by the conversation currently going on, ask questions. I'm more than happy to give a crash course, whether it's a 101 or kind of a little bit deeper. We're talking about just kind of core concepts of the game. But if you don't know what's going on, let me know. But yeah, so the Lord doesn't make people guards. The Lord makes people fill whatever role they would have in the kingdom. So if I have a Lord where I transfer my local area into a kingdom of like a medieval fantasy, then you might be a blacksmith, you might be a peasant, you might be a clergyman, whatever role you would fulfill in that kingdom that is most applicable to who you are and how you function in real life. That doesn't really change your personality or behavior. That's just kind of what you do and how you view the world. But the cultists, meanwhile, do literally, like, these are normal people who are infatuated by the idol and will fight you on the idol's commands. Curse manifests from negative energy that humans create, and sorcerers are people that can use the curse energy to kill or exercise those cursed spirits. Yeah, so in Cain, it really is like Persona 5's palaces. I would even go so far as to say, well, again, I haven't played Persona 5. Like, it's Persona 5 palaces or Persona 4's dungeons, so to speak, where you have someone who is so traumatized, they manifest a demon called a sin. This sin has a palace that you must locate, enter, and kill the sin within in order to exorcise it. And then in order to find the palace, you need to figure out what the deal with the sin is, how it manifested, who its host is, all of the different information about it, whatever. So it's something where you can either fight the sin, have it run away, and then follow it, and then fight it again. Or you can investigate, you can find out like its habits, its psychology, its trauma, and kind of piece together where the palace would be from that. You could just stumble into the palace on accident. And then once you're in there, you can either kill it or you can spare it. And this is a very interesting choice that I didn't really consider. If you kill it, pog. That's what you're intended to do. But if you spare it, it demanifests by itself. So there is an opportunity for you that if you have a sin that for whatever reason you can relate to, or that maybe it bribes you, or maybe it has some way of like connecting with you, you can choose to spare it and it will just demanifest by itself. You get paid less. However, it is something. 2 questions. How does someone become an exorcist? Could you run Cain Dark Ages? Yeah, so basically, like Eric is saying, in Cain, you basically have a certain amount of grace. This is your potential for psychic energy. And much in the same way of like in 40K, you have like psychic potential as like a psyker. You have psychic potential with grace as a potential exorcist. And then once you have enough grace, you can manifest the psychic potential within you and basically turn it from potential into kinetic energy. Now, how does that manifest? Is it you can move stuff with your mind? Is you can start fires? Is it that you can contact your shadow and like get glimpses of the future? Is it you can slow down time? Whatever. It's psychic nonsense. It's magic, basically. But if you are someone with grace that experiences trauma, that effectively like is so like you have so much grace and you're so traumatized and you're so hurt that you have an unconscious psychic reaction, you can basically accidentally summon one of those demons called a sin. And then the sin might like fuse with you and like possess you. It might summon beside you and like go off and rampage and like do a bunch of nonsense. Or in some cases, if you are the sort of person who like, if you were evicted from your home and you lost your job and all of your loved ones turned their back on you and now you're destitute and now you're struggling and now you feel like you have no control in the world, you might manifest a toad, which is all about like getting material wealth, but it might be a type 3, which is to say you control it, because maybe this all stems from your lack of control. This all stems from your lack of ability to affect agency on the world. All you need is money and control, and you can take back your life. So you would manifest a type 3 toad because you can control something that will get you rich. Right? Your mind palace turns into an Airbnb. Can you get a JoJo stand? Yes, actually. Because the one that comes to mind is as a binder, you basically get like a baby sin that is like, you channel the worst parts of yourself into a minor sin that is like an attack dog or like a bear, like an animal companion from like a ranger, basically, in terms of power scaling. And I would say that's like a JoJo stand. And there isn't any Punch Ghost Aura Aura, but for instance, the what is it? Is it Whisper now? It used to be called Shadow. This is that your shadow is alive and it talks to you, but it might lie. And all of the powers revolve around seeing the future, because this other entity tied to you that you are not in control of knows the future and whispers in your ear like, oh, watch out for that door on your right. There's a cultist behind it. Go through the skylight, not through the sewers. The sewers are going to get flooded. Like that kind of stuff where you're just having this whispering in your ear, but you don't know if it's true or not unless you use a power. Yeah. Could you run Kane Dark Ages, a medieval Kane game? You could. I see nothing mechanically that would stop you. Like, obviously, outside of like flavoring stuff differently. There's like not really any difference between like using guns versus using swords. It's just you have a weapon and you can flavor it to either be melee or ranged, and it can be as impractical as you want because rule of cool. There's a couple things that mention guns. Like the Hound has a domain that like absorbs guns. The Cultist has a domain that gives its cultist guns, but like you can just reflavor that as like crossbows. Honestly, my main compunction with making a Kane Dark Ages game would be that in canon, which canon doesn't matter, it's kind of like World of Darkness a little bit like that, the Kane as you know it today really only formed in like the 18th century, I believe. And sins were less common. But in the last like 100 years have slowly but steadily grown more common in their manifestation. So like outside of the lore implications of that, there's nothing mechanically stopping you. Mechanically, it would actually be surprisingly easy. Like, yeah, you wouldn't be able to like buy a smartphone or whatever, but at least to start the game, you don't have one anyway. It's just you would say, okay, you can't use script to buy a phone. You can't use script to buy a car. You can use script to buy a horse, right? Is there the potential for a reverse of this game where you use sin instead of grace? So with grace, it is sin. They are one in the same. The way grace works is that the higher your level of grace, that means the easier it is for you to like pierce the veil. And if the real world is over here, the psychic sea is over here. Think 40K's warp, much in the same way that like psychers use psychic energy, but they also use the warp because the warp is psychic energy, but psychic energy is not the warp. But at the same time, to use psychic energy, you must use the warp kind of deal. That's what grace is. Sin, like grace gives you sin. The different abilities you have access to are called blasphemies. You're not considered human because you have this like touch of the psychic sea on you. So sin is grace already. Red Lobster is hiring. Brother, the Hound is trying to rip my skin off. Weren't exorcists only declared non-human in the 16 or 1700? Yeah, so it was like the number that's in my brain is like the 1780s. It was because it was like the Treaty of Worms was when humans were considered not human. So that's why I said 18th century. I know that like around the time of the Convention of Worms is around the time when Cain, as we know it today, formed. Now, when I say around, I mean like in the ballpark of like 50 years, which is not a short amount of time. But I feel like sometime in the 18th century not just gives Cain enough time to like establish a global presence, but also makes it so that it's like Cain is very modern. Cain doesn't really have the trappings of a organization that existed since the Inquisition, right? Exorcists might be affected by things that impact humans before that. At least there aren't enslaver jellyfish waiting to take over your exorcist brains. There might be. Says you. Which, I don't know how interested people would be in this. I kind of want to make a video talking about drifters. Which in Cain are little, like little minor baby entities that are not true sins. Entities. They are not true sins. They are not beings tied to a host, but they are from the psychic sea. And generally, when a sin manifests, drifters will follow. I want to make a video just kind of like talking about them because I think they're interesting. Dark Ages, Inquisition, X Dogs in the Vineyard, X Cain. Are the fires of Rubicon in the room with us right now? No, they're not in the room, and they're not going to be in the room for like probably another hour. Want to know why? Because I have to do guilty pleasures. Where did I put guilty pleasures? Hello? Hello? Oh, there it is. Never mind. I found it. I put it on my bed behind me. Okay, we've yapped about Cain enough. Unless anyone has any specific ideas, I think we need to do guilty pleasures. Or else I'm never going to do them. I don't know if it fits, but I see the drifters as that role of animals moving in to make use of stuff already altered. So, one of the drifters' pests are literally called like the fauna of the psychic sea. It's the idea that they are non-sapient creatures that just kind of like have some basic desires that they fulfill. Like they want to stay safe. They want to eat food being inanimate material like glass or stone. And they like mess with reality. And that's about it. But then there's other things like harvesters, which like capture and kidnap humans and put them in a pouch in their stomach and then run away. And it's unclear what happens to them. But they degree more of like a pack level intelligence. So I do like the idea that all the drifters are like animalistic. But I also like, instead of animals, I like the idea that they're alien. I like pests being kind of alien animals, but I like the idea of like the Pale Man or the Poltergeist, them being alien. In Dogs in the Vineyard, you play as gods, watchdogs, young, righteous, gun-toting judges sent by the faith to uphold moral order in isolated frontier towns. You carry both spiritual authority and real power. It blends Mormon-inspired theocracy with Wild West grit, where your word is law and mercy or wrath is yours to choose. Wow, that actually sounds very fun. So now I see why like Inquisition x Dogs in the Vineyard x Kane would be a very interesting combination. Which we love the Weird West. Like the Weird West is a setting, is a style, is a genre that does not get nearly the love it deserves. Yeah, literally Celador out here being like, I know you like the Weird West, and I'm like, yeah, I like the Weird West. Because I played a game, for any of you who like the Weird West, or who like XCOM, and are not opposed to Western games, Hard West. Very fun tactics game. Where not only is it super like weird and there's like different stylizations you can do, very interesting, not quite corruption arc, but like you play an antagonist, which is not something I was expecting. You play a villain. You are a villain protagonist for a lot of the game. And something that's like interesting about it is because with like the Wild West and gunfight, you're not really taking shots and walking them off. Like if you get shot once or twice, you're probably dead. So this game uses a luck mechanic where every time you fire a shot, if you miss, the enemy loses luck. However, once you hit them, they gain luck. So it's the idea of a lot of your abilities cost luck. Luck is basically your stamina. So what it is that if I have a 79% chance to hit you and you have 80 luck, I will shoot you. I will guaranteed miss because you're lucky, but then because I had a 79% chance to hit you, it reduces your luck to 1. Meanwhile, if I shoot you with a 30% chance to hit and you only have 30 luck, or sorry, if I shoot you with like a 30% chance to hit and you only have 1 luck, I would shoot you and then I think you would gain 30 luck. So you take damage, but because I hit you, you get more luck back. So it's the idea of it's rare that you're gonna like get caught out and immediately just like get blown down. Let's go gambling. Wasn't there a game called Weird West? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I'm familiar with it from Deadlands. Specifically, I think Deadwood, the TCG. Yeah, so they got to root out sin before it breeds demons. Its tight focus and themes make it beloved as one of the first narrative-driven, player-empowered new style RPGs. Interesting. Yeah, so I do appreciate how Celador, you just on lock have a repository of just fun facts and information. Often TTRPG related, but not always. It's very appreciated. You love gambling. Yeah, so it's something I'm a sucker for, like when a Wild West game or like a Weird West game involves poker hands. And this was before Balatro, I will say. This was before Balatro. I've always enjoyed just poker hands. So what it is that in Hard West, you get different abilities that each correspond to a playing card in a 52 card deck. And the abilities might be like Hex, which is you just radiate bad luck. So everyone around you loses a small amount of luck at the start of each of their turn. However, this is also like the 2 of hearts, right? So if I also grab, I don't know, like Cannibal, which allows you to, if you're adjacent to a corpse, you can eat it to heal. This might be the 8 of Hearts. And then if I get 3 other Hearts cards, I would have a flush. Meaning, the flush would give me +3 movement. I don't remember what the specific thing was, but it's like, so in addition to the fact that I get the ability Hex, and I get the ability Cannibal, and I get the other 3 abilities from the other 3 cards, I would also get +3 movement on top of that. Which means, if I want to play a very movement-heavy, scout-oriented, like, reconnaissance unit, I want them to have a flush. And, wow, Hex would be really good on a scout, because that means I can get my scout into their backline and start draining their luck. So I want to go Hearts. So then I'm also going to go Cannibal, which would be good for sustain because they'll be off by themselves. They might die, so they need to be able to heal themselves. So then I might focus on other less optimal Hearts cards that I don't care about. So maybe I give them like Ricochet. They're allowed to shoot a ricochet off of like metal barrels. Maybe they have 0 use for that. However, it helps because it's a heart. It still helps the flush. And then maybe I have a different unit who would benefit from Ricochet. But because I'm using the Ricochet for the flush, I can't give it to this person. So this other person, maybe they have 3 of a kind, which maybe 3 of a kind lets them deal like +1 damage every time they hit. So they don't get the Ricochet ability, but I have them with a 3 of a kind. And that's the sort of like multi-tiered builds you can do in this game, because like everyone's just a normal person. However, if I give you Hex and Cannibal, you're a very different character than if you have Ricochet. You're gonna go fight God. Enjoy fighting God. You just walked in. Are you making Balatro War Games? No, so this is a game called Hard West. It is effectively XCOM, but a Western. And one of the mechanics in the game is you can give everyone abilities, but each ability corresponds to a card in a 52 card deck. And if you make poker hands out of the abilities, you get extra abilities on top of what individual abilities you assign them. So someone might have Hex, Cannibal, and 3 other cards that are all of the like Hearts of the Hearts suit. So then you would get a flush, which gives its own independent flush bonus. So now they're a better character instead of if they had Hex, Cannibal, and 3 spades, right? Because by building them in such a way that gave them a flush, maybe they miss out on a really good card that's a club, but the flush is more worth it. And that's just kind of game design I really appreciate. That's very OG Deadlands. I am not surprised. That's like hucksters, gambling, poker, that's all very Deadlands because that's all very Western. Like if you have a Western game and you can't play poker, something is wrong. I don't care if the game does not revolve around poker whatsoever. If you don't have at least a one-off opportunity to play 5-draw poker, very simple. Doesn't even have to be Texas Hold'em because Texas Hold'em is like more complicated. 5-draw poker is you have 5 cards in your hand. And you're trying to make a poker hand. And you're allowed to remove up to 4 of the cards in your hand and replace them with new cards. Then you show what your cards are. That is all there is to 5-draw poker. So all it requires to program is you need a deck of 52 or maybe 50, where you draw 5. So now it's like 47. However many opponents you have, they each draw 5. So maybe you're facing against 2 opponents. So now it is at 37. And it removes 10 other random cards from the pool. You drop 3, so now it's at 34. And then they each drop 2, so now it's at 30. And then you all reveal, and then the deck gets shuffled and it's back up at 52 for the next round. Like, it's pretty simple. Instructions unclear, built a cybernetic arm using 5 poker cards. If you could do that, I'd just be more impressed than anything. Like, have you ever seen a situation where you're like, I should be mad, but I'm just kind of impressed that you managed to do this, so I'm not going to punish you? Like, whether you did that, or someone else did that, or you were the authority figure, like, just... I'm more so just impressed by the fact you managed to do this than I am upset that you got it done, you know? So I'm going to punish you to indicate my displeasure, but I'm not going to punish you that bad, because I am kind of like, you kind of deserve a W. Are we going to talk about Monsters of America? I'm unaware of Monsters of America. Although, I will say, I think I have guilty pleasures in my hand. I kind of want to play Fires Rubicon. It's been a minute since I've gotten a chance to play. And by been a minute, I mean it's been like a week. So I think what I do, I'm going to play Fires Rubicon. But guilty pleasures will... no, if I should be able to do it Tuesday. Because you like Fires Rubicon. It really is your favorite ending of all 3. You return, or Fire, yeah, Fires a Raven. That's what I meant. I do find it interesting that. So, actually, I was gonna talk about stuff I found interesting. I was watching a video, just like, oh, here's like 30 things you missed in Armored Core 6, and I watched the first thing, and apparently you can get stepped on by the Strider. And then the second fact was like, speaking about the Strider, in New Game Plus Plus, and I immediately paused it, because I'm just like, I know there's something weird about the Strider in New Game Plus Plus. I was informed that the mission changes in New Game Plus Plus. I don't know what it was. I paused. I promise I'm dodging spoilers. I'm doing my best. It feels like the ending with the most care and effort put into... I mean, also, Yuzu, like... which ending is the poster child of the game, right? It's Fires of Raven. Oh, Pog. I was unsure if this was already loaded up or not. So let me turn off La Musica. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea where we are in this point. Like... You hate that New Game Plus Plus missions? It's good to know. Oh, right, I forgot we, like, are GG Girly Pop. Okay, so. Let me... Oh, I forgot, I need to change the category. Armored for Fires of Rubicon. Literally, where am I in this? Like, okay, so I have the last 3 that I don't have access to. Right, we're starting chapter 5. So I suppose how invested should I be? Because I don't know what's going to change. Like, apparently Walter is dead, but not really at this point. I am on the planet Rubicon.
Hiding in the ashes.
Overseer.
The Association of Observers.
Okay,
They monitored the coral's
I
growth,
just realized,
ready to burn it before the
and I
collapse
might be
came.
dumb, that
That was their mission.
on the right side of the screen, there's these like little smaller
Walter,
screens.
our fallen friends.
And I was like, oh, I see Overseer before she's talking about Overseer. And then I saw the main screen disappear and the right one moved into the center of the screen. This entire time. Like, look at this.
Down to brass tacks.
It's going to move from the right side. And yeah, so it disappears on the right side, appears in the center. I thought they were just extra, like,
It's hiding a
screen space.
little
It's
something
literally,
compared
they
to
are a
some
preview of
others.
what's going to happen next. I never put that together, despite the fact I subconsciously kept going like, oh, Rusty's on the right side. They're about to talk about
R&D's
Rusty.
entire team of hackers is going to be working to take control of
That's how you know it works. It's the next slide thing of PowerPoint, exactly.
When they come running to see what we're up to.
This mission is the same, but everything after is different. Oh, Raven had the most heart in it. No. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Overseer, the Association of Observers. They want to...
So a reminder for everyone in chat, this is my new Game Plus playthrough. I have played the Liberator of Rubicon ending. I'm about to play the Fires of Raven ending. And I have really no information about Aleo Lacta Est, the like third ending. But I do know it exists. So please no spoilers. Backseating is acceptable insofar as it is like, hey, you missed this thing. Hey, you need to do this to like get the ending. But outside of that, like generally speaking, let's keep it light. Let's keep it non super intense or sweaty. Because I don't know how good I am at this game. I think I'm not awful, but I'm certainly not the best. What is my build?
Get into position, tourist. It's time.
What is my
Need you
build?
to protect that tower until we've managed to take control.
All right, I have a machine gun, and I have right the grenade thing.
Good job, Chatty. That'll buy us some time. Looks like you're in position. Chatty,
Backseating.
how much
Are we
longer till
there
we have
yet?
control?
If you keep asking that, I'm gonna turn not this car around, but I'm gonna turn my gun around, and I'm gonna take a shot.
Squad.
Well, guess who showed up early? Looks like you're up
So last time I did this, I didn't have much trouble. I didn't have much trouble saving the shield.
Support you.
Honestly, the missile mission was much harder. Like, as much as point defense missions can be fun, I feel like in Armored Core, they're just kind of fine. Like,
We've got access to support weaponry.
yes,
them if
the
you need
support
the help.
weapons. I didn't think that they were incredibly difficult. I didn't think that they were incredibly fun. They were just kind of like in the middle. You know, like, I don't have many strong feelings on the various point defense missions in Armored Core. But also, I don't know if there are better ones that, like, I just missed.
4 minutes left. The system is ours, tourist.
Take a shot like that? Yeah, exactly. Spoiler, there are mechs in this game. I just asked you not to spoil things. Seriously. Like, I get you think you're being funny, but I don't care you're a mod. I'm going to ban you. That's not cool, Maddie. Like, seriously. Like, I don't see where some people get off on, like, just ruining the fun for others. That's not cool. Yeah, I've had more fun with point defense missions, but just not here because the mech combat's so much fun to, like, and the missions where you're explicitly avoiding doing mech combat. You know, I got you. I mean, it's not even that. Like, I feel as though both of the point defense missions I'm thinking of, both this one and the missile one, is just, hey, there are like 3 avenues of them attacking you. They're all approaching from the same direction. They all slowly approach you.
Hang in there, tourist.
And then you just have to defend them, and you're either going to be able to or you're not. Right? And then there's like, oh, here's the HCs. But like, it's not really a test of skill insofar as it's literally just like, can your build react quickly enough, right? Like, does your build have the mobility and the burst damage to run from one side of, like, the front of the map to the other? If not, sucks to suck, choose a different build. If yes, it's an easy map, and you don't gotta worry about it, right? Like, these aren't difficult, I would say. They're just kind of, you know? Like, I think that it would be difficult to, like, do a no-hit,
2 more minutes and it's
but that's
ours.
because you would have to be so on top of, like, all the different attackers. But it's not hard. It's just, like, it's hard to do it without taking any damage. I think last time, like, my shield got destroyed, but that was about it.
Wait, we've got
I don't understand what you're saying, but the tone of your voice makes my ears droop in sadness.
There's suicide
I'm
drones.
sorry.
They're playing for keeps. Make sure you don't miss, Taurus.
Oh, this is why.
The shield's at its limit.
Right, that's why I took a bunch of damage before.
We're in trouble now.
And, like, that's something where I don't dislike that, per se, because
Like they're falling over each other to get your autograph,
even though
Taurus.
that was a situation where I felt as though I couldn't really do much, that was like a, oh no, 11th hour, they're trying something radical solution, which it's a varied strategy, which I appreciate more than if it was just more MTs just walking forward like most of the point defense missions are.
Just 1 more minute to go, tourist.
You've been
Sorry, I'm
working
currently
like
locking in just a little bit.
Must be Walter's influence. Guy's a real slave driver.
Guy is a real slave driver. Honestly, anyone who says that they like Walter, I think needs to reconsider their relationship with him, because we are effectively an indentured servant to him, and I don't think a lot of people appreciate that. I forgot.
And we'll have full admin access.
Well, actually, no. I was gonna say, I keep wanting to, like, I keep, every time I play this game, I keep thinking, like, man, I need to read some, like, 621X Rusty fanfiction, because people keep saying it's really good. But then I just realized probably I should wait until no spoilers, right? So I will wait on the fanfiction. Also, I just don't have time. I started reading a manga that's been on my list for probably a couple months at this point, because it's the sequel to Can't Defy the Lonely Girl, which I was Can't Defy the Lonely Girl, which I was talking about before. Or not the sequel, but like made by the same mangaka. And it's just been on my list. It's been like on my phone for a couple months.
Now I'll show you.
Your main gripe with the point defense missions is that because unlike every other mission, you're not allowed to be more efficient and save time. You're kind of forced to play slow. I disagree you're forced to play slow. I would argue you're forced to play fast, but in a limited area. You are forced to play a rapid responding, quick moving mech that is really good at acceleration and pivoting and turning, which means that treads are a no-go. Chicken legs are probably your best option with, like, tetrapods. Excuse me. Tetrapods are probably a poor option because you need to hop from, like, each sniper to each sniper. Like, yeah, if it was just all the MTs coming at you in, like, 3 columns, you could just sit there as a tank and just mow them down. But every mission has, like, the rollers or the snipers or the helicopters that bring in reinforcements that if you don't deal with them instantly, they will take out the point defense system in, like, 30
Give
seconds.
you the colony ship.
Right?
Simon.
Also, this reveal was crazy.
Walter's parting
Let me correct my
gift.
phrasing. You have to finish the mission when the game says. Agreed. This is a very speed demon, speedrunner style game. Like, you play this game to go fast. So, someone mentioned that
Let me fill you in
everything
on the
after that mission changes in New Game
While you
Plus?
were captured, Arquebus finished their work on the vascular
Or is it that everything after that mission changes because now I'm going to start the fires of
Rubicon's
Raven Ending?
atmosphere. And it won't be long till they take it
Because, like, this is where Ares just like, please don't set me on fire. And I'm like, lol, Lamau.
We need to burn the coral before it's too late. Of course, we can't just
Well,
walk
does it
into the
change
plant
because it's a
by
different
match.
ending, or does it change because New Game Plus?
We're going
That's really
to
what I'm
need
wondering.
something bigger. A lot bigger. Well, figured it out.
We're gonna crash.
Xylem isn't just our means of reaching the plant.
More
It's
mecha
giant
games, you will
fire.
allow it? Well, tier. If you really want to allow it,
Set all that coral
I could
off.
take a mecha break from AC6.
Is that the observer's
Wait and see. Okay, okay.
The corporations want only to devour the
This planet must have a ton of reefs to have this much coral.
The observers
Honestly,
fear the coral
we
and
need some of
want
that.
to eradicate it.
The Great Barrier Reef is not doing well. Neither are most of the reefs. Like, reef bleaching is a real massive issue that we have had to deal with, and we have not taken appropriate steps to compensate them. It's Space Australia. I don't know, there's not enough, like, horrific wildlife. I would say it's more space, like, it's Dune, is what it is. Let's be real. Well, does the worm count as wildlife? It's an eye machine.
No new
Or it's a sea machine. It's Institute made. But it is basically wildlife because the PCA controlled it, but like not really. You used to play MechWarrior Online, but every time you play, it's super laggy. Oh. All right. Let's go get that cash money. Cash money. Well, yeah, exactly. The RLF are just the Fremen. Which, again, I have not watched or read Dune, so I can't speak with authority on that.
Has sent its entire force after the Xylem. We're trying to fend them off, but honestly, we've got our backs to the wall right now.
Hog. I love my back being against the wall.
That's where you come in.
Never mind. I take it back. Nope.
Leave the grunts to Chatty and
Nope.
the others. I've found someone just right for you. V14.
Yes.
The ace leading the corporate force.
Okay.
Walter left me one last card to play. You.
Hey, I updated from a hound to a
Once
card.
you're in, there's no turning back. Can
So,
I count on you?
again, I was watching a stream of someone playing this game, and I started watching them play the Fires of Raven ending, and I'm like, no, I'm going to do the Fires of Raven ending. I don't want to get spoiled. So I saw the start of the fight with Freud. And then, like, in the middle of the fight with Freud, I paused. So after that point, I will be literally completely blind. We're going to kill Sigmund Freud. Although, actually, real quick. I've talked about this before. I am curious. So, of the members of the arena, who have I not encountered in a fight yet? Because I kind of want to guess who's going to be like the final boss of this run. So, Freud, I'm about to encounter him. Michigan, I fought already. King, I fought. I haven't fought Dolman. Chartreuse, I fought. Snail, I fought. I don't think I fought Nile. I fought Brute. I fought Rusty. I fought Rusty. But I think given that he is an ally in the other ending, he's probably going to be an enemy in this ending. He's an ally in the Liberator of Rubicon ending. He's probably going to be an enemy here. Cold Call was one who I hadn't seen for a while. Cold Call showed up because of Guazu sent them after me as an assassin. Carla is in the other ending. O'Keefe?
Be gone, thought!
Niall was in the New Game Plus mission where he freed the prisoners? Oh, in the escort mission. Got it. I don't remember O'Keefe, but I don't think they're going to show up. Flatwell showed up in both the assassination mission as well as in the mission as in New Game Plus when he was helping Rusty. Chatty helps Carla. Sula is chapter 1. Pater is in the assassination mission. Volta is in the wall. Rokumon Sen is if you agree to Swinburne. Iguazu is obviously Iguazu. Hawkins is in the assassination mission. Ring Freddy? I don't know. What this might be is much in the same way how it was like a 1v2 versus Carla and Chatty. It might be a 1v2 with Ring Freddy and Father Dolman. Wu Hua Hai was the red gun who joined the Vespers. Oh, O'Keefe was also with the Vesper and the Red Gun at the end of chapter 4. Swinburne, little nonsense. Little Z is someone I rescued in this playthrough, but also in the data collection mission I can fight. She's like a hidden fight. Maeterlinck? Oh no, sorry, Maeterlinck was the one with Hua Hai. See, I don't know O'Keefe. Nosak, he's the one who thinks everything belongs to him. So in the RAD base, the RAD base, G6 is my handler for the red guns. I don't think I fought him. I don't know about if I fought Dunham. And then obviously Rummy is also in RAD. You have not fought O'Keefe, Freud, Dolmian, and I don't know if I found Freddy. What mission is Freddy on? Because I may have found them and just didn't recognize them. Yeah. So it was Maeterlinck and Hua Hai was in chapter 4. Yeah, so I know I'm about to fight Freud because obviously, I have not fought Dolmayan. I assume Dolmayan is going to be the final boss of this run because he wants to protect the world. I'm trying to destroy the world. Interesting. I haven't fought O'Keefe. He's a hidden boss in one of the chapter 3 missions. I may have fought him then because I fought a lot of hidden bosses. So... Yeah, I may have fought Freddy because I assume anyone who's like lower than B rank is probably not important. Although Flatwell is a C rank, so like chatty. So we have an ad break coming in 60 seconds, so I'm actually gonna wait to start the mission. I'm just gonna keep looking at these arena fights. I haven't fought G6 Red because he was my handler for Balaam. So I don't like, and basically the reason that I'm looking through this is because I came to the realization that the arena is not just a bunch of random individuals. It is basically every named AC pilot in the game. Now, some of them are less important than others. Nosak is a random, like, joke encounter where if you enter a pipe and go down to like find a secret chest, he ambushes you because he thinks you're a tax collector, and he's like, I don't care who the IRS sends, I'm not paying my taxes. So like, he doesn't matter. Cold Call is someone who is strictly business. He was paid to kill you. He is an assassin. He is going to kill you. Like, that's not plot important. But like, Middle Flatwell is pretty important. Rusty is very important. G1 Michigan, V1 Freud, King, or maybe not King, but like G1 Michigan, V1 Freud, they're plot relevant. So there's a good gambit of like, hey, here's just a random one-off encounter as like a side mission, and we're gonna throw them in the arena. Here's a plot relevant, important character. We're gonna throw them in the arena. My assumption is that there is no character here that I will not also encounter in the missions. Is my assumption. I don't actually remember if it's confirmed anywhere, but I think Rusty intentionally tried to go to get a lower arena rank so he wouldn't attract too much attention. That would make sense. Like, Rusty's whole deal is basically being an insurgent. He has inserted himself into Arquebus. He is doing his best to take it down from the inside, and he is a fighter for Rubicon. That's what the Liberator Rubicon ending is. And that's why I was kind of picking up on that. Because he said, like, I guess we're war buddies now. And when I, with Middle Flatwell, killed Pater and Hawkins, Flatwell is just like, I guess we're war buddies now. And I'm like, wait, Rusty said that. And also, Rusty had a whole monologue about how, like, what's it called? Rossi had a whole monologue about how like, oh, Rubicon needs me. I know what I'm fighting for, but you don't, and that's dangerous. Which again, I think that the intended routing of this feels like you do Fires of Raven, then Liberator of Rubicon with the additional context and additional ability to support the RLF, and then you do a Leo Lacta Est, because that's the third secret ending you can only do after the other two. Which is the reason I say that is because there's multiple bits of content locked behind playthrough 2, which exclusively relate to assisting the RLF. There is taking the RLF on the pre-wall climber mission to fight Iguazu and Volta. There is doing the escort mission. Which kind of opposite of that though. It might just be because it's new content. What's it called? I'm trying to remember. Flatwell assisting Rusty, despite the fact you have helped the RLF more this playthrough, kind of helps you push you against the RLF. So I think it's interesting that after a first playthrough, there is kind of more of a push towards RLF, but there is not an entire push. They're not like only pushing you towards that. I suppose while I was yapping, I should have been looking for parts. Bazooka, grenade launcher. Sorry, I saw a stun bomb launcher and I thought that was a sniper rifle or something. Because I can't read, my apologies. All right. With how many RLF missions are in New Game Plus, it makes sense. Exactly. And that's why I'm just like, I think welcome back, everyone. I think it's expected you do the Fires of Raven first, and then the RLF gets more time to shine in a New Game Plus playthrough. So you do the Liberator of Rubicon ending. And then in the third ending, there's probably like a bunch of new content that's like, oh, everything you thought you knew wasn't true. And then you have some ending. Which, again, I think All Mind is important. I think All Mind is going to be core to New Game Plus Plus.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Ari. Like, this is an All Mind playthrough. Last playthrough, you called me Stud Muffin, and that's all you needed to do. This time, you didn't call me Stud Muffin. Reading is lame. I mean, I'm Arrow writes, not Arrow reads. How many times do I have to say this? I thought I've made this very clear, but apparently people have not picked up on the memo. Oh gosh. Once I beat Chapter 5, I gotta start a New Game Plus. Or New Game Plus Plus.
Alright, let's roll.
Alright, Carla.
We've still got time until V1 deploys. Deal with the corpse heavy hitters first.
I do like
We need
Carla.
you to have a chance at winning this.
Like,
No pressure, tourist.
I have commented how I feel as though... Oh, so it's Snail. Sorry, let them talk.
By all means, take charge of the trivialities.
Get a load of the big mouth on him.
Seriously. Like, I'm out here annihilating them.
Target destroyed.
Awesome.
Keep it up, tourist.
I have been critical about the... Chatty, you're taking a pounding. Without
Hear
me?
that, tourist? Let Chatty handle the starboard wing for now. You need to deal
So,
with the
I mean, yeah, they're using the PCA's tech. Okay, let me just get to here real quick. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is PCA tech, all right. When I see glowing blue lasers, that's how I know it's PCA. And that's how I know I'm gonna be in for a bad time. Like literally, when I fought the, I think it was the Cataphract, and it had like a charging blue laser, I was like, yep, that's how I know it's PCA. Whoop. Okay. Pretty good on health, but we might need to heal soon. We hate Snail in this house. We do. I think we hate Iguazu more because at least Snail can kind of back it up. Iguazu is all talk, nothing else. Oh! Oh!
Visuals on the independent
It's an HC.
mercenary, sir. Understood. Eliminated.
Oh, let me
Now we've got
heal.
an AC.
So this is where I fought Carla and Chatty.
Tech is going to waste.
I mean, hey, the PCA tech is by no means bad. Like, I ain't gonna sit here and pretend like they should have thrown out the PCA tech with the bathwater, so to
V1 ready
speak.
to... I told you not to bother with grubs.
Ow.
Handle it.
Oh! I was trying to heal, and it didn't let me heal, even though I hit my heal 3 times. Well, that's unfortunate. Iguazu's just a loser. Well, so are you saying Snail is the personification of... See, he's not the personification of corporate greed. He's the personification of, like, cutthroat corporate climbing, right?
We've still got
I don't even think he's greedy. I think he's just
Selfish.
selfish.
Heavy hitters first.
Which you could argue is worse, but I think it is distinct.
No pressure, tourist.
But I definitely think that, like, Iguazu's so pathetic that at least with Snail, if I fight him, I know I'm going to be in for a tough time, right? Do I like him? No. Do I think he deserves any degree of respect? Not really. However,
Triviality.
at least he's not Iguazu. That's my philosophy.
Mouth on.
My machine is breaking up.
You would argue he's
Target
both?
destroyed. Keep it up, tourist.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't...
Pounding, Chief. Looks like they boosted some of the PCA's best hardware.
Chatty again without
Hear
me?
that, tourist? Let Chatty have the starboard wing for now. You need to deal with the target.
Sorry, I was so distracted by the thought of Chatty taking a pounding. I feel like I don't know Snail well enough to make the determination if he is greedy or not. Because I definitely think I know, I've interacted with him well enough to make the determination that he is the sort of person who would backstab his most loyal companion and friend if he thought it would meant an advancement in rank. But again, that's less greed to me. That's more like pride, right? You can't believe how many traffic laws I'm violating? Listen, who's gonna stop me? The PCA? No. That's my excuse. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna say that I'm not violating traffic laws. I'm gonna say, yeah, and? What about it?
Now we've got an HC. Guess Archibus likes to recycle too. At least that PCA tech isn't going to waste.
And we needle gun. Ow.
V1 ready to...
Ow. Ow.
To bother me, grubs.
Ow. I'm in pain.
2 repair kit AP.
Ow.
50%.
I keep getting stunned because that's what happens when you fight a melee build.
AP at 30%.
Listen, the mech isn't technically a car, so the traffic laws don't. I think that if I was to drive a forklift is not a car, but it's still a vehicle. I think that would still, like, have traffic laws apply, right?
The area. Resupply while you can.
Yeah, I assumed I would get a resupply after this. This game is very generous, it feels, with its resupplies. Or maybe that's just because the missions are so short, they're so punchy, they're, okay, you're gonna fight a couple enemies, then you're gonna fight a boss, like a mini boss, like this HC, then you're gonna fight a couple more enemies, and then I'm probably gonna fight Freud, right? Because I think,
Reinforcements, Chief. Too many to handle.
again, like, I watched a playthrough, but I kind
Find all these people.
of, where do they find all these
Go
people?
give Chatty a helping hand, tourist.
Oh, am I gonna help out Chatty? Wait, no, I just remembered from the stream.
Enemy detected. Coming in hot. ID code reads.
Because remember, I watched the stream of this,
V1.
but I stopped watching like right at the
Hurry
V1
it up,
fight.
tourist.
I think he kills Chatty. I hope I'm wrong.
Kept me waiting, tourist.
You made it. Chatty. Good job.
We love Chatty.
Did what I could.
I see forklifts on residential roads all the time. Well, no, so I'm not saying that they're not on residential roads. What I'm saying is that forklifts are subject to the same laws, I believe. Which implies to me, given that they are vehicles, that they would have to, for instance, follow the speed limit. Even though they are probably incapable of reaching the speed limit, they would have to not exceed that speed limit. I think that if there was a weight capacity that trucks had to follow,
V1 is close.
then they would have to follow it.
Yeah. No rest for the wicked.
Okay, cool. I think that's all of them.
Seems they weren't so trivial after all.
Chatty,
Never mind. That's what we have V1 for.
we have the same wheels, Chatty. All right, V1 Vesper, number
Must
one in
be
the
a
arena.
Raven. Never sparred with one of Walter's
Wheelchair
hounds.
gamers unite.
This had better be worth
True and real. No!
this trash out of the way.
No, I was hoping that I'd be able to like stay close to him and like do a shield.
Chatty, he's...
Oh wow, we did our system at the same time. Oh my gosh, so cute.
Always the same.
How? How are they always the same? Explain to me what you mean by that. Or are you just trying to like be condescending because you think that you're cool and edgy? Oh, so you just healed?
Moves like that before.
Well, yeah, because I'm using your tech, dog. Like, you didn't see it before because...
Freud. Our objective is to seize this island. You can ignore the mutt.
Wait,
Yes, Snail. You're right. Now then, let's continue.
I remember that was like where I cut off on the stream.
I chose your company over Snail.
Snail's like, ignore the mutt, and Freud's like, you're so right.
At this altitude, I'd expected a scavenger bird.
Sorry to leave you hanging first.
Okay.
Watch those laser drones. Take serious skill to use.
Oh, wait, he has laser drones? I love laser drones. Pog. Ow! I don't love laser drones. I don't love laser drones.
What a glorious view.
Okay, so I just need to continually move and the laser drones won't hit me. Oh, so Freud is just one of those people who's like, I just want to fight. Hey, I heard you're pretty strong. Mans is just mech Goku.
Flight shoulder ignition at 50%.
Wow,
Locksmith.
first try. You know what? You're not the first person I've left like that, but unfortunately, like those other people,
Confirmed.
I'm just gonna leave without saying a word.
Freud down.
This boss arena might be your favorite in the game. I mean, I like this arena too because it's an urban environment.
We're all counting on you.
Chatty, sadness. I like this environment because I kind of just kept in this one little like divot, right? However, it starts as just a normal fighting arena that an AC arrives at and then you fight. You can dodge behind buildings. You can go on the bridge. You can drop down in elevation. I just kept it to one area because that's what fits my playstyle better. In my build, I want you in a central location that I can just kind of do rapid fire deployment at without cover getting in the way. And the AI rarely uses cover in the way that a player can. A player can disengage, go hide behind cover. You have to go reach them. They hit you with like 4 laser drones and then they dodge out of the way. The AI doesn't really do that. A couple AI do that, I think accidentally, because as they're like dodge boosting out of the way, they accidentally hide behind cover and then they just stay there and then you have to go find them. But broadly speaking, they don't go out of their way to leave the battlefield. But like that's a situation where if I was playing a lightweight chicken leg, I could have just dipped, hid behind cover, waited for him to come to me, ambush him, and then once I break his armor, I deal a bunch of damage, and then I hide behind a different piece of cover. And that's, I agree. I like that. The game is way more generous than any of the other AC installments. Yeah, didn't other AC games not have healing and also not have lock-on? Both of which are incredibly important.
Just went to say goodbye. goodbye to Chatty.
No.
He was an AI I developed. 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 He was an
Yeah, I was gonna say, could you move into a new body, but it's not the same.
I never could bring myself to back him
Yeah,
up.
because then it's less like he's a
Be like
person.
taking the life out of him.
Yeah.
You seem like you've lost someone too. I hope I'm just imagining things.
Is it Eri? I think Eri doesn't like me anymore because I'm gonna set fire to her entire, like, people. Which sounds really bad when I frame it like that. Destroy the Arquebus Interceptor fleet. Ooh. I used to hide and stall strat with the Jorts Gundam that when I use it against you. Old games didn't have healing, but they did have lock-on, although it's different. Got it. Yeah, the Jorts mech. Ugh.
I'll brief you on the job, tourist. The Xylem's just inside the
Chatty's my favorite
skimming the
NHP.
border of outer space. Meanwhile, Arquebus still hasn't taken full control over Rubicon's closure system. They're locked
Okay.
out of the satellite cannons, making this their last line of defense.
Awesome.
We'll be fighting their interceptor fleet in the air. But we're
Yeah,
not totally screwed.
Oh,
This area of space is thick with residual coral from the fires of Ibis.
got it. So it's like the PCA ships that I can jump on and destroy the bridge up.
Flow, and you could draw on an unlimited source of energy. That's all, tourist.
Wait.
Break through the fleet, and the vascular plan is ours.
So I was like, what? How am I in a mech gonna fight against a fleet? And then I realized, oh, these ships are gonna be like the PCA ships that I can just board, or I can like hop atop, destroy the bridge, hop off. But if I'm reading this right, I think the way this is gonna go with infinite energy is there's gonna be like 50 ships or whatever. There's gonna be some amount of ships. And they're all going to be far away from each other. So I have to jump onto a ship, destroy it, jump off the ship into the coral, which will give me unlimited energy, which will then let me reach a second ship that I then hop on, destroy, and then repeat the process. If so, that sounds very fun.
Time to
Maybe
do or
not
die.
for this build. Maybe this is not the correct build. I think that my chicken leg
Get
dual
our
shotgun
laughs
build
while we can.
would probably be the best build for this. But still, it sounds very funny. That's my assumption of what this is. Then there was the 9-ball. Then there was 9-ball. Oh. This is the coolest mission in the game. Like, if this is what I think it is.
Combat mode.
Let the games begin. Oh, we don't mind a little friendly competition.
Oh? Ooh!
Whoops. Looks like I got the first
Yeah,
point.
Carla. Disrespectful.
Locking approach to the vascular plant. Main fleet, hold the defensive line.
Yep. Oh, so the worm does not deal enough to just take it out of
Bagged
one.
one yourself, huh? We're 1-1.
Wait, does this actually record what the score is?
We've got eyes on the independent mercenaries. Prioritize fire on
Oh,
Raven.
I have infinite energy.
Thanks, tourist.
They were not
Looks
lying.
Like they want you dead first. Tough break. It's not too down. Not bad,
Wait.
tourist.
Wait, this is actually just infinite
Looks like all
energy.
your fans are
Never
dying
mind.
to see you, tourist.
I thought it would be like there's areas that I would have infinite energy. No, it seems like just the entire map I have infinite energy. Yeah, I probably should have brought a melee weapon, but why would I change my build in the build changing
Main
mech
fleet,
game?
Maintain formation.
Okay, I see why people like this mission. Ow! Youch!
That's third interceptor to go down.
Okay, Carla. Ooh, never mind. I was gonna say like, hey, you need to do some work, but yeah, this is a bit more just full action orient, or this was a bit more just fully direct than I was expecting.
Goes to the tourist.
I was expecting it to be a bit more like you hop on one, you hop off. There were like coral deposits, like clouds.
I'll start taking them out from the right.
Okay, I'm on the
You
left
take the
then.
left.
Okay, this is a very cool mission, I will say. Like, even though I don't have a melee weapon, I'm not going to sit here and say that this isn't fun. Ooh! Oh, gosh! Gosh. I forgot I don't have iframes.
50%.
Main Fleet 2 is taking casualties. Hold the line.
That makes 5.
Oh, they have MTs on them.
They brought out the big guns. Don't get hit.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder, Carla.
Nice one, tourist. That's number 6.
So if I use this ship as cover, and then I can hop under. Screw funerals, me and the homies grieve by taking down warships in a corporate
Fleet's
war.
down. How are
Exactly.
they doing this?
7 of 5.
Which,
I gotta catch up.
I love the fact that she actually keeps track.
Let's get that rear guard, tourist.
Like, my assumption would be that it's just she only kills a 5th ship once you kill a 7th. But at the same time, knowing the dialogue in this game and how good they are at like keeping track of different options.
First, so we should at least pretend to be having fun.
Yeah, serious ones do die first. Like, just if you don't take life seriously,
I scored 2
you'll always
more.
die last.
We're not done yet.
But like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was legitimately just kind of like
9.
it just keeps track of how many she hits and she kills one every like 30 seconds or whatever. So there's like different dialogue for if she's ahead of you or not. Or it could just be once I kill 7, she kills 5, right? Okay, this was a really cool mission.
Good job.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not
the
gonna
sector
lie.
dealt with.
Although I am curious.
Wait,
Oh,
what's that? We're under attack?
oh no, is Carla gonna die?
Tourist, unidentified AC on the Xylem. Head back, pronto.
It's not gonna be Dolmian, is it? Or is it Rusty? It's Rusty. It has to be Rusty. Oh, I saw. Yep. Yeah.
Here we are, buddy.
Yeah.
That was right all along.
Unmuzzled.
Just another threat to Rubicon.
Oh, wait.
Vesper. That's no arc.
Wait. You're saying to set music to 100%. I hear. Wait, I heard like a really cool opening riff.
Even with the combined might of the corporations, I couldn't stop you. But this new AC can.
Wait, we have infinite ammo, or we have infinite stamina. Wait.
I don't know why, but it looks like he was using the corpse too.
They've always been after Rubicon, taking what they can get. Someone has to put an end to this injustice.
Yeah, I agree, Rusty. That's why I didn't do this ending first.
Don't look at me, tourist. Just make sure you win this.
Where did this resolve come from?
Whoa.
Must have chosen something.
Ow.
Sacrifice.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting comboed.
You found your purpose, didn't you?
Oh, I found purpose? No, I didn't.
Americans remaining.
Respectfully. Oh, I didn't get a resupply. You don't have terminal armor, do you?
AP at 50%.
Wait.
I won't stop.
Oh, yep. Yeah, he has an anime dramatic like.
From Rubicon.
Oh.
I can fly high enough.
Oh yeah, he is straight up like an anime protagonist.
At 30%.
Always were at your best under pressure, buddy. This ends here and now.
Right shoulder ammunition at 30%.
Okay. Oh, we got him. I thought he got me.
Out of reach. Buddy.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, buddy. Only thing in the game with wait, it had lyrics. I was too locked in.
Buddy, huh?
Wait, when you say clash midair,
Tourist. Remember him.
when you say clash midair, what do you? Was that like the initial clash we did? Because, like, he hit me initially. Like, we smacked into each other. Oh my gosh. Wait, was it?
Satellite cannons?
Oh, I thought Carla was in the bridge for a second. And I'm like,
This
what?
isn't right.
Wait, they got the PCA
There's no
cannon?
way the corpse took the closure system. Who's controlling them?
Is it? Is it Walter? Well, because Walter was taken by Arquebus. And we fought him after we killed Carla. And is it the branch? King, Chartreuse, and the others? But only King and Chartreuse were named mech members of the branch. My only assumption is that it's the RLF and then I'm going to fight Dolmian. Clash of Clans? No. He always starts that fight by assault boosting at you and will not stop. Yeah, and he smacked right into me. Are you saying there was like a special interaction if I boosted back into him? Oh no, is this the Wait, did I just get his Ortis gear?
C4621, entering standard mode.
I'm not gonna get All Mind, am I? Yeah, that's what I thought. I warned you, you would fight Ultra Mad Stuff. Oh no! Invincible Rummy. Just no details. It has to be the RLF. Because my assumption is I will fight everyone in the arena with the first two endings. Assuming I do all the side content. So like in the main plot and all the side content, all of the characters are going to be available by the end of New Game Plus. And then my assumption is New Game Plus Plus, the final boss is going to be like a Walter style, not in the arena, separate boss. Maybe that's actually going to be the same for this. Actually, it would make sense if the final boss of this ending, similar to how Walter is not a member of the arena, is a non-arena entity. Okay, I'm gonna stop guessing. It's not Aerie, is it? It's Aerie.
I was the one who fired
Yeah.
the satellite cannons.
As soon as I saw the red.
I know that you've made your choice. Then I must do my duty.
Listen, as a player,
Rubiconian.
I don't blame Aerie. However, in this playthrough, how dare you, I am going to burn you down to the ground for myself, not for the sake of the universe now. It is not that I'm going to do this because I am required. I'm going to do it because I want to. But out of game, Aerie, queen. Justifiably hacking into a planetary satellite defense grid to take down your opponents, queen behavior. But in-game, how dare you? I will enjoy crushing the ashes of the Rubiconians under my boot.
Come to me, Raven.
I'm waiting at the closure system. Come to me, Raven. Oh, am I gonna fight like Aerie in like the Ibis series? Is Aerie gonna like be piloting an I think the final boss is gonna be Aerie piloting an Institute mech. Whether that's an AC or a bigger thing, I think it's gonna be Aerie piloting, like controlling it. Okay, so we're still in space. I thought that might be the case, but like I'm a bit
The ship's pretty roughed
confused
up.
why we're in space to crash into the vascular
Autopilot's
planet.
out. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. I'll leave the satellites to you, tourist.
You got it, Cinder. Just the bright pink.
You know, for a tourist, you've got a sense of humor.
Thank you. Is that because of the bright pink?
Good luck out there.
Thank you. I'll probably need it. Although I did just first try both Freud and Rusty Ortis. So
Raven,
we need a DLC with Mad Stomp Ortis.
I know you can still see it.
Yeah.
The voices.
Coral caution. Wait.
And yet you turned your back on our shared potential.
Okay.
You want to silence us forever.
I didn't before you shot me. Hello? Oh, that's like the eye from the Strider. That's what the orbital cannon is. So, are you like Megatron? It was just business now. No, literally, that's how my response is.
You will never burn Rubicon.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the music because honestly, the music has not been an issue up until this point, and everyone keeps talking about it for various missions.
I will stop you.
So you start with a shield.
Carrying our shared resolve.
Okay, you're twitchy. Okay, I imagine you're gonna be very ibis coded.
I saw the potential for our future within you. You and I could have walked together.
Listen, I chose All Mind this route. The harem does not involve you this time. I'm sorry. Like, I know that upsets you, but like, which like, you'd think, I mean, we are in outer space at this point, but I was gonna say, you'd think if we were so high up, we would still get like the infinite energy boost. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Ow.
50%. 2 repair kits remaining.
Okay. So, yeah, I already am seeing how Walter, I was informed, was the easiest of the final bosses. Already, Walter feels easier than this. Maybe that's just because of the difference in my build. Ow. But it definitely feels as though, like, Walter I got, like, on a second try fairly easily. This feels like it's gonna take me a couple tries.
50%.
Maybe that's just because I'm not fast enough. Maybe that's just because I'm in a build that is just simply not equipped to deal with this, but like, look at how little damage I'm getting, right?
No repair kits remaining.
I've broken the shield twice. I don't even know where you are, dog. Like, there you are. Oh, you're behind me. Like, it feels like I have broken the shield twice, which takes all of my repair kits, and I've dealt like a 7th or an 8th of your health, which is not good.
AP at 30%.
You really want the coral sword? Yeah, I mean, the coral sword is very cool. It's very pop. The platform probably has a gravitational. No, I wasn't saying gravity. I was saying the coral unlimited energy pack. But like, I'm willing to suspend my disbelief and have like gravity in outer space. I was more commenting on the infinite energy boost from the coral, because I was thinking, like, I understand that ACs primarily are land-based vehicles.
I must stop this island.
Yeah, you do that, Harry. They're primarily land-based vehicles, but they have jump boosts. They have jump boosters, and like tetrapods have hover technology. So I'm curious why we haven't seen any degree of Rubiconian like airborne ACs for more than just like boosting, with literally unlimited energy from the coral.
Activating combat mode.
And what might even be is that might be a good way of sustainably using up the coral.
Manage the silo.
Like, you know,
Carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine.
it might be a safe way to expend all of the corals to just have like
This is a shared
50,000 ACs constantly just patrolling the sky and utilizing the coral as a energy source, because I'm assuming it depletes the coral, if only marginally, to do so. So my assumption is that it would be quite useful to just have like tens of thousands of ACs, even if they're just fighting each other in like a corpo war, right? Oh, I hate staggered. I love stagger. I hate being staggered, you know? Yeah, I'm just not... I need to change my build for this, because I am just not dealing enough damage, or I'm doing something wrong, right? Like, if I'm just like good at the game, I can deal with her shield. However, my issue arises that once the shield is down, I'm dealing like a 20th of her health and damage, and I don't have the sustainability to do this 20 times. I will say, now that I actually have the music more up, I'm enjoying the music more. Like, the music is good. But for the longest time, I just like had the music low enough because I didn't want it to like interfere with the game, that I was just like not super enjoying it. Or not, it wasn't that I wasn't enjoying it, it's that I didn't have an appreciation for it
dangerous.
in the same time.
I hold nothing back.
I see that, given that you're using stupid BS sword. Oh my gosh.
AP at 30%.
I was gonna say stupid BS sword maneuvers, but, well. Okay.
50%.
So again, I'm feeling like this build is really not the one for this. However, maybe that's just a skill issue. Half health?
Realize what you are.
Okay.
Spark of war.
Remember, where there's coral, there's blood.
Rubicon.
Remember that, Ari. Walter didn't let me forget, and I won't let you forget.
I'll end this, Raven.
Oh, okay, I dodged your super attack. Or at least phase one of it. Why do you have, like, clones? Okay. And a miss. Okay. Oh! Oh, your clones literally deal damage. Okay, so it's like the voices of the coral. I get where you're coming thematically. I get it. AC 4A and 5V had some banger OSTs. AC 6 is really good music, but it's one of the weaker. Really? Interesting. Okay, so honestly, I don't think the worm gun is the problem. What? Okay, you're not allowed to get mad at me. You're not allowed to get mad at me. I have not been using my left-mounted shoulder thing all of today. That means I beat I beat Snail and Rusty first try without a secondary shoulder weapon. Whoops. Listen, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. I know I need to lock in. Fine, I'll grab a grenade launcher. Maybe, unironically, maybe that was my problem. All right, let's take this from the top. Let's take this from the top.
Main system activating combat mode.
So now I just have two weapons that are each like, okay, let's just deal big damage.
Carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. Symbiosis, a shared life.
Yeah, now I'm dealing more damage. Who would have thought that when I actually have an appropriate amount of weaponry,
Walked together.
I deal more damage? Which, not a significant, not like a huge amount more damage, but still enough more damage that it's making a difference in the fight.
AP at 50%.
Okay. Ow.
At
Ow.
30%.
I was informed I need to lock in. I apologize. I was not locking in. Oh gosh.
50%.
Okay, so apparently there's like knockback on that grenade launcher. So maybe the grenade launcher is not the right call, but definitely utilizing my left mounted shoulder mount is probably the right call. Just a guess. Just quick little guess. Ow. Ow. Harry, I know you said that you're not going to hold anything back, but like, can you not? Can you not?
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Okay, so yeah, my Q is not dealing nearly as much damage as I would like it to be, but I am certainly dealing more damage. Yeah, like, I think that the order is I need to left click and then I need to Q, because both of them deal knockback, but one of them has much better range than the other.
You are strong.
Aw, she thinks I'm strong.
Hold nothing back.
Sorry. I make noises when I take damage, much like how if I'm off in the corner taking poison damage, I'll just go ooh, ah, for like 5 minutes on repeat, because that is just how poison damage works. I was gonna say, if I beat it like first try with actually using all of my gear, that would have been very funny. I think what it is that it's, I need to swap out my Q for a different weapon, because she's very twitchy. She's very, it's an earshot. Vertical missile launcher, custom. This is one where it's slow. Soup. I mean, this might work. I feel like I don't have a lot of good things on my left shoulder is my issue. Do I go dagger? That might be the play. Like, because, you know, I need more damage. And the main reason I haven't been using the dagger is because, well, first off, the explosive thrower, I just find it funny. But also, it tends to have better range, reach. But this is a fight where I'm really dealing no damage unless they're staggered, right?
I will stop you and the siren, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. Symbiosis, shared life.
Maybe the soup was not the right call. Not because it's, like, not dealing enough damage or anything, but, oh gosh, no. But just because it is not fast enough to keep up with her. Which, like, it actually dealt pretty good damage there. So I think it just helps me dealing just more sustain. Okay, I have no idea if that is an improvement or not on my previous damage. I feel like it isn't, but also I was not dealing that much damage before, so I'm not gonna complain about a good thing, you know? Bro, maybe the goal is not to increase my attitude, it is to decrease my stagger time. Like, how do we feel about that? Because this entire game I've been trying to maximize my attitude, but then whenever I get staggered, I'm just screwed, right? So what if it's a situation where instead of maximizing my attitude, what if it's minimizing the amount of times I get staggered? It is that I go out of my way to minimize my amount of time when I am staggered. I feel like that's what most of the, like, ACs do, the NPCs do. Because I feel like a lot of, I feel like a lot of the NPCs, when I stagger them, they get out of stagger like half a second later. Whereas I feel like I'm stuck in stagger for like a second and a half, if not 2 seconds.
Repair kits remaining.
Soup. Yes, I know. I have the soup launcher. We have soup in chat. It is thematic. That's why I kind of like it. Ow. I need to get better about saving my energy to explicitly dodge her sword. Because, like, I keep getting caught from behind with, like, the Omewa and Moshinduru. And it just really is not it, you know? Of course. So this is the sort of... Okay. This is the sort of shielding that I find more annoying than anything else. Where it's, oh, I've been unshielded for like 10 seconds, I'm just going to instantly shield. I would say even Baltius's shield was less annoying than this. But it's okay, because I like Eri, and Eri deserves to have a good time. I think this one was a skill issue. I don't think it's bad gear. I think I just need to get better. I mean, I could try the Rusty build, but I am explicitly... I did a chicken leg. I did a... what's it called? A lightweight build for my first playthrough. So I wanted to play a completely different build for my second playthrough. I might go back to the lightweight for third playthrough, or I might just try a straight biped, you know? I actually don't know what I want to do for New Game Plus Plus.
AP at 50%.
Because, I mean, personally, I don't want to just... I realistically, once I beat New Game Plus Plus, I don't plan on playing this game that much more. Because at that point, I will already have played this game for like 60 hours. I have other stuff I want to play. Even outside of stream, I don't have much time to play games. So I probably won't play this game much, if at all, post New Game Plus Plus. So I want to get my opportunity to play all the different builds, but at the same time, I've been wanting to play a chicken build basically this entire time, because I had fun with it in my first playthrough. So I think what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably end up playing a biped or a chicken build on my New Game Plus Plus playthrough, because like I just played a whole bunch on like treads. I think I tried out Tetrapod for a second, and I did not enjoy it. Ow.
50%.
Okay. That was actually really good. Oh my gosh, that was so lucky that was not skill at all. Ooh, okay. I think I saved myself there on accident.
The spark of war.
Ow.
Fires that haunt Rubicon.
Okay. We are in phase 2 where she gets all of the clones. Which, like, for the Republic, my guy, you and me both, but at the same time, that was 5,000 damage that staggered me into each other. The tornado launchers that he used are so fun. They're 2 metal spikes being... Did I get his stuff? Or do I have to buy it? It's not Sloth Month. Well, what comes after Wrath? Because I did decide that last month was not Pride Month for me. It was Wrath Month. And now we're in a new month. So, actually, what if I change my arm? This is less damage, more total rounds. Does it say rate of fire? If I go rapid fire 10 versus 5, reload time is slightly longer. Oh, they have different costs of ammunition. Interesting. So this This, broadly speaking, is a better weapon. It just deals less damage. But does it shoot faster? You got the frame, you probably have to buy the Truneo. Alright, well, this is a like a one-off mission. This is a I load in and instantly do the fight. So I can just leave, go to the parts shop. What is it called? The Truneo? Or is it shoulder mounted? Oh, what is this? Okay. I appreciate all the different ways that this game came up with missiles firing other missiles. What I just need more direct damage. Like, do I get a shield? Do I like go against my best impulses and I actually pick up a shield? Like, I have not played this game with a shield at all. Do we think that's the way for it? Truneo and it's shoulder mounted. What is it? It's a spike launcher, you said? What is this? Plasma cannon? Yeah. Laser cannon, triple laser cannon, stun needle, songbird. I have it unlocked. So let's go look for this. Whatever. It's not a bullet orbit. It's not a drone. Is it only on my right? Like, I don't think I have it. The only things that told me I got were his chassis pieces. Which this is more preferable to what Walter had. This is less preferable. This is... I mean, I have both melee and... See, I'm going like a dual... I'm not going dual trigger. I'm going both, right? So I don't want a dedicated... I want a mid-range one, right? Are they probably New Game Plus Plus? Yeah. What legs did he give me? He was a biped. His normal mech is... Oh, wait, interesting. So his normal mech is a chicken leg, a reverse joint. His Ortis is a biped. However, new bipedal leg parts developed by Elcano. Early in the game, I found a data log that mentioned Rusty was working for Elcano. And that's where I first started thinking that he wasn't like a Schneider loyalist. I thought he was like a merc, like a independent merc. Is Elcano tied to the RLF? Steel Haze is always bipedal. The legs just look reverse joint. Oh, got it. I assumed he was I thought he was a hyper lightweight build because I thought normal Steel Haze is reverse joint chicken legs with dual SMGs and like rockets. And then Ortis, he has like the laser sword. Although I think... No, in normal Steel Haze, he also has the double laser sword. What if I go Wrecker? So this is... I'm fully close range. Do we have definitions? Do we have definitions on... So beyond 260 meters... within 130 meters... Am I a medium range build? I've built myself for like a close range. Am I more medium? Also, supply recovery. Supply recovery is what happens that once I get stunned, then I come back. This is better in basically every way. It's just heavier. If I do this and I drop my... Yeah, I'm like barely over right now. So if what I do is I swap out this. We have an ad break coming in a couple minutes, so I'm just like building my mech. More like Rubicon loser force. How dare you? Yeah, Elcano's a Rubiconian manufacturer. That would make sense then. Still, yeah, all the Ortis parts are unique. Well, it would make sense that he's working with this smaller manufacturer who is a Rubiconian manufacturer if he is a Rubiconian nationalist / liberator. I think I just grabbed the laser drones. Like, you know? I feel like the laser drones is where it's at. Which, oddly enough, like, I don't know how effective this will be, but I want to try it. And in the parts shop, I'm just going to buy a couple left units. Like, what's the best shield? The best shield... What is the difference between damage mitigation, impact dampening? Why is 18 higher? Oh, because that's high for a Scutum, I guess? All of the Elcano stuff are named in Spanish. Might have changed between patches, but I remember drones are good to deal with shields. Yeah. Let's get a second songbird. You know what? Dual needle cannon. Screw it. We'll have that in our back pocket. Shields are for cowards. That's my answer. Shields are for cowards. Dual needle launcher. That's what we need. Alright, I'm sorry, Ari. I heard your dialogue. I think I might have missed like a line or two, but I don't think it was anything important. That's how you know it's bad.
And the Siren, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine.
Okay. Honestly, what I should have looked into is a different, better machine gun. Because I don't know if there is one. Like, I have a Gatling gun, obviously, but I don't know if that's what I'm looking for.
We've walked together.
Yeah, we could have walked together, except, I'm sorry, you have no physical form. We cannot physically walk together. Oh my gosh, I'm taking so much damage. Okay, I should have meleeed first. Okay, I dodged that. I did not dodge that. Okay. Dodge. Did not dodge that because no iframes means I have to physically get out of the way of the animation or else it doesn't count. Yeah, this is pretty fog. Okay, we are currently in an ad, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't expect to beat Ari right now, so I'm not too stressed.
Dangerous. I hold nothing back.
AP at 50%.
Okay. We have different drones out that are just dealing constant damage to the shield.
One repair kit remaining.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I realize what you
We're at half health. We still have the repair kit up. I swear, if I end up beating this out,
fires that haunt Rubicon.
Listen, if you can have friends, I can have friends too. My friends just happen to be drones.
AP at 50%.
Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious.
I'll end this, Raven.
Okay. Ow. Although I suppose I will pause because we do have like a minute and a half left, and I don't think I'm going to beat this. However, I'm in phase 2, so I think this is exciting enough I should pause. Apparently dual miniguns is a good combo in this fight, plus something to do burst damage after the shield is down. I mean, dual miniguns just seem like they would be effective in most circumstances. And I don't even mean just in Armored Core. I mean in most real combat circumstances. If you have 2 miniguns and the ammo to support them, what is anyone gonna do against that? Yeah, if you have like heavy armor, like tanks, miniguns aren't gonna be very effective, but they're still gonna provide suppressing fire. And if they're mech-to-mech miniguns, of which the minigun is the size of a house, the size of a tractor trailer, those bullets are probably the size of a person. Because remember the scale of this game. The minigun in this game is the size, is like larger than your arm. Your arm is as tall as a 1-story building, and probably as long as a school bus. Dual pulse cannons are great alongside dual miniguns. I'm so base sometimes. What do you mean by that? Yeah, so like I have the facilities to just do 4 miniguns, which would be very funny, I must say. However, I don't think that'll be effective. Funny enough, I have been looking at a Lancer NPC that just does just that. Carpet bombs an area with bullets, so it hurts anyone who goes into it. I think the Metal Mark has an assassin drone, which is, it's like a turret that you set up and declare an area and it shoots everyone in it. Hello everyone, welcome back from the ad. We're at like, I was playing the fight, I got Aerie to like half health. I don't know if I'm gonna win this fight, but I figured it's best to... Okay, I should not have paused. I threw this so I could pause for you. If I don't get gift subs, I'm going to be upset. And of course, by be upset, I mean I'm just gonna like deal with it, because I'm not the sort of person that would actually require something like gift subs in response for blaming my chat for me dying.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Ah! I think in phase 2 she doesn't use her shield, because the coral is not protecting her, she's attacking with the coral. So that's good to know. I feel like that was going fine. I feel like the drones unironically were a massive health. And I was right going into this fight, very IBIS coded. Very like C technology coded.
Stop you and the Cylon.
Ah, so right, I forgot that it tells me how far she is. So close range is close range. I think what I might need to do, I might need to, of all things, swap out my chip from close range to long range, because like this is considered medium range right now. My dagger is not doing it. It's sad. I like the dagger, but my dagger, I can't get in fast enough to capitalize on it. Like, and it's not safe enough for me, because with her melee weapon, I get annihilated. But like, that was good damage. It's good when I get it in, but I can't consistently stab her. I realized what I was saying as I said it, so I pivoted. I hope that you're not going to be a weirdo and be weird. Okay, well, that's a lie. I love it when my community is weirdos. It's just weirdos in that specific flavor of euphemism. Yeah, these drones, I think single-handedly are bringing down her shield. Like, yeah, obviously my assault cannon is putting in work too, but it's like the difference between solving a problem and just supporting it, like supporting the solution. Okay, phase 2. Let's just get a shield up. Ow. Ow.
No repair kits remaining.
I have no idea where that is, but okay.
At 30%.
Go. Okay, so I died. So I'm getting into phase 2 with the drones. I think I swap out the needle gun because I don't think the needle gun is what's taking out the shield. I think that no, I swap out the dagger. I swap out the dagger. And I swap it out. I'm not doing pile bunker. I mean, I could just go like minigun, bazooka. Drones are so fun. See, drones are fun. My issue is that I don't want to completely rely on them, you know? I can do a napalm bomb launcher, see how that treats me. I don't think that'll be effective, but hey, why not, you know? It is an IBIS series, that's no AC.
System activating.
Are you telling me this was a system designed to prevent coral disasters?
And the siren.
You're telling me!
Resolve on the wings of this machine.
Like, this looks and functions like an IBIS series, whereas Walter looked and functioned like a coral-infused AC, right? Yeah, I do not have burst damage. Taking the napalm launcher was a mistake. It was a funny mistake, but it was still a mistake. Like, maybe it will help in part 2 of the fight, but I have no burst damage with this outside of the needle launcher, which, like, let's be real, the needle launcher is not burst damage. The needle launcher is a stun baton you toss at someone. The fact that it was so integral to the mission with the worm is honestly surprising to me. Like, the needle does not seem that good to me. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. So we get some napalm on the floor. Honestly, with how hypermobile you are, this is not the best option, but it is fun. And I think that what would be better than beating you with a funny build instead of a good build? Like, what else could I ask for? Oof. I mean, it's dealing good attitude damage, I will say. Also, the knowledge that upon reaching phase 2, she stops shielding, at least to my understanding, does make me feel better about this. I'm not gonna lie. If she was just constantly shielding the entire fight, and I don't have the dodge range to avoid her sword. Like, I barely did there, but
1 repair kit remaining.
hey, cool.
I realize what you are.
That actually be a pretty good summary. You wish that the fire weapons did more damage to the AC because they have coral. Okay, that would be pretty good. Yeah, with the coral generators, that would be. I mean, that's the sort of thing where, like, for a balance reason, I understand why they don't do that. I mean, honestly, from what I understand, the fire weapons are not that good, right? Like from my understanding, they're mostly just like, oh, they're really good at dealing attitude damage, and that's about it. Like, their core competency is AoE damage over time, which again is best used for attitude damage. It's not really something that you're going to worry about, like the same way you would like Zimmermans and Songbirds, right? Ow, I'm being attacked by, like, fam squad. Okay. Okay, remember, we need to fall. Falling is actually super useful in this game because it's faster in most cases than boosting if you need an emergency evac. Okay? Ow. Well, the napalm grenade launcher definitely did not pull its weight. Modaka! See, I could go... I mean, I don't have any... like, POW, you know? I don't have any capitalization. So I could go, like, just bazooka. Like, if I really wanted, I could go grenade launcher. I could swap around my build. Well, actually, let me look at this. Can I get... I'm gonna be nasty. I'm gonna be absolutely vile. Are y'all all right with that? I want to see what dual drones with a bazooka and and a grenade launcher and an assault rifle look like.
I will stop you and the Siren.
Like, oh, Ibis or
Of this machine.
Ari, you thought you were fighting me? No, you're fighting a Hydra. Cut one head. Freaking like 18 take its place.
Could have walked together.
Look at that damage. I'm sorry, Ari. Okay, let's do this because I'm currently taking a bunch of damage. I need to recover my attitude, which my attitude is not recovering. Okay, I just realized that's been my issue. My issue is that my attitude takes like a country mile to repair. Oh, wow. Ow. Ow.
Dangerous. I hold nothing back.
One repair kit remaining. AP at 50%.
Man, where's my Dark Souls strategy of dodging into the enemy to dodge their attack? Because that's how dodging works.
At 30%.
Ow. Okay,
No repair kits remaining.
I think this is mostly a skill issue. I don't think this is a build issue right now. I think that, like, I'm actually doing quite well with the drones. The issue is I'm taking a lot of needless hits. Like, right now, I only have one expansion up and no healing.
Fires that haunt Rubicon.
Okay, so I just need to get... With these boys, I just need to get in the air. Like, the clones don't seem to hit me if I just hide behind... Yeah, so I hide behind my reactor field. I just stay in the air to avoid them.
50%.
Okay.
You were the only one.
Hot take? Tetrapod on this fight. I think I need to hover. I think this is a hover fight. Which, like, I have yet to use a tetrapod this entire game. However, I think that of anything, I think that this is a game. This is a fight where I need to stay off the ground, right? That might work. Yeah, because like everything she does is gets up close and hits me, except the ranged attacks. Yeah, and shortfall. Ugh. Like, everything she does is like send dudes to attack me while I'm on the ground. So I need upward thrust. This is 56. So this is what I'm looking for. So I could just swap out my torso if I really want. Sure. Let's do this one. My attitude goes down, but I'm just not going to get hit. Simple. Right? All right, I have a question that probably is not a question I should be asking when fighting literally the final boss of the game.
I will stop you.
Okay, that's how I hover? How long can I hover? I know nothing about the mechanics of the tetrapod.
Symbiosis, a shared life.
Ow.
I saw the potential for our future within.
Ow.
You and I
Harry.
could have walked
You know I
together.
appreciate it when you don't do that.
At 50%.
Okay, part of my issue, I think, is I'm letting her get out of my effective range. Ow. 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 Okay. Maybe the tetrapod was not the correct play. You know? Maybe the tetrapod...
Remaining.
I don't have the build for a tetrapod, so to speak.
AP at 50%.
Okay. Fine. We're fine. We're chilling. Ow. We are no longer chilling. We are now extremely taking damage, which some would call not chill whatsoever. We're also not hovering.
Repair kits remaining.
I don't know how to maintain my hover while simultaneously dealing with dodging. Hello? Ma'am? My hover stops after like 5 seconds. Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. Ow.
50%.
Ow.
You are strong,
Ow.
dangerous.
I'm literally saying ow when I'm not getting hit. That's how much she has pained me. What I could do is I could return to reverse joint. I could beat this game as I began, with dual shotties and a pile bunker. Although I did beat Walter without pile bunker,
30%.
because people were saying I was relying on it too much, and I wanted to prove them wrong. Because Spite is a powerful modifier. However, okay. Maybe change the core power thing for the one that gives you a short range invincibility. I want a higher capacity. Oh, it's a constant drain. I'm not loving the tetrapod. I kind of was just doing that as a bit of a Hail Mary. Okay. Let's go back to treads. I haven't tried out the laser lance. Like, I feel like the laser lance will run into the same issue that the other melee weapons had, but screw it. I think it'll be funny. All right. This is where we play the game of how long will it take me to beat this game? Because I was doing fine. I was first trying multiple other bosses.
Carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine.
I need to get better about dodging you,
Symbiosis, a shared
particularly your melee attack,
I saw the potential for our future with
which
you. You and
I think is literally, like, respectfully, I've dodged like 4 of those, and of them, 3 of them I still took damage on, because I think that the range of my boost is physically not long enough. I think I might physically be unable to dodge out of the way with these tank treads. Like, yeah, I've managed to do it a little bit oh wow, that was silly. Like, I've managed to do it a little bit a couple times, but I think that she gets so close. I need a higher boost speed to be able to dodge her. Like, am I crazy? Am I just complaining for the sake of complaining, or is that legitimately something that I have picked up on correctly? Because I feel like there have been multiple times where, as soon as she was approaching me, I boosted. As soon as she was like in my space, I boosted, and I'll sometimes get out of the way, like, oop, ow, but not consistently. And I feel like I'm dodging at the same time, or at the same range every time. The issue is that I feel like I'm not dodging. You haven't done this fight? Are you telling me you're out here like being some sort of like armored core expert? You're telling me about the game, but you refuse to do the Fires of Raven? You're out here like, oh yeah, Like, oh, I know a ton about this game, but I'm not gonna do the Pirates of Raven because it makes me feel bad. Because my VTuber waifu who calls me Stud Muffin would get upset at me if I was to try and burn her entire species to extinction. Total biome kill, my friend. Total biome kill. Although I suppose it's more exterminatus, ain't it? Okay, the laser lance was funny, but not good. Let's return to explosive thrower. So, try dual minigun and something dumb like earshot, songbirds or something. I mean, I could. I didn't sell my left minigun, did I? No. What if I literally... Wait, what if I 2 drones, 2 miniguns? Just carpet bomber with bullets? Wait, what if I do 2 ballistics bullet? Like, what's the rate of fire on this? Right, yeah, 5.6. Wait, that would be kind of funny. Wait, what if I do... What if I just non-stop? Because I have shoulder-mounted miniguns too. Maybe you don't want to be SecCom, and I think, why would I want a coward of a mod? That's my answer.
And the siren, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine.
All right. Oh wow, when I get close, she melts.
I saw the potential for our future within you.
The issue is, that takes all of my overheat. Oh! Holy heck! Wait a second. That's so silly. Trigger discipline. It's not trigger discipline. It's only shooting when we see the whites of their eyes. Listen, I have to celebrate Bunker Hill because 4th of July has just happened. No, Bunker Hill did not happen on the 4th of July, but American independence.
We were strong, dangerous. I hold nothing back.
2 repair kits remaining. 1 repair kit remaining.
Let's just do this. Yeah, I need to wait on her to get close to me, and then I can just unload all over her. I can just like go balls to the wall, like full, absolute unload. All of my bullets. Which, the absolute speed with which her health just disintegrated when I was just doing... What is going on?
At 30%.
When I was close enough with the miniguns was very funny to me, I must say.
50%.
I don't know how good it is, but it was very funny. I would argue I'm doing significantly worse right now. Yeah, I did significantly worse with that, but it was very funny.
I will stop the siren.
Hey, what's more American than getting American history wrong? Exactly. See, I get why you use miniguns for most of the game, because they're silly. If I wanted, I would just have 4 miniguns. I think, unironically, I go laser turrets. Because the laser turrets put in work. The laser turrets did not leave me, like, let me down. Thank you for the follow,
I'll stop you.
Cthulhu Seeker.
And the siren.
Although I assume that given that you are following me and you're seeking Cthulhu, you assume I have some sort of eldritch bent to me, which nothing could be further from the truth. I'm perfectly rational.
Shared life. I saw the potential for
Yeah, they cool down faster if you don't heat them up all the way. Yeah, and that like makes sense. Which really, I just need to dodge. I need to focus on not taking damage until she gets staggered, and then just like. That was one of the most effective capitalizations of... Oh my gosh, my voice. That was one of the most effective capitalizations of Armor Down that I've had thus far.
2 repair kits remaining.
because I just saved all of my ammo for when she was weak. And I focused entirely on damage mitigation. Oh gosh, taking damage. Oh, yeah, and the music really is kind of popping off, I'm not gonna lie.
You are strong. Dangerous.
Yes, I know I'm strong. That's why I'm able to like defeat you. And by defeat you, of course, I mean I'm gonna defeat you one of these days, I promise.
Repair kit remaining.
Okay, again, I need to focus on not taking damage. I need to focus on dodging, which I'm struggling to do. And I know someone suggested swapping my core system. Honestly, like, I didn't really enjoy the armor. Like, probably the one that is my favorite, and I also didn't enjoy the pulse. My favorite would probably be terminal armor, but that's also something where I recognize that, like, I relied on that a bunch for
Fires that haunt Rubicon.
game 1, for playthrough 1.
No repair
So
kit
I
remaining.
wanted to avoid just relying on that again, you know? So, you are flying high, so I need to get up, and then you're gonna do a laser beam attack, right? Yep. I'm learning the attack patterns. And now you're gonna send a bunch of melee guys down at me, right?
50%.
Nope. No? Was I wrong?
AP at 30%.
I'll end this, Raven.
Will you end this? Or am I just getting started? Okay, melee, so get up. Okay, I got staggered because... How do I get attitude recovery? Like... The thing that's killing me is that my attitude does not recover as fast as her attitude recovers. So when I take attitude damage, it just lingers for like 10 seconds. And then I think if I take any damage, it resets the timer. Like, do I swap from close range to like medium range? Because what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get close to her and just like shred her when I'm close. But if I go medium range, does that assist? And also just probably swap my arms to just full firearm specialization, right? Because now I'm doing dual trigger. So I'm going to go mid-range firearm specialization. Walter.
Activating combat mode.
See, that is in fact an interesting GIF. Or an interesting GIF.
Resolve on the wings of this machine.
But I made all of my new game jokes were just Walter. You can't throw it back sexual style, Walter.
You and I
I'm not a gigolo, Walter. Question, what does this specialization do? Is it like a damage buff, or is it just like aim?
are strong.
So like, I guess I'm questioning, what should I... So I did firearm specialization on my arms, but with my core chip, what should I use for... what's it called? Should I focus on short range or medium range? Yeah, like, I'm still taking attitude damage. Like, my attitude is still up. And then I just don't recover. That's been my killer.
Repair kits remaining.
I thought for the longest time it was my... I thought for the longest time it was my... Ow. It was my... Holy heck. Total, but I think it's my recovery. Huh. They hit you almost every time they dodge behind and use their sword attack. Instead of getting vision on them when they try and dodge, just try to dodge. I mean, yeah. Which, thank you for the advice, lots. Because my main issue that I've been complaining about, and been vocal about this, is I feel like I'm not able to dodge out of the way. I feel like I'm not able to dodge out of the way. So is it just if I lose sight of them, dodge forward? Is it what you're suggesting?
Activating combat mode.
Firearm specialization is lock on speed, melee is damage. No, it doesn't make sense.
And the siren.
Yeah, I mean, verticality is a good way, but the issue is I tried hovering with primarily, so like you're saying just dodge. Anytime I lose sight of them, just like dodge forward, because even if it ends up not being
Walked together.
what I like, even if it ends up not being a sword attack, it's better to just like get out of the way. Like maybe it's just my build sucks, but I feel as though I don't have the EN capacity to effectively what's it called? Hover. And similarly, when I swap to something like that, see, yeah, I'm just trying to dodge in a direction independent of where the sword is. And it turns out when I don't have momentum buildup or I'm struggling with my generator because I'm constantly having to dodge to get rid of all the other attack damage, I run out of EN generator. Okay, so I go up in the air. Okay, I'm just not even gonna try to lock onto you. Yeah, so people have brought up before that firearm specialization
Dangerous.
is just lock on, so it's not essential. And then melee specialization is damage, which is kind of essential if you're doing it.
AP at 50%.
Okay, so we're at the point where we're about to hit phase 2, so I just need to get your armor down. It matters less about capitalizing on it afterwards, it matters more about just getting you there. So now
Realize what you are.
I need to repair.
A spark of war. Fires
I need
that
to dodge out of the
haunt
way.
Rubicon.
Okay. See, that's a situation where like I physically was unable to get out of the way of him. And I don't know if that's a build issue or skill issue or just it's a dumb attack, right? But like I tried to dodge out of the way of one, it hit me so I couldn't dodge out of the way of the others. Okay, so now they're going to do a strafing run. I need to get up in the air. You are going to use your laser attack. And I was not getting out of the way fast enough. Despite the fact I literally knew it was coming. Okay. Are you the Wisp way? It's not about hovering, it's about either moving up or down because you're going to have a hard time outrunning the swords. Maybe moving down when she attacks. And that's why my first thought is like chicken legs, but I don't want to like return to chicken legs when I already beat new game with chicken legs. Like I could just, what I could do is I could go machine gun. I think detonator. My right one was worm. And my left one has kind of been variable. But if I have my left one be like that, and then I just have my torso was... What was it before? Was it the Mind Alpha? Yeah. Although I prefer this, because I like the... Well... This is more attitude. So what if I do this? This is my standard build. And then I just... How do I save this? I think I have to quit. So what I could do is I could save this build because this is kind of like what I want GG Girly Pop to be. This is what I want my build to be. Like this is what I want to have in my back pocket if I want to not nest. Is it AC design? AC data? GG Girly Pop. Okay, so what I could do, I could just grab my old design and see how this fares. Go for more of a lightweight. Just normal bipeds. All right, so I'm good to completely redesign this thing. So if I just go normal biped, what are we feeling? Are we feeling like So there's the Mind Alpha. There's also the... What was Rusty's? It was Alba? This is lighter. This is significantly lighter. So if, real quick, if I just remove. What are we doing here? Let's try a lightweight biped. One of the things that is AC wants flexible. I mean, that's the thing. I know I want flexibility, which is why in New Game Plus, I actually started swapping my build around. But I do want to avoid just taking on the exact same build I did back when I first played the game, right? So, real quick, what's the difference between thrust and quick boost thrust? I assume quick boost thrust is when I dash, and thrust is just normal speed. So I probably want to maximize my... Would it be upward? Am I maximizing my upward thrust, or am I maximizing my lateral thrust? Because if I want to jump above the sword, I'm going to go lightweight. This is a firearm specialization. Question is... the explosive thrower, this counts as a melee weapon, right? Because this actually wasn't doing that bad. So if what I do is could do pulse gun. Pulse gun might be interesting. But like, what if I return to stun needle? I grab a laser turret. I don't know if I want... Oh, I'm overburdened with this. So if I want that I don't have to swap my legs for a heavier biped. I'd have to go like Mind Alpha. It's not a melee weapon? Yeah, with proper legs, I can actually get a booster. Yeah, this whole time I've been playing in the wheelchair wheels without a booster, which may have been contributing to it. So this weighs significantly more, but it also gives me more stuff. You never liked it because of the insane windup? Oh, right. I'm not on treads. I can't move. I got so used to treads allowing me to move with stuff, so I'll probably drop the stun needle launcher then. So what I might do, actually, I might do that. And then I can have, like, songbirds? Earshot? I think the earshot is superior. So I'm going to be spamming drones, but not as many as I had before. I'm going to have a rifle. I think I go back for melee. Like, what are the... Like, what's a good arm that I can do that would have both? Do I have pulse cannons? Are those... back units? Or are they... I have pulse guns. Pulse missile launcher? Siege missile launcher. Yeah, like, I can't do anything that's fancy missiles because I need it to just go instantly. It's like, do I have a better pulse gun? Like, what is the best pulse gun? I think I grabbed the best pulse gun. So, like, if I... The GUA2. So if I go parts shop, buy, and compare it. Melee's not viable against Aerie. She's too bloody fast. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Like, I wanted to avoid double trigger if I could because I played so much of the first new game with it, but So you say the big pulse gun. Do you mean the one I have on hand right now, the GU-A2? I could just try dual wielding pulse guns. I hate pulse guns from what I've seen, but could be funny. Laser shotgun? What's the difference in heat buildup? Is less. This is twice as fast. Actually, this pulse gun seems like it would be better. Because I assume rapid fire is how fast it fires. Yeah, within 1 second. So it's twice the speed. It is less effective range. Airy keeps going like 300. PA interference? Easier just to break down pulse armor or shielding. High. Okay, so both are very effective against shielding. So what I could do, I could be stupid if I really wanted. And I could dual pulse gun with a drone and an earshot. How are we feeling? Yeah, the one with the big dish. So my arms are firearm specialization. My chip is close range, meaning I want to get close to her. Do I think I don't have the EN, but like I feel like I go for the medium range one, no? Like folks brought up the pulse armor. The pulse armor might be fine. Let's do it. All right, we have reborn the GG Girly Pop in a different, not repeat briefing. I'm sorry. In a different birth.
I'm waiting.
There's some melee weapons that are good against shields too. They're more viable for dealing regular damage. Problem is they're melee weapons. Yeah. The problem is they're male weapons. How dare you? All right, let's just see how this works. Do I expect this to go well? Not really.
I'll stop you and the Cylon, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine.
Okay.
Symbiosis, a shared life. I saw
My issue is I don't think I have enough burst damage once I get her down.
together.
Okay. Well, I definitely have more. It feels like I'm more mobile. Okay. Oh. Okay, I missed, which means that this is going to be basically a waste. I will say, dual pulse guns probably really good for getting through phase 1 really quickly. Okay. I need to stay relatively close to you. I need to remember that. Honestly, I think I just do my pulse guns until they run out of heat. And then it's just a matter of doing my earshot, hoping I hit.
50%. 2 repair kits remaining.
Okay. Oof. Ow. Bam. Okay. I'm actually in a significantly better spot after just a full mech redesign, which like I'm not. Oh my gosh, I'm not opposed to. I'm not opposed to a full mech redesign. It's just kind of like
50%.
I did enjoy not doing that because I have to jump up. I gotta dodge your laser. Drop my lasers. keep up because you have little minions. Basically, I just need to stay off the floor as much as possible. Because when you send your minions at me, it's easier to fall out of the way of them than it is to dodge them. I can't just spray and pray. I need to actually get somewhat close to you. Okay, I think that you're doing a... Nope. I thought you were doing another, like, sky thing. But, oh, no. I was going to do pulse assault armor, but I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the play. Okay, so my pulse guns are putting in zero work right now. They were fantastic at shredding shield. They're not doing much else. I think because I'm not close enough. Okay, so I saw them spawn in. They're still charging. So I can't reload my pulse guns, which is a shame. I have to just kind of like, if they're low on heat, I don't know how to deal with that. Like, my pulse guns are on low heat right now. I don't know how to fix that. So they overheat, like, instantly. I think that's how it works, at least.
No repair kits remaining.
Okay, the music, now that I'm less focused on, like, dying a horrible death, I can actually enjoy the music. Oh, that indicates their ammo. So, like, I'm almost out of pulse gun ammo, which will be a problem.
Left-hand ammunition at 10%. Right-hand ammunition
Ow.
depleting P at 50%.
Okay. Okay.
Right shoulder ammunition at 30%. AP at 30%.
I'll end this, Raven.
Yeah, well, I'm it.
My brothers and sisters.
I'm just gonna punch you to death. Because I got nothing else.
He wants to burn it all. Everything on Rubicon. I won't let you. Your fire must die.
Okay, respectfully, I have fists. I'm not focused on the philosophy of this. I'm focused on the punching you. Pulse gun and pile bunker. People are gonna judge me for the pile bunker. I hate the pile bunker and I love the pile bunker. That would have been so funny if I just beat her to death. I think what that might be, I just need to use my pulse gun ammo better.
Main system
That might be it.
activating combat mode.
No, I had people judging me.
I will stop you.
Also, I did like play with the pile bunker for most of my first playthrough. Again, I want this playthrough to be very different from my first playthrough, which I feel it is. It is. I feel as though this has been a very different playthrough than what it was before. Just because I forced myself to try different strategies. However, I think I'm now at the point where I kind of want to. I want to try another reverse joint build. Maybe not dual shotties. Maybe I'll try the Zimmermans, because I have yet to try the Zimmermans whatsoever because I heard they were so overpowered. But I think it would be fun to try another like reverse joint lightweight build. Oh wait, I just realized. Wait, unless... Wait, this isn't the final mission of the chapter. It didn't say it ends chapter 5. And I never fought Snail. Is Aerie not the final boss? Because, like, I kind of figured that I would fight Snail piloting Baltius no matter what. But was that, like, only Liberator Rubicon? I just realized. Okay, I have never used pulse guns, so the fact they keep, like, overheating or something keeps throwing me off. Oh, gosh. Like, I'm at the point where I'll physically be unable to fire because they overheat and I can't use them, which is just like weird to me. Like obviously like the miniguns function similarly of like, oh, they have an overheat function and also total ammo, but I just keep like trying to shoot Aerie and it keeps not working. Like, that was not the play right there. I was just trying to spray and pray, but she was dodging. Okay, my pulse guns
What you are.
are, what, 50% it said?
Spark of war.
Okay, get out of the way.
Fires that haunt Rubicon.
Get out of the way. Okay, up and down, up and down, up and down. This is gonna be the one where I need to stay in the air. And I'm just gonna full shield real quick, just get out of the way. Okay,
Right shoulder ammunition at
okay.
50%. Left hand ammunition at 50%.
Okay, oof, oof. Taking lots of damage, taking lots of damage. But you're really close to me, that's what matters. What matters is that you're close to me. Okay. Ah.
50%.
Ow.
30%.
Okay. We are...
Raven.
Also, like, maybe this is just, like, me demonstrating my lack of, like, musical awareness or something. But I just heard, like, a chorus in the background, and it instantly made me think Nier, which I think is just because it was kind of like an orchestral chorus with mechs, or, like, with robots. So, like, maybe that's just me showing my ignorance and lack of understanding. Or maybe that's me being, like, super pattern recognition. Ow. Okay, we have no repairs. We do have our shielding.
Right left hand ammunition at 30%.
I have no idea where you are. Okay, you're in the sky. I assume that is the bad boys. Bad boys, bad for life. Da, ba, da, da. Okay, that did not work.
Humanity wants to burn it all. Everything on Rubicon.
Yes, Ari, because we don't know how to control the portal. It's very simple.
30%.
We see something that frightens us or that we want to control, so we try to destroy it. You use a javelin bazooka as a stagger weapon? I don't know if I have that, because so like my earshot's been putting in 0 effort. I think I would probably win this. I think I can win if I just swap this out for more drones. Of course, that leads to an EN shortfall because these are all very high EN facilities. So what would I have instead? I don't know if I have the javelin. I mean, the soup wasn't awful. Well, what if I... My generator. What if I just increase my generator? I can do that, right? I can just get a better generator? No? I can just get a better core? This one works. Sure. Let's see what happens when I go 2 drones, 2 pulse. I don't have any bursts. Screw it, we boost. No weapons, just kicks. Listen, Waffle.
I will stop you
I,
and the silence.
like, one attempt ago, ran out of ammunition, and I accidentally staggered her by just, like, kicking her repeatedly. Also, I always forget... Oh, gosh.
The potential for our future within you.
I always forget I have the ability to, like, kick. It's funny, if nothing else. So now it's just a matter of not taking damage, which is something that historically I am very good at. You should believe me because I am a trustworthy source. Okay. I think that this feels kind of cheap, but this kind of feels like the play. And I've fought her enough times that I'm no longer concerned really about if it's like a cheap build or not, because I've been trying my best. I ain't gonna lie.
I realize what you are.
Okay, by far, best attempt.
The spark of war.
Oh gosh.
that haunt Rubicon.
Okay, let's get ready for the burst. I'm basically... Oop. Yep, there we go. Okay, so now I'm just going to go up in the sky, and I'm going to shield just in case. Okay. Okay, I just need to get close to you for just enough time to stun you. Okay, it does some damage.
AP at 30%.
I'll end this, Raven.
Well, you're not going to end this, but you will be ended by this. So it's a little bit the same. Not quite, though. Ow! I guess this is me.
No repair kits remaining.
Jeez, Aaron. How disrespectful can you get? I'm just gonna fall.
AP at
Oh, I hit floor. I did not realize I hit the floor that fast. But like, do you hear what I'm saying? Where I'm like, this kind of reminds me of Nier music. It's the like sweeping choir, or like the chorus,
left shoulder ammunition.
overlaid like horrific robotic combat. You hear it? I'm glad. Okay.
Right shoulder
I believe this is in fact it. Yep. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Because I got her down close enough that I feel confident that the build is not the problem, it's a usage issue. I feel like my problem is I'm not effectively utilizing my pulse gun well enough because it is a Omewa Moshindu, I'm right behind you build, right? This has close range specialization. The pulse guns have terrible scatter. So I need to really conservatively do this.
I saw the potential for our future with you. You and I could have walked together.
I think that's exactly what it is. I need to... Well, see, Armored Core is not Dark Souls. However, obviously, FromSoft, they share the same DNA. I need to get into the Dark Souls mindset, and I've said this with other bosses too, of getting better about following the flow of the combat. I keep trying to just completely like unload into them. Like I'm trying to unload into Aerie just non-stop. But what I need to remember is that there's flow states. There's times where she attacks, there's times where she receives. There's times where she just kind of takes it, and there's times where she's an active combatant. I need to focus on the times where she's more receptive.
Nothing back.
You're tired, but there's so much room for innuendo there. You know, maybe you're the problem. Maybe you're the one who is saying things that they shouldn't. Have you ever considered that? Maybe you're hearing things wrong. Like, listen, you may have, okay, that's actually really Paul?
The spark of war.
Okay,
Fires that haunt
I avoided
Rubicon.
them. Damage there. Okay, and now it is time for my first armor as I reach into the skies. And I avoid you by going here. That was a little bit of damage, not great, not bad. It was mostly stagger. And the stagger's already gone because bosses. Okay, remember I need to stay off the floor as much as I can. The floor is in fact lava. We have an ad break presently, I'm so sorry. Ow.
At 30%.
I'll end this, Raven.
I honestly love that everything in this universe is done to scale, specifically a scale at Dwarf's average human. No, that's the thing. One of the coolest things about this game is how massive it is. Like, bigger is not always better. The size of a game is less important than how fun the game is. However, it's just kind of cool to see like the Strider and realize, oh, I'm the size of an apartment building. And this thing makes me unironically look like an ant. Like, it's not hyperbolic to say that you look like an ant in comparison to it. You literally, proportionately, are roughly the size of an ant. Okay. Pulse gun projectiles are so big and so scattered, they're kind of difficult to dodge. Scatter is kind of a mixed blessing. My foot is a viable weapon, make use of it. I'm trying my absolute darndest. And you wanna know what? I'm so not confident in my ability to take on Eri that I'm gonna start a new fight in the middle of this ad break. Because I feel as though I'm not in a position where I can win in a minute. Eri, you and I did walk together in another life. And in that other life, Rusty was my husband, and also you loved him because it was fanfic. Again, I need to read that fanfic. I keep hearing good things about it. Like, literally, even in a, even like a Lancer thread, or like a Lancer meme I saw, someone made a reference to 621 x Rusty x Eri fanfic. And I was just like, dang, maybe I do need to check this out. Maybe I do need to be trashy, like on a Saturday night. Now, I'm not going to say that's like a requirement. However, Arrow After Hours? Listen, I don't do anything NSFW or NSFW adjacent because I feel as though that goes against the branding. Oh, you realize what I am? The Spark of War? You mean the Spark of fanfic? Of you and Rusty and me? Like, I don't do anything even like adjacent to NSFW because I recognize that TTRPGs are something that can be enjoyed by folks of all ages. And I don't want to limit the reach of my community to people who I deem like mature enough, so to speak. Whether it's like adults or teenagers or whatever. But it would be very funny to do an Arrow After Hours where like I just read awful fan fiction or the most like self-indulgent self-insert fan fiction of like Rusty X 621 X Eri or whatever. Oh, that would be so silly. I don't know. I don't even know how interested folks would be in that. But like, that's something where I think it'd be really funny. I would not feel comfortable doing that because I feel like that would verge too closely on infringing on the family-friendly values of this community. It's like, yeah, we do get silly from time to time, but nothing that would be uncouth. Oh gosh, really? If I'd used my armor, I would have been fine. I'm just saying that past a certain time, your awake one's brain gets naturally loopy. Hello, Flameborn. Masterpiece Theater? Okay, Arrow Masterpiece Theater would be funny. Arrow, but it's just me after like 36 hours of no sleep, reading fanfic. Which, again, like, I've never really been someone super into fanfic. I did get into fanfic in like a couple fandoms or really just one fandom I was a part of way back in the day. So I would by no means consider myself like an aficionado. However, on a friend's stream, on a Lyrical Nix's stream, for her birthday stream last year, she was doing a fanfic trope tier list that I joined her for, along with some other people, and I gave my thoughts on some fanfic tropes. And so like my opinions are out there, at least some of them. I was very tight-lipped about a couple of them, but I was very open about my appreciation of some of them. For instance, I am an absolute sucker for bodyguard X, like their charge. Like, I don't know what it is, but just the idea of like a guard and the person they're supposed to protect, like whether it's a bodyguard or like a medieval like royal guard or like a sci-fi like bodyguard, whatever it is, just that dynamic I just really like. And I understand that like in real life that'd be super problematic. However, it's really cute. The idea of like they care about them not just as like, oh, my job is to protect you, but also like, no, it's because I care about you. Like, and we share something special. It's just so cute. Well, okay, that's the question. If I was to be in that dynamic, hey, you're not supposed to date your boss, there's ethical concerns there. No, exactly, like, I appreciate the ethical concerns, and that's why I don't endorse it in real life. However, in the realm of fanfic, it's fair game. Because it's not wrong if they're both consenting adults who just happen to like save each other's lives on occasion. It's just super cute. Although I will say, would I be the bodyguard or would I be the bodyguarded? Because like I don't even think it's a power dynamic. It like, at least in terms of like the trope, right? Like obviously in the terms of trope, one is like the employer and or like social leader, so to speak, the social boss, the employer. And then the other one is the one who is presumably more physically powerful. So there are dynamics there. However, that's not what the trope like focuses on. The trope primarily focuses on like the interplay of this is your job versus this is like just someone you care about. And that's what I like about it, personally. The question then becomes, would you play a story mode fighter with the defense fighting style? I mean, if the defense fighting style didn't suck, I absolutely would. I love playing. Like I play tanks in Marvel Rivals. But Arrow has a physical powerhouse, does have some intriguing possibilities. What does that mean? Like, I don't feel confident I could take most of my viewers in a fight, because apparently most of y'all are like over like 180 centimeters. Most of you are over 6 foot. Which, as like, assuming a lack of experience, height and weight will determine who wins in a fight, right? Like obviously, if one of them you knows how to fight and one of you doesn't, the one who knows how to fight is probably going to win, even if they're half the height and half the weight of the other person. However, in a situation where both people are inexperienced, or like both people have minor experience where they got into fights when they were kids, like no official training, right? Height and weight is where it's at. And apparently, I think most of my audience are taller and like heavier than I am. Just based off of what people have said. So I don't think I could take my audience members in a fight, which is a shame. However, that's what the gun is for. That's what the great equalizer is for. Why do you think I'm a boss, not like a pirate lord or whatever, not like a bandit? I'm a mafia boss. It's because it doesn't matter your height and your weight. If you're taller and you're heavier, then that just means you're an easier target. Okay? I literally said in a fight, 172 centimeter gang, rise up. I mean, I am like, I think 184 centimeters is 6 foot, or might be, no, I think it's 180 centimeters is 6 foot, and I'm like 178, right? So like, I am not 6 foot, I'm 5'11". However, I'm like just under 6 foot. But that still means like, if I'm in a fight with someone who weighs 40 pounds more than me and is 2 inches taller than me, they're probably going to win because I don't have like formal experience like kickboxing, for instance.
At 30%.
Even if they don't, just throwing like haymakers and like jabs, they would probably win in a fight. Unless I whip out the Glocktopus, which I am wont to do. No. I know that I definitely weigh more than you. I mean, I think I may have mentioned my weight before. Like, obviously I don't talk about it regularly because it's not really like relevant, but it is the sort of thing like I'm not shy about it. Like, I'm slightly underweight, or like I'm on the lower end of a healthy weight for 5'11", which if you just look that up, you know roughly how much I weigh. Like, although I will say I am like all lean and muscle because like I work out regularly. I work out regularly, right? I don't bulk per se, but I do regular cardio. I do regular core and arm workouts. I stretch, and so I'm physically fit. I am just, yeah, I'm scrappy.
And the Cylon.
I kind of do need to bulk and cut. I'm not gonna lie, like
Of this machine.
I kind of need to bulk and cut, or at the very least, I need to bulk a bit. Like, I don't know about cutting because cutting is really just aesthetic in most cases.
Walked together.
Like, generally, if you're in a bulk cut cycle, which for anyone who doesn't know, bulking is putting on weight and generally eating a lot of calories, particularly high protein, so you gain more muscle mass. And then cutting, and then you do that in like winter. And cutting is when you lose that excess weight, generally late spring into summertime, with the end goal of having a very muscular but low weight body. So which tends to be very attractive, like very conventionally attractive, where you have very little fat but very high muscle because you spent all winter gaining muscle and then you burn off all the fat in spring. So like I probably need to bulk just so I get to like a more healthy state of musculature. But then like if I did that, I would want to cut because I wouldn't want to like stay at that higher weight range. But then bulking and cutting is cyclical. It's not just because of winter, spring. It is also because if you bulk, you need to cut at some point to like remain healthy. And if you cut, you then need to bulk back up at some point, or else you're just not going to be in a healthy state. Because you're gonna go behind me.
One repair kit remaining.
So yeah, like I don't go through a bulk cut cycle, and like I should, but I'm not invested enough in my physical like fitness to do that. I absolutely take care of myself and I keep myself in shape, but I don't know about like getting a beach bod kind of deal. Ow. There you are. Of course you're up there.
AP at 30%.
Humanity wants to burn it all.
Yes, again, humanity wants to burn anything we don't understand. I've made this very clear to you. What do you think the Genghis World Killer was? I drink high protein drinks on weekdays, egg sandwich picks in Yummers. Arrow and AE both need some milkshakes. So I actually, and I've talked about this on stream, I have been trying out protein shakes. I tried out protein bars. Protein bars are some of the most foul things I've had. That might be because of their high protein content. It might be because they pack them full of artificial sweeteners because most people can't handle protein. So I've mostly been going 20 gram and up protein bars. And so like most protein bars I found are like 10 to 20 grams, and most protein shakes I found are 20 to 30. So what I've landed on is Fairlife. Fairlife protein shakes are pretty good. They're also milk-based, which my buddy, who's like really into physical fitness, like has mentioned, like the best results will be on a milk-based, like mixed protein powder with milk, as opposed to water. And honestly, it just kind of goes down smoother. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's because there's like more texture to it. Maybe because it's a different flavor. But like a milk-based protein shake has done wonders for me. However, like Cliff bars, for instance, which only have 10 grams in comparison to like the other bars that I've had, weren't that bad. They weren't that good, and really only one of them I liked that I tried. Of the couple I tried, I only tried like 2, but I didn't like them as just categorically, but they weren't that bad, right? Similarly, I've seen other like 10-gram protein stuff, like, oh, here's like a pack of protein cookies that have 10 grams of protein, which that might be it. I was avoiding them because they're like only 10 grams, but that might actually help significantly with the flavor. Some of the worst tasting stuff that I had was like 20 grams in a protein bar. Okay, and oh, I thought you were doing your little maneuver. My apologies. Now you are. There we go. Okay, dodging you. And you're over here, so I'm gonna dodge out of the way. Okay. Oh gosh. Again, I need to stay off the ground. I cannot remain on the ground for too long. Oh wow, how are all those ricochets? I was right by you. Okay. Remember, avoid the ground. Avoid the ground. I think what I need to do, I need to stop mag dumping. I need to start doing more burst fire with the pulse guns. Because what kills me more than anything is when I am in a position where I can no longer fire my pulse gun because I am out of ammo. Or because they're recharging.
Humanity wants to burn it all. Everything on Rubicon. I won't let you. Your fire must die.
Like right now.
Left hand ammunition at 50%. Left shoulder ammunition at 50%.
I did it. I did it. It only took me like 20 attempts, but I did it. Pog! Sorry. I had to. I mean, what? With meat glue, you can make noodles out of anything? What does that mean? Airy. Yeah, rip Airy. You were nice to me. That's all I can say about you. You were nice to me. And sometimes that's all you need. Oh, and because the satellite system's out because I took out Airy. And so that had to have been the final mission, right? It didn't say end of chapter 5 though. Robo wife is no more. You got a what? That took me like 20 attempts. How was that faster than you? Also, I see why people were like, yeah, Walter's the easiest of the final bosses. Reminder, this is larger than like, I think any individual thing on the planet. I think the vascular plant is like the size of an Eldar craft world. How does anyone survive? Like, obviously Cinders survived the first fires, but like, how does anyone survive the second?
There were no winners at the close of the Coral
Yeah.
War. When the storm of fire finally faded, only the ashes of
The
civilization.
RLF lost. The Corpse lost. The Rubiconians outside of the RLF, but like the Coral people
made a
lost.
joint announcement with the Planetary Closure Administration. Rubicon was to be abandoned.
Yeah, they're just
Left
done.
a dead planet.
Balaam, Arquebus,
forever.
PCA.
Meanwhile, the monster who burned the stars
vanished into the flames, never to be heard from again. Yet history would forever remember.
Oh, you ended up fighting Aerie before fighting Walter. Got it.
The fires.
Yeah, history would remember forever. The fires of Raven. Which I imagine Raven, which I'm 621. I'm not Raven. I like, obviously it's kind of a little bit of mistaken identity, but there's like, Raven has got to be one of the most reviled people in the galaxy, right? Because I don't know the technological scale. Obviously, technology is stupid in Armored Core, but like, I, to other people, single-handedly set fire to the planet for no reason. I'm not gonna lie, Yuzu. No, I don't. I prefer the Liberator of Rubicon ending explicitly because in the Liberator of Rubicon ending, there's a planet-wide revolution. You're working with Rusty. You stop Rad. You stop the Overseers. You take out the crash Xylem. But Arquebus is still in control. There's still more of a fight to have. That indicates more of a, you're not done. This is like just step one. This is the end of Act 1. But Raven, the RLF, and everyone who sees himself as a Rubiconian is gonna have to keep fighting a losing battle against the Corpos, which I think is interesting. Or at least the best. Oh yeah, I think if you say like in terms of execution, I don't know the third ending yet, so no spoilers, but I definitely feel like this was the most cohesive of the two endings. The Fires of Raven makes more sense from a narrative perspective, and I think from a thematic perspective of AC6, because the entire game, it's Corpos fighting their wars, nothing is changing, no one trusts anyone, the RLF is too weak to be effective, so you had to go out of your way to not follow Walter's plan, right? Carla is telling you what to do. This is something that you know will threaten all of the universe, explicitly because the coral already got burned 50 years ago, and now it's a problem again. Maybe by destroying the vascular plant, that solves the problem, but maybe it doesn't. There's still ambiguity. But this is kind of what the whole game was building towards, whereas the Liberator of Rubicon ending, there's like the subplot, the background element of Aerie, and how much you value her. I prefer the Liberator of Rubicon ending, and I feel as though the Liberator of Rubicon ending is more interesting, but I feel like if there's a quote-unquote canon ending, it would probably be Fires of Raven, right? I feel as though if the, like, from a thematic and also narrative perspective, the Fires of Raven makes, like kind of ties it up nicer. Where the Liberators of Rubicon kind of takes all of the buildup of chapter 4 into chapter 5 and then like reneges it, which I understand is the point. The point is you're reneging on what you were doing. Oh, interesting. Walter is called Raven's Operator. Oh, wait, is that the other Raven's Operator? That might be it. In my opinion, the bosses, especially in Fires of Raven, are so much more impactful. Freud, I didn't really care about, which, you know, I appreciated as a fight. I didn't really care about. He killed Chatty. Oh no. Is it just? So it's Freud, Rusty, Aerie. And then in Liberator of Rubicon, it is Chatty and Carla, Baltius Snail, and Walter. I would say I cared more about... I had more of an emotional connection to fighting Chatty and Carla than I did Freud, because obviously, or I suppose that's a bad comparison. So I would say Aerie and Walter on the same level. Despite the fact that the order is weird, I would say Carla and Chatty and then Rusty are like on the same level. And then Snail and Freud are both just kind of like corporate representations that you don't really have a connection to, but you still fight. I prefer Baltius Snail to Freud. Not just because I think it was more difficult, because I hated Baltius, I hated Snail, they came together, and I think Rusty helps you, from what I remember. I think Rusty assists you for that fight. So you're fighting alongside, it's a 2v1, you hate Baltius because it was like the first roadblock, you hate Snail because he betrays you and like he's super condescending, and then with Freud, it was just kind of like a nice 1v1. I didn't dislike it, fine. For Carla and Chatty versus Rusty, obviously I like Rusty more than I like Carla and Chatty. Not because I dislike Carla and Chatty, but because I fought alongside Rusty and I fought him previously. Fighting Rusty indicates that you are like turning your back on someone you fought alongside. Meanwhile, Carla and Chatty aren't really present with you most of the time. Like Chatty's in the worm fight, Carla, you fight her like a mech of hers at one point, but fundamentally, like, I feel like fighting Rusty's more impactful, but I still liked Carla and Chatty, I just didn't care about them too much. And then I would say Aerie is not just more difficult than Walter, but also I liked Aerie more than Walter. Fighting Rusty hit you a lot harder than Carla, mainly because Rusty is one of the only characters who acknowledges as an equal. Exactly. Like, Carla kind of has a rapport with you, but looks down on you. Rusty treats you as an equal. Rusty treats you as an adversary. Rusty treats you as a buddy, a war buddy. But with Carla, she kind of like talks down to you, even if she builds up a positive rapport with you. And then with Aerie versus Walter, I would say I cared about Aerie more than I cared about Walter. I had no idea Walter was dead, and then 5 minutes after I was told explicitly by chat that he was dead because I hadn't figured it out, he came back alive. And I was just like, what? And I didn't want to fight Walter. It was obvious that he didn't want to fight me, but I just kind of did it because Walter was always like a business relationship with me. Meanwhile, Aerie, I actually spent time developing with. She was like, hey, I have a people, I have a personality, I have connections that I want to protect, and you turned your back on me. With Walter, he is forced to fight me. With Aerie, I chose to fight her. And I think that's very impactful. Which also, similarly, with Carla, I chose to fight Carla. I was kind of forced to fight Rusty. Although a little bit of like I chose to fight Rusty. So I assume I'm going to get access to the new All Mind analysis, the last 3.
Unlock condition verified.
Yeah.
Playing back message. Sender. Handler
Is this
Walter.
new? Yeah, Rusty and Aerie are the only 2 people who don't treat you like a tool or weapon, which is why
621.
I appreciate them.
Looks like you got the job done. You chose to carry our burden and right the wrongs of the past.
I still think this wasn't the play, not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. And I'm grateful. 621. There's nothing left to bind you.
Oh,
Whatever choices you make now, I just hope you find your true potential.
I assumed I was dead because I was like caught in the explosion, but also it's Armored Core, so who knows? So presumably this is, I now have my freedom. I am now rich. I can just leave and buy back, like undo the coral infusion on me, buy back my life, so to speak. Yeah, everyone blew up. Who paid you here? Good question.
Registration number RB23. Call sign Raven. Authentication complete.
Right, and then now it's back to New Game Plus.
Removing MIA status.
Yep.
restoring access privileges.
So you're saying the most compelling
This is
part...
All Might, the mercenary support system. Welcome back.
So
Raven.
question. New Game Plus Plus, what do I have to worry about? Like what is different going forward?
The authentication. You've got
But
plenty of experience.
the most compelling choice in
Should be
Walter's
ready
fight is
whenever
him
Rubicon
to not
throws
shoot
at
you. So remind me, he
picked up some
opens
work for
by
you already.
firing and missing at
Take a
you.
look, 61.
And then you realize it's Walter, right? It's been a minute since I fought him. Okay. I think I'm going to AC design, AC data, GG-ary. Because like I am saving this because this was an evolution. New mech. Let's tear it all down. Let's start new. I was thinking a bipedal build. There's a few new variants that you have to do if you want the third ending. Okay, so basically, when is the soonest it diverges from New Game Plus / New Game? And what missions do I have to choose? Got it. Understood. So play the game normally. There will be a couple missions where it's just like, hey, the Strider mission is different. Ho, ho, ho. But like aside from that, it's not that crazy. Let me go to the parts shop and just... What if I go long range? I think I have some of the best generators, so I don't have to worry about that. Boosters? Do I have any better boosters? No. I mean, I have lighter ones, but... Does anyone have any bipedal legs I can do? I want to go back to like a lightweight build. There's a third option you need to pick. Got it. Understood. Yeah, so obviously, like, if there's something you need to choose this mission for the third ending, tell me to choose that. But if it's just like, hey, in chapter 1, the Strider mission is different, I'll just figure that out. Lots of bipedal ones. Load limits. Chonky. Oh my gosh, thunder calves. Oh, wait. This is Rusty's. These are just lightweight bipeds? I thought they were... Yeah, y'all were right. Yeah? Well, that limits my load. Wait. Question, can I just... Can I just beat the game as someone else's mech? Can I just, like, beat the game as... Oh. Nightfall is Raven, right? But that could take a while? Why would it take a while? Just because they're not that good? Interesting how I see... Oh my gosh. I see tetrapods as fairly low tier. 2 of the S ranks are tetrapods. I did consider Invincible Rummy. Oh, I need to buy all the parts? What if I did this as Mad Stomp? What if I did it as Mad Stomp? That would be so funny. I mean, I could just do Loader 4. Like, what if I just play the game as Loader 4 for a bit? What I think would be really funny would be to play the game as what's it called? Oh, what is it? The trashy mech you get in the escape mission. I wish I told you, hey, you don't have the parts. That's what I was hoping for, Maddie. Most of the third ending options are very... I assumed that they would be. All right, well, so what are we feeling? I think we're going biped. Do we go... Let's reverse joint. Like, what if we just cosplay as Rusty? You know? Like... What's the needle gun? What if I just go full stun, like an absolute monster? Jamming bomb monster. Oh, that's the smoke grenade. Stun bomb. Laser rifle. I haven't used laser weapons. I really haven't used laser weapons this whole game. I've used laser drones. What if I go laser like shotguns? Like, obviously I've already done shotguns, but what if I go like plasma rifle? Your default state is just steal haze most of the time? Yeah, the jailbreak. Like, I want to jailbreak my android. Siege missile launcher. Like, as funny as that is, I don't think that's very good. Like, this might be good. So, like, what if... A laser rifle? So what if I... What if I grab some, like, laser rifles? Right? Like, my back unit... Do I dare grab a shield? Do I sully myself by grabbing... Okay, wait. What if I grab... Wait. What if I... Wait a second. What if I just go full silly? You know where I'm going with this, right? What if I just go hard lasers? What was it? That? Do I have another triple laser? I thought I did. Oh, wait. I'm looking at the wrong one. Duh. Okay, so I'm significantly overburdened, so I need better legs. Wait, this would still be overburdened. With the jailbreak legs. Oh, it's all coming together. I need a better generator. So if I... Wait, I can do this. I can do this. The shotguns are fun, but most of the other lasers are kind of boring. I mean, why do you think I haven't used them? It's not as if I was incredibly interested in them. What are we feeling? Well, so first off. Let's see what the jailbreak gives us. This is gonna suck. Oh my gosh, the jailbreak is gonna be so bad. Wait, what if I bought dual Zimmermans? Thanks for the sub, Azu. Appreciate it. I think that's encouragement. I think Azu is encouraging me to go dual Zimmermans. Wait, what if I finally do dual Zimmermans, dual shotties? What if I finally do dual Zimmermans, dual shotties? What's the most expensive shield I can get? Like the Scudum? Pulse shield? Like, what if I go dual Zimmermans, dual Songbirds in the jailbreak to see just how awful I can be. EN shortfall? Not my problem when I got songbirds. I missed a few streams. Why are there keys? Why are there keys and why do I look at them? I mean, if you'd prefer, I can bring back up the what's it called? I can bring back up the beach episode. Okay, we need a paint scheme. Okay, the entire frame. Nope. I want the entire frame. What's a good generic paint scheme we can grab? What if I just do bright white? Just literally nothing but absolute blinding light. And I make it as shiny as possible. How do you think that would work? Like, I just go full... I don't think this will be very good. However, the point isn't to be good. The point is to be obnoxious. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Like... How are we feeling about this? And then for device, we can go like bright red, because why not? Pattern... Oh gosh, this is awful. I haven't done any patterns, none. Weathering. We're shiny and new. And then... light? Oh wow. There was already a preset. Or really, I just need to change the device to red. Yeah, so what I could do is I could just do light and then change the orange to red. All right, this is my low effort build. How do you like it? Right now the mech looks pretty. Pastel. Ugh, I hate pastels. You're so true. Dark. Ooh. Why am I kind of feeling the green? Like, is that just me? Oh no, did it keep all my luster? Oh no. Actually, wait, if I go green and then I make it like, this looks like moss almost. Wait a second. Okay. And then I make that... Okay. I kind of dig this, I'm not gonna lie. Like moss covered. So like if I do that and then I go... Green's the best color. And then I think I just changed my... I mean, actually, this is kind of... I kind of dig this. Like the blue lights give a nice contrast to like the green. Wait. I think... Change this though. And screw it, I'll be all like edgy and like, ugh, it's dried blood on the end of my Zimmerman. Because that is how this works. Do I have a Supreme sticker? Why do I have a Supreme sticker? Like, I know why I have a Supreme sticker. No, that's base systems, never mind. Remove. Okay, we're no longer Horus. What if I just like... Wait a second. What if we're just like... If Swinburne has one fan, then you will count me among them. If Swinburne has 10 fans, you will count me among them. If Swinburne has 0 fans, you will know that I am dead. We're Swinburned out. And then... Oh gosh, I just thought of something bad. Oh no. How do I change the size? Oh no. I think, yeah, let's get a long foot. Oh no. This might be my worst work yet. No, did it get deleted? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We are wait, or what if instead on the head I do the foot? No. Wait, what if instead of Swinburne gaming, it is I make this all of my absolute favorite characters. Iguazu, where are you? Okay, because Iguazu is the beetle. Pater. There's someone else that I just absolutely love. Snail. And we got Mad Stomp. I suppose you're Freud. These are the RLF. These are the different independents. I must say, oh, how queer! A Mad Stomp on my mech? How do I remove this again? Do I just have to swap out my legs? I think I swap out my legs. So obviously Swinburne has to go on my head. Check general in the Discord. That scares me. My, what lovely feet. I'm glad you're utilizing the Discord to its most effect. So do I just go 2 Mad Stomps because we just love him that much? Oh, 3 Mad Stomps because the crotch one. Oh no, so I think that assembly. Yes, and then we go back to jailbreak. Okay, so we have all of our favorite characters with us. And Mad Stomp even gets it twice. My, what lovely feet. Kind of looks like you forgot to wash your mech after off-roading the marsh. Yeah, that's what these people deserve. All right, I'm gonna try submissions on Dual Zimmerman and Songbird, but with the worst, the absolute worst. What's it called? Chassis. I'm gonna swap this out to a close range. I don't need the long range one. All right, let's see how jailbreak treats us. Just use my feet.
You've got ID.
I'm piloting Happy Stomp.
Get their attention, 16.
All right. Listen, I'm gonna take out. Oh, I'm gonna beat that child to death again. Okay, let's see how fast I go. Honestly, this is not as slow as I thought it was gonna be. I think because I have better thrusters and a better generator.
Enemy attack! What I see! Looks like the Archivist group hired some muscle.
Okay, who am I gonna kick? Who am I kicking?
Intercepting!
They're just mass-produced MTs. Wipe them out, 621.
Yeah, I remember when I first played this mission, I was like, oh wow, is that it? Wow, that was a short mission. I guess all of the missions are going to be like that. And then I get missions that are less quick. They're slower. Some would say longer. Oh god, don't remind me about Mecha Break. Why am I not reminding you about Mecha Break? Really shows you how bare bones Mecha Break is. All I know about Mecha Break is apparently it's like the new hot thing. It's a mecha game that has like anime girls. Is that right? Oh wow, I accidentally killed that boy. Like, is Mecha Break like not Pog for mecha fans? What's this? Feet on my Happy Stomp? How queer. Oh, I have to name this Happy Stomp. You're so right. People really forget who the publisher of Mecha Break is. I have no idea. I don't know much about Mecha Break. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know anything about Mecha Break outside of it's a mecha game with anime girls. The progression and monetization is horrible. Is it a Hoyoverse game? I feel like I would have heard more buzz if it was a Hoyoverse game. Is it the same ones that made like Stellar Blade? Every room in the base has a shower you can use. What? So, Gartoon, when you say it's that kind of thing, do you mean it's like...
No new
like,
messages.
like G-bait, so to speak, as we were talking about earlier? Or is it... Because I'm not gonna lie, when I hear there's a shower, every room has a shower you can use, my first thought was, oh, that's nice. Now, when I get dirt on my character, I can remove it, and I can have whatever cosmetics I want be visible. The exact opposite of Happy Stomp that we're doing right now. I don't think that's what you mean, though. So... maybe I'm just not getting it. That is some bait, but the most important criticism are the way they kneecap the player experience. Understood, understood. Because again, like, I'm of the opinion, I don't look for, like, NSFW bait in games. That's not why I play games. But I'm also not going to judge a game that includes it, so long as the game itself is good. Right? Like, that's why I'm so non-caring about how much Marvel Rivals does it, is because it's a good game outside of that. Also just spewing oil, which, let me remind you, wow, I'm surprised the stairway can support me. This is like... this is not a small stream. That is like 3 meters diameter? Maybe? Also, I see why people like Zimmerman's. Oh wait, should I do like a speed run strat? Is that what I should be doing? Oh. Ah, I see we got raided. Welcome on in, everyone. Thank you for the raid, Jen Kuman. If you don't know me, which I don't know how many of you do, we have a channel point redeem where you can purge the week and ban random chatters. So we like to defend ourselves upon getting raided. So if you get banned for 15 seconds, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's just, don't be weak and you won't get shot. Greetings from the competitive AC community. Well, hello. I have played like a single batch of rounds with my viewers, and I am currently playing New Game Plus Plus for the first time. I just started after beating Fires of Raven. I beat Liberator of Rubicon a while ago. So, I can't claim to be good at the game, nor can I claim to be competitively viable, though currently we are using all of the jailbreak materials and see how far we can go. We enjoy single player as well? Well, that's nice. Okay, shut up with your Jorts Gundam. Jorts Gundam was a mistake. That's my hot take. And I know it's not a hot take because I know most people agree with me. We just wrapped up the tournament? Well, how did it go? And I have to say, from a competitive perspective, what is your preferred mech style? Because I played this entire game reverse joint with dual shotties, but not the Zimmermans, with the like Hemmelbergs or whatever. And then I then played a game where I was on treads the whole time.
No new messages.
Do not disrespect the Jorts Gundam. Listen, we disrespect the Jorts Gundam because the Jorts Gundam is an affront to not just God, not just anime, but also myself. Oh, the helicopter is the one with the tetrapod. I was thinking to myself, like, wait, why am I destroying the escort mission that I did in New Game Plus?
Now they're asking for you by now.
heavyweight biped with vertical movement and stun bombs. That is a combination I have not looked into whatsoever. Yes, the Haldeman, thank you. Because I started lightweight, and then I went heavyweight.
Activating combat mode.
You're gonna hate me for this. I went heavyweight, or I guess medium weight melee treads
Front transport choppers.
with the wheelchair ones.
We're under attack. It's a corporate.
Confirmed. Transport chopper down. Keep at it, 60.
You're a vanilla BVO girly. That's a bold choice, though it works. Listen, I'm not gonna say it was a good choice. It certainly was a bold choice, but not a wise one. I very much approached this game from, I'm not going to adapt my strategy to beat my enemy unless my strategy is completely non-functional. Which for most of my strategies, surprisingly, was quite functional. Alright, how fast can I take out this tetrapod? Okay.
We're no match for an AC.
You're no match for an AC only because you believe you're no match for an AC. RLF, if you spent half as much time manifesting success as you do failing missions, you would actually have liberated Rubicon.
Can't be. Who are you?
You had a BVO variant using Sweet 6. Oh my gosh. I looked into the Sweet 16s and I saw how good their stats were. And I was like, wow,
That's it for this
that seems really good. And then I realized that you have to be ultra up close for them. The Sweet 16s are effectively a melee weapon from what I've seen, despite their really good damage because of their spread. Very well, lost in round 1, but they're the second placer in the whole tournament. And it was super close. Wow. Because I'm not going to lie, like,
One.
I just slap together random builds and see how it works for me.
I see your back, 621.
Uh,
My corpse to the Rubicon. It's just a...
It's a best of 3 format. They went to match 3, phase 3. I mean, and that's the thing, right? You never want a tournament, or I suppose some people want this, but generally speaking, you don't want a tournament where someone is getting curb stomped. You want a tournament where it's a nail biter every match. Because that's what's fun to watch and also what's fun to play. I've been in plenty of situations where, whether Marvel Rivals or Magic the Gathering or whatever, where I completely annihilate my opponent and I don't have fun. Nor is it interesting as a viewer to watch it.
System activating combat mode.
This isn't the pre-wall, is it? Oh no, y'all know what time it is.
Now's the time, 621.
It's time to beat a child to death.
We're under attack! Must be the locals.
Alright,
It's an independent.
I beat you in round 1. I beat you in round 2. Now it's time to beat you black and blue. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash this time. Alright, where you at? Where you at? Where you? Coward? Get back here. I want everyone in the chat chanting, Dayfung go home. Wait, no, that might be offensive.
This AC has reached breaking point. Direct hit.
Loser mech baby boy. That's what I want you chanting. Chant loser mech baby boy. Loser mech baby boy. Because I am going to beat this loser mech baby boy into a pulp. Loser mech baby boy. Loser mech baby boy.
AP at 50%.
And wanna know what? I'm gonna beat him with a mad stomp. Or actually, we're sorry, a happy stomp. Boom. Unfortunately, I had to heal. Hey, Aurora. Anyway, hate to raid and run, but don't you dare apologize for raiding and run. You take care of yourself. You eat, you sleep, you drink water, take care of yourself. And if anyone else wants to hop out, by all means. But thank you so much. I'm currently playing through New Game Plus Plus, so no spoilers for that, but we already did both of the normal endings, so that's fine. And I suppose I should probably also mention, if you like TTRPGs, like D&D, or maybe Lancer, the mech TTRPG, check out my YouTube channel. Happy Stomp Sweep!
Michigan. Deliberate great mistake.
Alright, so currently we're in an ad, so I am going to pause. I'm going to drink some water. Yeah, my apologies to anyone who got caught in the ad.
One new message.
You'd rather watch 2 newbies of similar skill than 2 vets with skill gap? Exactly.
621.
Oh,
About the tester AC.
thank you, Azu.
That was being shipped to the Red Guns. Balam's
I appreciate it,
in-house
Azu.
AC squad.
You're quite too sweet, I must say. Although, this is the perfect time to avoid the ad.
Remember who you're messing with.
Walter, please. Happy Stomp Sweep. That's all I gotta say. Although, is it disrespectful or is it most respectful that I would never sully my Zimmermans with the blood of an inexperienced pilot? I would simply sully my fists. Because really, is it not an honor to die by my... Excuse me, my voice just died. Is it not an honor to die by my hand? Is it not an honor for my fist to meet your face at high velocity? Listen, I'm called Arrow Rights, short for Arrow Kiss Rights. That's because a kiss with a fist is better than none. So, that's all you're getting from me, dog. Though if you want that, I guess line up. Ads, happy to help someone avoid the ads? Well, Azu, you're very sweet, and you're very appreciated. However, if I'm going to check here, I guess I should just keep buying. So I have 5 million. I have 5 million. I should probably buy more stuff. Like, Spy the Stun Baton, why not? Buy another heavy machine gun, why not? Like, what else can I spend money on? Legitimately. I don't actually know. Pulse cannon. Is this a shoulder mounted? This would have been nice in the airy fight. Pulse shield launcher? That might be fun, but I don't think I'm going to use it. Missile launchers, split missile launcher, homing missile launcher. There are so many different ways to deliver missiles in this game. Welcome back, everyone. I just finished up that mission. We're in New Game Plus Plus. You've seen these missions before. I've seen these missions before. Destroy or escort? Thank you for the follow, Rourke. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to attack the damn complex real quick. I assume I'm still going to be able to betray Iguazu and Volta. I'm definitely going to escort it, obviously, but I want to see how Happy Stomp can deal with Iguazu and Volta, because they gave me trouble. They gave me trouble last time. This shouldn't have any new information, so I'm going to skip it. Unless it does, in which case, yell at me and I can restart the briefing.
Gun 13, huh?
Gun 13! Wait! I didn't do the sound off. I didn't pog. Aw. Well, don't worry. That's to demonstrate I'm not even pretending to work with Balaam this time. This time, I'm turning my back on Balaam and Arquebus from the offset. I'm going to work with the RLF. Unless I get an explicit request to restart this and pog. Hey, Iguazu! I have your marker. Yeah, I assumed that, I assumed that escorting it was necessary for the ending. Because, like, the ending... Oh my gosh, my voice. The ending, despite the fact that... what's it called? Despite the fact that, Liberator Rubicon is solidly a RLF ending, my assumption is that the ending 3 is, like, RLF aligned. We can kill Iguazu again! Woo! Yeah, but he's gonna run away like a coward. Oh wow, I left the targets over there so they're still alive. Whoops.
Gun 4. Can't say I considered you a pro either. We don't need backseat drivers in the...
Wait, I just realized. G6 and Michigan speak so similarly. I forgot how quickly you swap from G6 Red to G1 Michigan as your, like, red gun handler. Okay, so I found more success fighting Iguazu first. slowly walking towards the helpless gun tracks, just aura farming.
To take out the 2 red
Exactly.
guns. Our compensation will be double Balaam's
Which, like,
offer, awaiting your response.
I think it would be more interesting if the game didn't, because like in New Game, what if I refuse them? I actually don't know if this impacts my the third ending or not.
We've received a friendly ID tag from the
I don't know if this is
Let's not waste their firepower.
integral to the ending, but I do find it interesting that in the RLF dedicated missions, they consistently pay less than the corpse. So I think it would have been interesting if this decision was not a monetary one. If this decision was one where, what's it called? You get paid less or a comparable amount. And it's purely, do you as 621 want to assist the RLF more? And also, do you as a player want to experience new content, right?
AP at 30%.
Yeah, Zimmermans and shotguns, or Zimmermans and songbirds, absolutely go kind of crazy. I see why they're considered so busted. No, Iguazu, I just hate you. I like how Michigan is still like calling me Gun 13, and he's just pissed that I am beating someone higher than him. See, Volta, you and I could get along in another life. However, that other life is not one I've seen because, frankly, all of the other lives you've died at the wall. Ow. I need to get better about dodging their shots. That's something I literally always say, no matter what the fight is. So I have terminal armor. However, I don't want to use it. I might die here.
Light hand ammunition at 50%.
Yep, I died here.
Next time you pull that shit, I'll kill you.
Want to know what it was? I know what the issue was. It's simple. I'm going to quit the mission. Why? Because I didn't pog. I'm not gonna lie. I just wanted to pog. Once I realized what mission this was, I was like, I want to hear Gun 13 sound off. Because that's this mission, right?
Got a job for you, 621. You're joining an operation
Or is that the
led by
wall?
Balaam HQ.
Am I thinking of the wrong mission?
Check the briefing. Heard the good news from Walter, did ya?
Yeah.
Good. Sit your ass down and listen.
Which again, I'm so surprised Michigan starts talking to me so soon.
Complex. One of the Liberation
Because like
Front's
Snail
bases.
doesn't talk to me for a while. Pater is my handler for a while.
To destroy their lifeline and make
Meanwhile,
them
G6
safe.
Red is only around for
I'll be
like
sending 2
3
good for
missions.
nothing maggots from the red guns. Gun 4 Volta and gun 5 Iguazu.
We hate Iguazu.
You? You're just gonna be tagging along on ass-wiping duty. I'm assigning you the call sign Gun 13, a lucky little number that just became available.
We love being initiated.
Gun 13 sound off.
Pog!
Good enough. Now go get ready.
Sorry.
We're going
Every
on a
time I
field
hear
trip,
that, I just
kiddo.
have to. Alright. Now we start the sortie. Now,
Gun 13,
I wonder if I just let Volta and Iguazu go forward, will they take damage? And will that impact the fight?
Main system activating combat mode.
So if I just
Balaam Group AC Squad red guns.
If I just let them go.
Commence mission.
But
Attack.
buddy,
Get in there, you maggots.
Volta? Hello?
Great. An independent merc.
I mean, Volta, I'm good to let just Iguazu take him on all as much as you are, but I think you're struggling.
We'll handle this mission ourselves.
Listen, these are my friends in like 5 minutes. So do they take out the target or do I have to? Interesting. They just fully don't take out the target. You have to. And as soon as it gets destroyed, their AI activates.
Freelancer, but no one even told you why we're here.
Like, every time I've played this game, every time I've played this mission, I did it faster.
This is just
Which, like, obviously you're intended to do, but...
The locals' little base is next.
Gunfire. Can't tear yourself away from chatting with a tag along.
Interesting.
Why don't you start a sewing club
Call me
together?
Annie Austin, the way I just be walking through a video game, not playing it the way it's intended to. You get it, Iguazu? Or are you so pathetic you can't even take out the RLF? Like, I took out the RLF and I didn't know what I was doing half the time. Okay, Volta's just stupid. Iguazu is trying and failing. And I don't know which is worse. I think trying and failing. Excuse you. Rude. Wow, it's no wonder y'all couldn't climb the wall. Let's just do that.
2 targets destroyed. How about that?
Yeah, so I'm currently using the jailbreak one that you get for free after chapter 4. But I'm also pairing it with a stupid, powerful, like, dual Zimmerman, dual Songbird build. Because I'm curious how that will work. Like the worst core set, but really good weapons.
I'm receiving a coded transmission.
I'll probably swap off of it later, but at least for now, I think it's silly.
Represent the Rubicon.
Yeah, so I would prefer if the RLF says like, hey, Raven, our request is simple. We want you to take out the 2 red guns. We can't pay you more than them, but we will match whatever they're offering. So instead of making it a monetary decision, which I suppose in New Game Plus, most characters aren't going to care about. By New Game Plus, you have enough money, you don't care. I think it would be interesting if the RLF is like, hey, we don't have the funds to pay you more, but we're willing to match them.
Let's not waste their firepower.
Just because I think it would be interesting. Iguazu, I'm killing you. I will do this in every timeline.
Gun 4, gun 5, return fire. It looks like gun 13's playing dirty now.
Which, like... Oh no, I like Michigan. Even the mission where I was fighting Michigan was super tough in a super fun way. Like, I won't say that Ares' fight felt unfair. Oh my gosh. I won't say Ares' fight felt unfair, but I will absolutely say, like, the Ibis fight and the Aerie fight and the Baltius fight all felt a different style of difficulty than, like, G1 Michigan, right? They challenge you in different ways, and I found it more interesting to, like, fight against Michigan. Because that was like, oh, can you survive the Horde, for instance? Will they pay you more? You just pay for the Red Guns repair bill? Yeah, kind of. Okay, this is... I did much better burst damage before. I think because I was more aggressive last time. Honestly, I think I'm so used to having access to armor. I might not want to use terminal armor anymore. Personally. Let's take you out. Yep. No, Iguazu, I did not get a lucky hit. You just suck. I'm always happy to take out Iguazu first. Volta, if you leave, I'll just tell the RLF I got you. Like, you know, I don't have beef with you the same way I got beef with Iguazu, because at least you try and you fail and the wall, like, is your resting place. But, like, I respect someone who failed to climb the wall. The wall was tough. The wall is not easy. Iguazu's just a coward. And pathetic. And a whiner. That's why he's on my armor plating right now. Alongside the likes of, like, Swinburne. Oh, wow, yeah. I need to swap off my terminal armor. Because terminal armor is a nice safety net, but it's really good if you're playing like how I was in my first run, in my new game run, where I was super lightweight. I was super at risk. I think I go Pulse Armor. I played Pulse Armor a little bit in New Game Plus, but I mostly played Pulse Protection near the end.
Your cooperation is appreciated.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to like not restart, because now they're closer together. Although I think once I make the decision, like Iguazu moves over there. Like, I don't care that Volta's closer. I want to kill Iguazu first. I hate Iguazu more. Iguazu, I'm saddled with unnecessary feelings when I see you. The feelings are rage and contempt, but they're still unnecessary. Also, it's so BS that the AI can use their repair kits while they're stunned. Like, I get it, but also it's so silly.
I'm not taking any more of your shit. I already get enough from Michigan every day of the week.
Well, yeah, you deserve it. 'Cause you suck.
50%
Because I hate you.
at 30%.
Actually, what if I say screw protection and instead I go for like the pulse charge, the damage one?
Kit remaining.
Like, I don't know how good that is.
AP at 50%. No repair kits
Okay,
remaining.
I am out of repair kits, which is not good because I'm fighting both of them at the same time.
AP at 30%.
Well, and in response to the tank legs comment, I don't think that they're easy to use at all. I think that they're actually quite difficult to use because you got to be able to use like drifting. So what if? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I struggled on this in New Game Plus as well. So I don't think this is like a build issue per se. I think it's just this is a tough fight. This is a tough fight, much in the same way that like King, Chartreuse, and Raven is a tough fight. Which, like, King, Chartreuse, and Raven, I see why it's like some people's favorite fight in the entire game, right? Well, I'm not playing dirty. I'm playing fair. I took payment for a good or service. The service just happens to be your execution.
I'm not taking any more of your shit. I already get enough
Okay, what I need to do, I need to use the pulse armor when I am getting staggered. Because I think that's what it's designed for. It's designed to reset your stagger. More than anything else. It is designed to, if you are being staggered, end that stagger. Well, Volta just did not help.
How many ranks below you is Gov 13? You can count, right? Don't take too long figuring it out. It's a lot. Dumbass Iguazu.
Just Michigan just dunking on him. Oh, it looks like you have Zimmermans and Songbird. Or at least a Zimmerman and a Songbird. But it is funny that you do got the heavy ordnance. Honestly, despite the fact I played all of New Game Plus with a set of treads, I'd say treads might be my least favorite as a movement class, like even more than tetrapods. Because treads, you have to like drift with them, and they're so slow, but they have such a high top speed. I prefer the burstiness of like the reverse ones. And even the bipeds are fine.
Left-hand ammunition at
I'm running out of
50%.
ammunition. Just gonna do this real quick.
Left AP at
Okay. Honestly, dual Songbirds, dual Zimmermans, I see why everyone hates them.
AP at
Oh, wow, I got stun locked because I guess I used my armor too early. Like, I was fine and I was gonna kill you if I had just managed to break out of that stun lock. They're too slow for you? Yeah, like, I prefer zipping. I mean, I tend to make glass cannons. That's just something I enjoy doing in games. But also, I do enjoy a big, like, bulky, tanky, like, monster of a mech. Like, that's why I like the Barbarossa so much in Lancer. And that's why, like, I'm kind of at odds where I want to make a big, bulky Barbarossa a hyper mobile, like, jet bomber, because I think it would be funny. Although I am absolutely the meme where it's just like, my friend just spent 3 turns charging their apocalypse rail, and if they miss, they're gonna cry, making everyone at the table uncomfortable. Like, I could absolutely see that, just like, oh my gosh, I spent so much time and effort on this, and it didn't even work. Okay, Volta's actually helping me this time. Though, I have to say, like, obviously discounting Rusty, discounting Michigan, does anyone have a favorite Red Gun and Vesper? Because, like, obviously, Iguazu, everyone hates him. Snail, everyone hates him. But does everyone have a favorite? Because, like, I feel like they don't get that much personality. Like, Volta doesn't have much personality. He's just kind of like, you're stupid. That's about it. I do enjoy taking out Iguazu first. Michigan just being absolutely brutal to Iguazu. Deserved, but still. Right, I learned this before. I need to stop trying to, like, just sit here and trade blows with Volta. Volta is literally a tank. Volta can take anything I can throw at him and throw it right back at me, which is not ideal when I am attempting to not die. And I couldn't even get my armor off. Dang. I mean, to be fair, I was struggling to take out Iguazu that time because Volta was helping. What I need to do is I need to separate them. I need to get them in separate spots, and then I need to use the MTs as distractions.
Your cooperation is appreciated, Raven. 621, we've received a friendly ID tag from the Liberation Front. Let's not waste their firepower.
Huh, I just realized. My shadow's here. The sun is not up there. That is a platform. Okay, that's 1 health pack. I think you have 2. Well, yeah, again, you deserve it. You alone are responsible for this. Call me Crimson One, the way I be telling you nothing but facts and logic. That might be construed as gaslighting, if you are to stretch the truth. I do love just being able to hear Michigan roasting Iguazu on repeat. We hate Iguazu in this house. And honestly, Michigan is super chill. Michigan is the kind of guy who, like, not just is talked about as having a big game, but also pretty consistently demonstrates his competence, not just in his mission, but also just in, like, the arena and whatever. Okay, let's back off. Let's go get the MTs.
1 repair kit remaining.
Or maybe not, I guess. Like these Volta. Can't a AC pilot get some backup? Jeez. Guess I don't need it. Guess I need it. Never mind. Awesome. I think it would be interesting if eliminating them didn't have them withdraw, but actually killed them, so they were unable to attack the wall.
You've ruined our little field trip, Walter. I'll be billing you for tuition fees too.
I like how Michigan gets pissed at Walter, but Walter and Michigan, they have some form of relationship. They have some sort of friendship that they know each other and or respect each other. So Michigan still works with me even though I betray them. Walter still wants Michigan to do well. It's honestly kind of interesting.
One new message.
Oh boy.
You got lucky, Merc.
Yeah, Guazu, you sure?
So, you got a nice punch in. Go buy a lottery ticket. The red guns
You're
going
such a
first to the
punk.
wall. Have
Like,
fun watching from the sidelines.
Iguazu, I hate him because he's such a pathetic little man. But Snail, I hate him because, like, I hate him, you know? Like, does that make sense? Also, one is a night mission, and it also pays twice as much. Destroy target, escort target, defend, destroy. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's look at this.
Got a job for you, 621. We've received a request from the Rubicon Liberation Front.
Raven, here's an operation that may
I was
be
informed this is like
interesting.
survival horror.
We want you to escort the Strider, a weaponized mining ship. There's no end to the corpse invasion. They've reached the Bonadea Dunes in western Belize now.
Sure.
Before the invasion, the Strider was our mobile base for extracting and distributing coral.
Sure.
We paid the Dozers a fortune to outfit it for combat.
Oh,
It's
the
too precious
Dozers
an
outfitted
asset
it.
to lose.
So, like, presumably Carla
Hopefully we can count on your
and, like, Rad.
assistance.
Looks like we've got conflicting requests about the same ship.
That we do.
You'll be doing the work. You choose.
Well, I do respect the fact that Walter... Oh, pick up. Any opportunity where there is choice, Walter generally gives it to you, which I do respect. And I appreciate that.
Chose the Liberation Front.
Yes,
did you?
sir.
Whatever works to get your name out there.
That is the benefit of being independent.
Being independent.
And just don't piss off any one faction too much they call a hit on you, and they'll probably still work with you. Oh my gosh. I honestly, I'm so disappointed the Strider isn't more important. Like, it gets destroyed, it gets referenced in the previous mission I just did,
Commence mission.
I think. And then
Wait. Someone's
it's already being
attacking
attacked?
the ship.
What is that thing? Hold the line. We are all warriors.
what?
Enemies on the radar.
What?
621. They're coming.
Is that like Raven? Wait,
No ID.
they're not Schneider.
T's.
Wait.
Sea weapons.
No, they're not sea weapons. They're the stealth dudes that have been cropping up since New Game. Oh my gosh. Okay, I assumed this one would put me in the ending for Route 3. What do you mean the Strider gets destroyed no matter what? I was expecting the Strider to be like, great, now the RLF has a fighting chance, blah, 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 blah. What the heck? I might need to actually like have a good build for this.
Main system activating combat mode.
Wait a sec. Sorry I yawned. I went to bed late the last 2 nights.
Someone's already
I was
attacking the
working
ship.
on a Lancer module that I'm writing.
What is that thing?
It's so much fun, but it's so much work. Also, it's so sad. They're like trying to hold morale. There are probably thousands of people in there. Like, the Strider probably has a crew in the
Enemies on the
thousands.
radar. 621. They're coming.
Oh my gosh, it's still shaking. Honestly, it falls way faster than I would think.
Sea weapons.
Okay. One is nearly down.
Listen to reason.
I need to confirm the kill. Okay, got the kill on one.
Those are drone weapons made by the Rubicon.
Wait, they are sea weapons.
Did you get them?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, with the music, I can actually hear like the rising tension. Oh. Wait, these are... Wait. Wait. These are the skeleton wheels. What do you mean? These are supposed to be buried. I see why this was reserved for multiple new game pluses. Wait, more? I'm not done with these ones.
Way too many for a chance encounter. Focus 16.
Okay.
I'll do the thinking.
Man, Walter really said, "Don't worry, your pretty little head." Like, oh my gosh.
Dangerous 621. Knock them down and go in for the kill.
Oh my gosh. I think that the wheels are the least of my issues, actually. I think the mechs are my bigger issue. The wheels are annoying, but they're not like a major threat that I can't deal with effectively. Because like one good hit of my songbirds on the wheels, they're down. Right? Man, now I'm really starting to feel the slowness of Jailbreak. Which again, I thought I could compensate with my thrusters, but I guess not. Oh my gosh. That flamethrower did way more damage than I thought, and there's no checkpoint. This game, I was not planning on playing any more than New Game. I'm not gonna lie. And now I'm so glad that I did. I might want a proper build. It'll be fine. I like how you even respect the fact you're like, yeah, you are not playing properly. You are playing with a silly build. You're playing with what are called the most overpowered weapons with the most underpowered chassis. Purely for the memes.
Enemies on the radar. 621. They're coming.
Don't worry, I ambushed them from ambushing me. Because I have a gift called Foresight. This is Doom. Okay, I took one of them out instantly. I took no damage before taking out that one.
Defend yourself, 621. They're not going to listen to reason.
Okay. The issue is, unless I'm like right next to them, I get a ricochet. Bro, the music is so good. I'm so glad that I turned up the music. I was worried that it would be like overpowering.
Wait, there's more.
Like, oh, they come from whatever direction I'm not facing. Oh, that's nasty. That's downright diabolical. Okay, avoid the fire. Fire hurts way more than I thought it would. Okay, yeah, the fire deals massive damage.
Way too many for a chance encounter. Focus 621.
Which, funny enough, this is actually the first sea weapons I'm fighting in this run. Like, despite the fact that obviously I as a player have fought many sea weapons by this point, as Raven, this is the first sea weapons.
These are dangerous, 621. Knock them down.
Oh gosh. I see why this was called survival horror. Ow. I need an actual build. I need an actual build for this. Let's just see how 4th of July does. Oh no, I lost my moss paint. I should have saved it first. Whoops. Oh well. I can rebuild it very easy. Alright, I've not played the 4th of July in a minute. Let's see how fast I move in comparison.
Commence mission. Wait.
I don't feel much faster, I'm not gonna lie. I blew up Malaysia. Oh look, is this Malaysia?
What is that thing?
Rory, did you destroy the native population's only chance of defending themselves against foreign invaders? Rory!
Enemies on the radar. 621. They're coming.
forgot I have a machine gun on my shoulder.
They're not Schneider MTs. Those Z weapons. Defend yourself, 621. They're not going to listen to reason.
Like, I think that the machine gun might be pretty pog because it just does consistent damage, but at the same time, it's like,
Research Institute.
I feel like I need an explosive capitalization. Although I did recall that,
Did you get them?
yeah, drones, man. So, nope, they're coming this way again.
More.
Like, how do I deal with? Actually, this might have been the wrong call. But no, I'm doing good damage.
AP at 50%.
The Haldermans deal good enough damage. I can just kind of rely on them. Wait. Wait a second. Wait. I just realized I don't have Haldermans on. I was wondering why there was so much fire. I have napalm. When did I do this? I do not recall doing this. I was so confused.
Way too many for a chance encounter.
Yeah, the skeleton wheels are such a nightmare to deal with.
I'll do the thinking.
I like to imagine I took out that mech with just my shovel.
Ammunition at 50.
Listen,
This machine's
a spade or a trowel?
These are dangerous, 621. Knock them down and go in for the kill.
I can't believe it took me a full like 2 minutes of this. Oh my gosh. Wait, why is the flamethrower actually putting in so much work? It took me like a solid 2 minutes to realize I was not wielding shotguns.
One repair kit remaining.
Like, who would have thought fire was good against mech suits? Worse than no shovel foo. Trowels are throwing. Right. So they're like throwing knives. Understood. Like, I can't claim to be an expert by any means, so I will defer to your judgment on this, despite the fact I do not respect you in any theater of war. Yes, even the theaters of war in games like Civilization, where you have more experience than me, I just choose not to respect you.
Left-hand ammunition at 30%.
Looks like the last of them. Nothing on the long-range radar.
Holy heck.
You may have failed to protect the Strider.
Yeah, I do have a heck of an excuse.
I'll look into this.
I can't believe I'm still getting paid for this. Wow. That was not what I was expecting this mission to be at all. Well, no, that's the thing, Rory. I could never respect you anywhere. Paid in $1 million? And then expenses was 500. Oh, understood. I get a bonus, but then I get a penalty of the same amount. That's funny. No, I respect rocks and dirt. I just don't respect you. Yeah, I've seen the tactical garden trowel video. Well, you tried.
You must be the handler, I presume, for the independent mercenary Raven.
Honored to make your acquaintance, V2 Snail.
I understand you want to
Right,
join
this is where he's like,
Operation
hey, can you swap out
You
Freud?
do realize that smashing up some old institute
And the
relics
dialogue change
hardly
happens.
qualifies.
Yeah. The dialogue in this game is so
You
good.
meager dog sitter. The
Not
answer is
even
no.
from a, like, it has double meanings or whatever perspective.
V1 again.
Literally from the
Must be rough only having
just
one good
ability
pilot to rely on.
to have small things alter
Are you
dialogue and
suggesting
repeat
your dog can
playthroughs.
take Freud's place?
We've been through worse than this.
Very well.
Kunai's trowels optimized for throwing even more? I disagree with that because you can't dig with a trowel. You can't dig with a kunai. Unless I'm mistaken. Like, you can pick at something, you can, like, chip something off with a kunai, but that would damage the kunai. And if you have chips, that would make it less aerodynamic.
One new message.
When am I going to have the final All-Mind analysis?
Raven, first up, let me apologize. That request to escort
Yeah.
the Strider turned out to be
Don't worry,
something else
RLF.
entirely. I hear those strange machines didn't come from
Yeah, of
Mars.
all places.
Is there some other force that wants to see the Rubiconians fall? Be careful out there, Raven. There's more to this.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't protect the Strider. Anything in a shovel if you're dull enough? Well, that's no fun. Okay, so I forgot this was my build. So, real quick, let me just... grab this again. I want horizontal... What even was my build? I don't remember what my build was. It was... Right, Zimmerman, so I want close range. The best... Incapacity. Pulse armor. And I'm going... What was it? Zimmerman. Songbird. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of enjoyed this more than I thought I would. So I do kind of want to save this. I will paint it again. So luckily it was super easy. It was just entire frame is dark green with massive weathering, and the weapons were all similarly dark green with massive weathering. And then the only thing I did is I changed on my weapons this green into like a really edgy like dark red. Like dried blood because I'm edgy. Oh, and then also my decals, right? I'm gonna change my decals. What was it? Top one was Swinburne. Middle one was Iguazu because we hate Iguazu. Right arm was just like, and I think this was Pater. And then left arm was Snail. And then I just had a bunch of Madfoot. Snail. And then I had feet. I think I will not save the crotch foot. I think that's probably best for everyone. And then the actual name of this would be Happy Stomp. Because I thought this was a silly build. So I'm going to save this. Happy Stomp. Yeah, please don't save the foot on the crotch. They tried using shovels as weapons. They eventually turned into kunai. And thus another Genghis was born. Listen, using shovels as weapons is just a Kriegsman thing. Shovels are at our best sharp, though, at least spaded shovels. You don't have anything clever to say here? You just woke up? I would say it's like 6 p.m., but also I went to bed at like 3 a.m., so I'm not going to judge you for going to bed late, staying up late. Well, actually, I just realized. Operation Wall Climber is not the most difficult mission. What if I just keep up, Tap's fingers?
This request comes straight from Archibus headquarters.
What if I just keep up the,
They want you to assist with a mission the corporations are calling
the Happy Stomp.
Wall Climber.
How goes the stream? I am on like hour 60 of this game that I expected to spend 20 hours playing because I'm playing New Game Plus Plus for the ultra secret third ending. I have deviated more and more from actually paying attention and trying. I am now purposely using terrible equipment to see how far I get. Oh gosh, you thought the game said your name for a second? It did. It said Archivist. It knows where you are. Why isn't there a mission where I can befriend the Juggernaut? Or is that where I go to like New Game plus 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 plus? Like, where's the mission where I can escort the Juggernaut and save the wall? All your delusions are secretly real. They're not secretly real. They're objectively real. They're openly real. Anyone who tells you I shouldn't make jokes like that. I'm sorry. I take it back. I'm not going to make jokes like that. Why can't we just befriend the RLF? That's what we wanted to do. New Game plus 18. when you said new game plus 18, I thought I was like, oh, 18 plus. I didn't realize it was that kind of game. Juggernaut officiates your wedding with Rusty. Listen, the Juggernaut is the first time Rusty and I like really connect, you know? Like just oh, hey, you would love Rusty. It is very yaoi. It is very gay.
Activating combat.
Also, he manages to turn the term buddy into like the most homoerotic thing you've heard. And I'm not gonna lie, buddy's pretty platonic to me. I feel like it's very hard to make the term buddy like romantically charged. However, somehow this NPC did it. Ow. Yoink. Unaware fool. You have my attention. So, oh, wanna know what? You don't know anything about these characters. I should have you read Rusty X 621 fanfiction and report back to me all of the good ones. And then instead of me having to sort through all of the bad fanfiction, you can sort through the bad fanfiction. Because my chat has told me there's some really good fanfiction between two of the characters in this game, and as someone that doesn't really read fanfiction that much, I feel like I can just offload this on you. Voice actors are a different breed, yeah, I know. Which a couple content creators I know a thing or two about being voice actors. Hey Rusty, husband. I hope you don't mind that this will be a throuple with the VTuber in my brain that calls me Stud Muffin. Listen, Balaam couldn't crack the wall because they were running this with a Guazu and Volta. Of all of the red guns, that's like easily my bottom two choices. You're an AO3 native, you've been owing someone's voice lines for a month now? Is that the thing you were telling me about? Turns out there's a secret romance option if you mirror fight. Don't tempt me. I'll do it. I will absolutely mirror fight Rusty on the off chance I can romance him. 621. Like, that's the thing. I, as Arrow, have zero interest in romancing Rusty. But like, Rusty and 621? Say less. Make sure you resupply him. I don't consider myself shipper trash. However, definitely watching Myoshi has made me a bit more shipper trash. Yeah, I always thought he had a reverse joint.
You must be Raven.
Oh yeah, hey, you'll like this guy. Not only is he like a freedom fighter, he also has a emblem, which is a muzzled wolf. Because he's kinky and also a furry.
Interesting.
Which, like, obviously the symbolism of him fighting as a Vesper with the muzzled wolf and then him fighting for the RLF with an unmuzzled wolf. I get it, but like, it's silly.
I wouldn't recommend taking it head on. It won't be able to keep up with Steel Haze. I'll distract it while you hit its blind spot.
Oh yeah, he literally has the, like, double-bladed lightsaber right now.
That's the stuff. Walter knows how to pick him.
He did not just say Walter knows how to pick him.
This is V4. Understood. Raven, I just got an update from Snail at command. We've got enemy reinforcements incoming. If I don't intercept them, we're
Wow.
toast.
Again, I was kind of like not believing how busted Zimmermans and Songbirds would be. They're dumb. Wow. Well, so A would like the RLF because they're a rebel group. Like, it's hard not to like the RLF because they're literally just people fighting for their home. If you don't like the RLF seriously, I do have concerns about you as a person. Also, scale of this planet, like, the giant support beams that are taller and as thick as mountains, holding up support structures. Oh, it's so cool. Well, that was fast. Yeah, it was fast. I mean, I fought this like 3 times now. And I've even gone back to replay climbing the wall a couple times, like to test out builds. Like at this point, I'm on New Game Plus Plus. I've beaten this game twice thus far. I'm just going for the super secret 3rd romance ending with Rusty.
We're war buddies now. I think I should tell you something.
Hey, Rusty.
During Operation Wall Climber, Arquebus was planning to sacrifice you.
But you didn't want me to because you love me.
To clear the way so that the Vespers could step in and take over. But instead, you
like I need you to know, Rusty, I am Delulu, and you have to accept me for that. You have to take me as I am if you want me. And I am Delulu, and do just assume that you are already my husband. Which, I'm not gonna lie, apparently is pretty common. Every time your head perks up. So, Archivist. We have a corporation in this game called Arquebus, which is very similar. So I can't blame you.
We have authorized a solo helicopter sortie to rescue a group of imprisoned comrades.
Actually, Zimmerman's is not the play for this one. This is not a Zimmerman mission. This is like a sniper mission.
Particularly significant personnel. Raven, we hope our struggle will inspire you to aid the liberation.
So this is Zia, Flatwell, and Dolman. Which I fought the Index guy at some point. I don't remember when. I was informed it was sometime during Chapter 3, but I don't think shotguns are the play for this one, but I should be fine so long as I just zoom ahead.
Looks like switching sides at Gallia left an impression on the Liberation front. Guess we have you to thank for this job.
Yeah, Rusty will remember me. Do you think that like he thinks about me at night? Do you think he thinks about me as much as I think about him? Wait, I'm sorry. We were airy pilled in the first run. And then the second run, we were saying we were all mine pilled, but like we didn't really their logo. We kind of didn't do much for or with all mine. We didn't even complete the analysis. So is that going to be this run? I feel like all mine is going to be integral to the plot. I feel like the secret 3rd ending is going to involve all mine because like why else is there like all mine is doing an analysis of all the famous mechs? And we haven't had access to all of them yet. Anyone shooting at you now? Okay. I just need to zoom ahead. That is my goal. So I do find it interesting that, first off, that carrier is larger than my mech, implying that is a massive carrier. However, if you watch this, no one actually enters or exits. I'm not sure how they're transporting. Because, like, there's no door. Unless it's like a trap door that they come up, but...
You came for me.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Ziggy.
I'm okay. Still alive, at least.
Which, like...
A little rest, and I'll pay.
I've commented on how... not critical of the character writing in this game is, because again, this game is in a mech suit fighting other mech suits. That's the point of this game. You shoot good, you explode good, you punch good. That is the purpose of this game. That being said, I do appreciate how the RLF has more of like a relational bonds between their characters, where the corps are mostly just kind of like, oh, this is this person. Like Hawkins is the mentor of Pater. Snail is the like conniving like logistical leader, whereas oh gosh, are these snipers? Whereas Freud is kind of like the ace, the star of the show, right? They each fulfill different roles and have different relational or they have different hierarchical relationships, but they don't have anything. Oh, right, someone died there.
Comrade Messam.
Right, it wasn't Flatwell, it was Comrade Messam.
Too late.
Damn it. Not Messam.
I don't know Messam, do you?
The last site. Just a little more, Raven.
The coral wells are the Rubiconian's lifeline. He must have refused to talk.
Right.
2 repair kits
Which, like,
remaining.
respect on his name for not breaking, but... Do I know Messam? Messam isn't one of, like, the arena characters, is he? So, like, again, if you know what you're doing on this map, it is not difficult, nor is it frustrating. However, the sheer stupidity of how powerful these guns are is stupid. It is not very fun to deal with. Which I suppose, like, it's the point. It's the corpos are super powerful, but it's also like, if I don't run forward and... Oh, he's not Comrade Dolmayan, he's Father Dolmayan. Because he gets a special title. Because everyone loves him. And then I gotta go over here, and there's gonna be an ambush. Which, again, I like this mission well enough. I don't think this game has any other escort mission outside of the Strider, but we saw how that went. But I find it interesting that, like, even once we get to our destination, I need to defend the helicopter, even though I'm fighting against a AC.
You don't know what you're saying, girl. There'll be nothing left but dying embers.
See, Dolmayan knew.
Mission accomplished. Leaving the combat area.
So we have an ad coming in 1 minute.
621.
New enemy confirmed. I know that even though there's an AC, my goal is to take out the other boyos. Oh, this is Nile. Right.
Prison break all alone. You're daring, give you that. I've fried bigger fish than you.
Right. I forgot. So someone brought this up, but I did forget that. Oh gosh. Someone brought up that Nile is on the escort mission. But you're Nile.
Raven, secure the escape route.
Interesting. There's like a transport pod back there. They're not currently taking damage because there's currently no one but Nile here.
Right shoulder ammunition at 38p at
There we go.
50%. Left hand ammunition.
Stop that.
50%.
Sure, I'll match you. Why not? We can be friends.
Pathetic gun 13. What did Michigan see?
Oh, right, your gun. You're not...
No wonder
I forgot that you weren't a Vesper. I wonder what Michigan saw in you. No wonder Michigan took a shine to you. Like, man, make up your mind.
They won't have anything left to throw at us now. Thanks for the support, Raven.
We zoom in. Am I gonna get pushed back?
Shield! Protective shield!
Oh no!
Protective shield!
No!
Confirmed. The chopper has exited the combat
Hog.
zone. Mission accomplished.
Honestly, jailbreak, not as bad as I was expecting.
Symbol of resolve. But mark my words.
There won't be nothing left but dying embers. I already did the RLF ending. I already did the Liberator Rubicon ending. They just left me, I know. Like, can we, like, get a drink or something after? Haha, you know, like, that'd be crazy if we, like, met up after this, like, after hours, after work. You know, like, just you and me, like, hang. Yeah, we don't have to. Don't worry. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Let me thank you again, Raven. We couldn't have rescued our comrades without your help.
They just left me. How dare
Father
they?
Dolmayan is a key figure to the movement. A great choral warrior who witnessed the fire.
Yep, he's a cinder. And he's kind of crazy. My assumption is I have to fight Dolmayan for this third ending, because I fought Aerie last time, I fought Walter.
And a personal note before you go. Thanks for saving Zahi. I owe you one.
Okay, wanna know my guesses? My guess is for ending 3, Aleo lacta est, I am going to have to fight All Mind is going to be the big bad. Kind of like how Walter isn't part of the arena, Ares not a part of the arena, All Mind is not a part of the arena. And I think I'm going to have to fight maybe the top tier like arena analysis spots or Dolman. I think that I'm gonna have to fight Dolman because we're in an ad, so I'm just gonna check the arena real quick. I have not fought Dolman. And I don't think I've fought O'Keefe. Maybe I fought O'Keefe in like a 2v1. Which also, O'Keefe is a B rank. That's better than like Flatwell. Chatty. So maybe I end up fighting O'Keefe? And then Dolman, and then All Mind. And then I will have fought everyone in the records. Maybe, I mean, I haven't fought Red. Yeah, I can't find anyone who I don't recognize outside of maybe O'Keefe, which someone said that I hadn't fought them, and Dolmian. I also thought that I hadn't fought Ring Freddy, but apparently I have. Alright, welcome back everyone. I was just looking over the arena real quick. Obstruct the mandatory inspect. This is a new mission. This is not the stealth mission. Huh. Rendezvous with friendly craft. Interesting.
Got a job for
I just thought this was going to be the go to the well and fight the stealth suits.
independent mercenary, call sign Kate.
Excuse me?
Check the briefing.
What?
Greetings, Raven. My name is Kate Markson. I have a special request.
Are you the same VA as All Mind?
It concerns the elimination of PCA mandatory inspection squads dispatched to Baus Arsenal Number 2. Aside from Subject Guard, the PCA has also sent an LC squad to put further pressure on Baus.
Sure.
Baus, however, intends to disrupt the inspection with a raid by independent
Got
mercenaries.
it. So I'm gonna
need you to lie in
meet
wait
up with
inside the arsenal
Kate?
and ambush the Vanguard squad.
So we're attacking PCA on behalf of Baus.
Then rendezvous with you.
Then meet up with Kate?
That concludes the briefing. Looking forward to working together.
That's a complete curveball. Wow. Okay. Baus is being inspected by the PCA because PCA controls the planet. Baus doesn't want the inspection, so they are hiring independent mercenaries to come attack the inspectors. We, Kate and I, are those independent mercenaries. Who the heck is Kate? That's not the friend Walter's been talking about.
What's stranger? A mandatory inspection or a job from another mercenary? Whatever happens, handle it. Just like you always do.
Hey, Borderwise. Welcome on in. Alright, y'all know how this works. Firing squad time. We are currently playing Armored Core 6, and we're in New Game++. This is my third playthrough.
Eliminate the PCA's mandatory inspection squads.
The Armoring of Coring. I'm on my third playthrough, and I'm... Oh, you're unaware.
Code 1-5. Unknown AC.
I'm currently playing a mission that is unique to New Game Plus Plus. This game, I am on my 3rd playthrough, and I am still playing missions that I did not have access to, even in New Game Plus, which is honestly so wild to me. You wonder if you ever got Borderwise? I mean, probably. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say like Borderwise is immune to bullets or criticism. If anything, Borderwise just is more of a bullet sponge. Alright, they surrendered. Ceasefire.
Code 31C, sustaining fire from an unknown AC. Support. Don't give that AC.
What if you give me a football field instead?
Underestimate those LCs. Though mass-produced, they're an essential
Yeah.
suppression force.
LCs are not the problem. That is very true. Because like at this point, HCs haven't been developed.
Section of the priority operation.
Because at this point, like LCs are a step down from ACs. HCs are a step up from LCs.
Keep up the good work.
And HCs are below AC. But she's not even on the arena.
Be ready for company if her plan to ambush the rear guard goes south.
Code 7-8, requesting backup. You've taken heavy fire.
So, what were you up to today, Borderwise? I assume an art stream. However, I'm not going to assume that because if anyone who doesn't know, Borderwise is a variety game streamer, tends to play various games, also FTD, FTD as well as art streams. Sorry, I'm currently dealing with plot stuff. Yes, ma'am. Art streaming is always, of course. Promotional extra holes as part of a package deal. Exactly. Also, we are going the opposite way that we normally do this mission. Do I have to fight Kate? That's my assumption. Okay. Lots of plasma weapons. Oh, melee. Do I have to fight you? I assume I have to fight you. Or are we fighting... We're not fighting like Baltius or something. Oh my gosh! What? Wait. We're fighting the Cataphract and an HC Elsie?
Seems I was wrong about you. Goodbye, Raven.
Oh no! There's audio weirdness. Okay. Well, that wasn't that indeed fast. I think I need a better gear. So is audio currently still weird? Is my voice being weird right now? So the game audio is really stuttering. Okay. I didn't notice that on my end, so it is a streaming issue. I'm just gonna try again. Understood. So it is a stream issue. It's just weird, probably stream capture issue. Understood. So, I'm scared. So we'll see if the game is still funky. We'll see if the game is still like beatboxing. Is this the HC-LC fight and the Cataphract fight?
We've lost the inspection team. Merck's made a big mistake. System authorization received. Commencing termination.
PCA Special Forces.
What the?
What is this?
Their suppression fleet is coming to Rubicon. These are just the outriders.
Right. This is just like the Vanguard force of the suppression fleet.
621. There's no
Okay.
avoiding this encounter now. Wipe them out.
Okay, let's just focus on one at a time. That's all we can do. That's all we need to do.
Raven's dead. It can't be.
Wait. So they know Raven's dead, right? Because the original Raven started this mess. Wait, did I miss dialogue?
Hostile left. It's not over
It's
yet.
just the cataphract.
Impressive, Raven.
Wait, does Kate know the original Raven?
Mandatory inspection followed up by a special forces deployment.
Wow.
What happened?
I'm so let me know, is the audio still funky?
I was right to choose you.
Let me know if the audio is still being weird. Because at present, I hear the game fine, and there is kind of important stuff happening. So I would hate if it was still not working. Audio sounds good now? Awesome. So, for those of you who don't know, we are callsign Raven because we stole that license from a dead mercenary. And in previous runs of the game, we found out that the original Raven was infamous. And also, it was more of a title than anything. So I've fought a Raven before. And these guys know that I'm dead. Or that know that Raven is dead. So they're like, who are you? I think I missed some dialogue because I killed them too quickly. Armored quarter-wise. If it fits.
All special forces
Oh my
craft
gosh.
destroyed.
I was not...
We're done here, sir.
I can't believe the cataphract and the HCs came back. Because this was a mixture of the HCLC fight as well as the cataphract fight, right? Like, it was two different boss fights that were just smushed together. Wait, that's so cool. I'm sorry. I've been engaged with this game for like 60 hours, so when I see like callbacks to something that was like 40 hours ago, I get really excited.
Long time no see, Walter.
Right now we introduced
Looking
Carla.
good for a change.
I think that we're gonna have
I see you got a new augmented human.
final mission is gonna be
What happened to
Baltius,
617
chapter
rest?
1, and then it's gonna be chapter 2.
Jobs.
Don't make you play this game, it looks hard as balls.
Here.
Did you enjoy any
So
FromSoft
how's
game
the
like Dark
newcomer
Souls,
doing?
Elden Ring, any of that? Because this game is faster, and I would say that this game is...
Someone you want me to look into.
It's not...
Yeah. Independent mercenary.
Oh, wait.
Goes by Kate.
Oh, sorry. I totally was talking over that because I thought that it was dialogue I'd already heard before. It was just Walter asking her to look into Kate, right? That's the only thing that changed? Let me know if I missed anything there.
Messages.
Okay, probably from Walter and from Kate, right? Yeah.
Raven, thanks for the help with the mission.
Who are you?
We'll meet again.
I am frightened.
Got a job for you, 16.
Although I think that this is now like...
This request doesn't come from the corpse or the liberation.
This is the
Front.
Kate path.
You'll see when you check the briefing.
We had Aerie, we had All Mimes, now we have Kate. Okay, so did I miss anything talking over it? But I would argue this game is as punishing as Dark Souls. It is easier than Dark Souls. You have more abilities, you have more options, you have more like different build styles, you have more methodologies of attacking a problem, and you have less build restrictions. If I put in 50 points in strength in Dark Souls, I can't pivot to a sorcerer build. At least not easily. Because it gets more expensive the more I level up. In this game, I can swap from a 2 miniguns, 2 songbirds, tank tread build to a lightweight dual SMG, shield, and drone build for just money. And as you can see, I have 5.8 million, but I've beaten this game twice, but I have a bunch of good gear. So I'd say this game is more punishing, or as punishing, but easier. Particularly given by the fact that there's no iframes on your dodging.
This is a rather personal request from a friend of mine. It concerns a certain facility, a watch point.
Oh no, I was thinking of this entryway. I thought that the reverse way of the last mission was the entryway of this one. But I did kind of go the opposite
I
direction
want you to attack it.
in the previous mission. so a little bit more accessible. I would say
the watch point is kept secure by SG, the planetside PCA force.
I would say if you want to play Dark Souls or a FromSoft game, because this is made by FromSoft, it's made by the same developers. If you want to play a Dark Souls style game, but you want to be more mobile, and you like mechs, which I assume you do given you're into FTD, this might be a really good game to jump into. Right? This might be a really good game to try out explicitly because you are more mobile, meaning if you are good enough at the game, you can just take no damage way easier than in Dark Souls. But the lack of iframes means if you're getting shot at, it's harder to take no damage. It's harder to avoid hits that are gonna knock you flat.
It's go time, 621. Don't worry, not even the PCA would anticipate a solo independent mercenary.
Leon.
Get in there and get to work.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so I was yapping about Dark Souls. Did I miss anything when it came to Walter's conversation with Carla? Because I assumed it was just all the same. So I wasn't listening, and then I noticed he was like, also, run a background check on this Kate character. Because this game is really good about adding in little bits of dialogue to make your the story feel more cohesive. But it also just tends to be one at a time, right? It tends not to be a ton of changes. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was literally the only change. Okay. Pow! There should be one down here, right?
I can't get through to HQ.
Haha, you're getting jammed. Oh, the only reason one was down there the first time is because they fell, I guess. I spent like 5 minutes searching for an enemy that fell down because they were a loser. Worth considering? Absolutely. And plus, I know some of our shared audience members, like folks that are in both of our audiences, really like this game, or at the very least think it's cool. So, folks will be able to help you out and give you some build support if necessary. Though I will say, you will be encouraged to enter a marriage with Rusty, and you don't really have a choice. It is kind of like a requirement. I'm not going to say you have to commit to him for life, but you do have to get married at some point. It doesn't matter if you get divorced later. What matters is the marriage. Man, I have such little AP in comparison to my last run. Which, like, I suppose I have more HP than my lightweight build, because I'm a medium weight, but this is like the worst frame, which is very silly. Marriage to what now? So there's a character in this game called Rusty, and he is a friendly face who is just like a good guy. He's like just a chill dude, good guy. And fundamentally everyone loves him, so people want you to smooch him. That is a requirement, I'm sorry.
Attacking a watch point.
Interesting that they never swap out Sulla.
How many of your dogs must I kill before you learn?
Like, I thought Sulla would be more important because I struggled with him in the very beginning because I didn't have a firm understanding of like lock-on mechanics. Wait, behind me. Oh my gosh, they have snipers. So they've changed the fight a bit. So they changed the fight a bit, but they didn't change Sulla. Wait, these are more of the unknown craft. So this is another situation where like fighting a Guazu. Interesting. I wasn't. See, I was commenting like, oh wow, I'm surprised that they haven't changed the Sulla fight at all, but they did.
50%.
618 I killed last. He was good, but he had nothing on this one.
Who tipped you off, Sua?
But yeah, like after I struggled so much in my first like new game run through, I assumed solo would be more important. Mostly because I was struggling with him and because I was struggling with him due to not really understanding lock-on and using a bunch of rockets because I thought it was funny. But he also comments about like killing other of Walter's units. Oh, there's more of them. These unknown crafts, these are all PCA, right? They have to be, because they use the same tech.
Right shoulder engine, left shoulder engine.
Oh my gosh.
You're clear.
Unknown crap, like...
Forget about them, 621.
The storytelling, though, I will say, but you're not into Mendo. See, that's why I'm saying it doesn't matter if it's like a matter of love or not. It's a matter of duty and respect. It's a matter of paying respect to Rusty by marrying him. You're allowed to marry like a someone else if you want. Like it's not like you're precluded from actual romantic interest should that be of your persuasion. However, you do have to marry Rusty. Rusty is married to like every AC6 player.
There.
Yeah, it's a social contract. Yeah, Aerie is also there. It is like a throuple. Just in case that was either a deal breaker or a deal cincher for you. You do have a voice in your head who is also present. You are also married to her. And again, it is also purely platonic. It's social contract.
Good job, 621.
Listen, I know you sent me You're Ready for Africa. I don't know if I want to look at it, though. I don't know if I want to gaze my eyes upon Ready for Africa.
Get out of there.
It's forbidden knowledge I am not privy to. Tried to kill Aerie with a pulse cannons in the pile bunker. Okay, so I think shoulder-mounted pulse gun is probably really useful.
An older type of augmented human, 4th generation.
Behold and see if you are indeed ready for Africa. I don't think I am ready. I've never been to Africa, so I can't say I'm ready for Africa. I don't know what I would need.
A Rubiconian.
Okay.
Please, you must wake up.
People clown on the pile bunker, and they say it's like a crutch to rely on. What if I do only pile bunker? Like, no shoulder weapons, no melee, no other weapon. Literally only a single pile bunker. That sounds awful. Wait, if you look on the left side, the texture didn't load in for the building. So there was just like a flying barrel.
Vital signs confirmed.
Pile bunker and feet, yes. That's why it's important to see if you are ready through art. Understood.
Raven.
Imagine Baltius approaches, but it's like Snail's Baltius. And Snail's just like, oh, you dog.
I'll synchronize with your brainwaves.
Again, I didn't realize until fighting Snail that there was a person in there.
Reactivating combat.
Like, I did not realize for the longest time that Baltius was a mech in the little ring. I thought it was just completely like autonomous. Yeah, autonomous PCA craft. So I didn't realize I had like a humanoid chassis in it.
I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of coral.
Oh man.
killed you.
It's time to just like bully Baltius. Like, this is what you get for being a noob stomp. To not just me. Oh my gosh, Baltius went flying. For not just me, but for every Armored Core player out there.
Get clear.
Ow.
AP at 30%.
This one is for all of the robo lovers. The folks who look at Aerie and say smash. The folks who see NSFW fan art of Allmind and say would. The folks who write fanfiction about Rusty and 61. This is for all of them. Whether they deserve it or not is not my place to say. What matters is that all ravens must be allowed to fly. And if that means clipping your wings, well, that's a small price to pay. I'm not gonna look at chat after I said all that. I feel like that would be a massive mistake. Alright, Baltius. I can do this.
50%.
I can disrespectfully take out Baltius. I believe. Maybe I was premature to throw away my weapons.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. AP at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Nope. I'm doing it. I punched out Baltius. Do it for the robos, I guess? I mean, yeah, like, again, no disrespect to anyone who's into that. Like, depending on the mech, or depending on the robo, I'm sure I could be persuaded. However, people will look at Baltius and be like, oh yeah. Pile bunker and feet, that's my favorite thing about the mech kick. It tends to send anything that's not a mech flying.
Raven.
Listen, this one is for Rubicon.
You need rest.
This one is for the robo lovers, and this one is for all the people out there who are pushing for FromSoft to make a DLC dating sim where it is a throuple between 621, Airy, and Rusty.
The coral surge you were swept up in?
Excellent robo punching, thank you, I appreciate it. I do try my best. Also, Jailbreak is surprisingly serving me well. I swapped off of it for a single mission, which was like New Game Plus Plus.
Rubicon.
I think I could have beaten that with this build. It just would have taken me longer. Poetry, simple poetry. Well, I was a poet for a bit. I did have a stint of poetry, and I did upload them, and then I got embarrassed, so I took them down. Because people started looking at my old content more regularly, so I was like, I don't want people seeing this. I'm gonna take it down.
Coral explosion caused by the surge has a certain directionality.
Okay, so it's been 6.5 hours. I beat the game. I yapped for a bit. I then beat chapter 1 of New Game Plus Plus. You're a poet? You didn't even know it? Well, I thought that I would show it.
Which means
The way they crunch. So that's not poetry, that is prose. That is an actual like short story I made and released that I probably, if anything, should re-release with better audio now that my mic is no longer bad. I do have another one I want to release, but right now I am focused on handling my Lancer adventure. Although I might, and I know this is a little scummy, this is like kind of scamming, but I might make the Lancer... So this is something where I thought the coral explosion detonated this arc, but when I return back to the area with the missiles on the missile defense mission, it's in a different location on the map.
Let me remain in contact with you until we reach the coral convergence.
So I thought that this was the central location, but like, I don't think that's what it
I have to
was.
see where they're taking us.
I thought the explosion caused that big circle in the map. I think it's just in the center of the map independently. But yeah, so I'm making a Lancer adventure, and I was going to release it for June. I had a bit of a hectic end to my June, and I'm going to have a very busy July. So I think this will just be my July adventure. I think I will just skip June, unfortunately. I'm very sorry about that. That is literally scamming my patrons, but...
4621, entering standard mode.
It's unfortunately the only way I can really get around this.
621. I've got some business.
Yeah,
to
you
attend.
got some
I need to hog
business.
some into one job for you. Rest up. That's
One job while I'm out. Yep. Alas, life.
Raven, I see your handler. About that trip to the... Let's take a look.
Yep. Alright, so it's been 6.5 hours. I have one job to rest up. Like I could grind if I could go through chapter 2. Chapter 2 is like 3 missions. But I think instead I am going to wrap up. I think for now, I made good progress in the game. I can return to it. Not next week, though. I'm going to be doing a collab on Tuesday and Saturday with Rory and Froggy and Magi, who are some new folks I haven't had a chance to like collab with before. And we're going to be playing Civilization ostensibly with a randomizer. We might swap around that, whatever. So we're going to be doing a collab, and because of Civilization, it's going to be a 2-day thing. My guess is we're going to start at like 1 p.m. EST. So I'll still hop on at noon. I'll still yap for an hour. We'll get some time to ourselves to just be stupid and like talk TTRPGs. And then we'll hop into a collab and see how that goes. So if you like strategy games, if you like Civilization, check it out. If you like collabs and nonsense, my plan, I will say, I don't plan on winning. I plan on being stupid. So what we could do is, if you're ready to support me on Tuesday, come up with your stupidest, craziest, most insane naming schemes, strategies, and tactics for Civilization. And we can just like ancient era slinger spam, you know? Magi was suggested as the person to curse me, so this just thickens the plot. Well, so this would be with, sorry, not Magi, Choose Red Mage and Toady. So not Frog. I got the names wrong. My apologies. It's not Froggy and Magi. It is Toady and Choose Red Mage. So a mage and a toad. So Kane and D&D, I guess. But yes, thank you all very much for sticking around. Yes, Borderwise properly managed to stick around for an entire stream, which is honestly just terrifying. We never want to see Borderwise stuck in a stream because that's just too much. It's too much Borderwise. I'm already having to be ready for Africa. I don't want to have to also prepare myself for a Borderwise judgment of how I end stream. Reminder, I am on YouTube. I make primarily TTRPG content. I've been talking a lot about Lancer recently. I talk D&D content. I talk like Kane and the Wild Sea. But also I stream over there as well on Tuesdays. Generally, I have Tuesdays are my like yapping stream, and then Saturdays are my gaming stream. But I do fundamentally, I've messed with that a bit. I've been back and forth on it. You only judge a little bit. Listen, I believe in judging people for what they're passionate about. And if that means simply being mean, if that means simply discriminating against individuals who just want to have a good time, but otherwise who don't have the facilities to support their interests, I believe in the supremacy of just absolutely dogging them, you know? So, no, you don't judge me to be adorbs. That is not something you do. I did just raid Neko, and I don't see too many folks in the I don't see too many folks in the Armored Core realm. However, I actually see someone who I believe is a member of Cell's community, who is another streamer, Doc Vivi Leandro, who I actually, independent of Cell, I think I've seen their posts on r/VTubers or virtual YouTubers. So I'm going to send you over to them. Remember, Arrow Raid Pog. Join the Discord if you're interested. Make sure to take shots and inflict incredible violence on those who we raid. take care of yourself. I'm gonna go take care of myself. I'm gonna eat food, drink water, rest up. I hope all of you do the same. New video out tomorrow talking about something. My goal. Hold me to this. Ask me of this in the Discord. Remind me of this. I want to get a full-length video out Monday, like a non-shorts video, talking about cane drifters. So psychic anomalies that aren't sins. So that's my hope. I'm going to send you over to Vivi, who is currently playing Voice of the Void. I haven't played Voice of the Void in many moons, so we'll see how interesting the game is. Take care of yourself. Enjoy.